our partners PepsiCo and their Pep Plus program, discussing youth, innovation, and sustainability in the Middle East and North African region. Please join us in welcoming Zaina Al-Hashmi and our esteemed panelists to the stage.
Good morning. How are you guys? Welcome to Expo City Dubai and COP28. I want to extend a warm welcome. Sorry for the lack of better words, given that it's very hot in December and we are in a climate change conference. I'm going to ask the panelists to come up on the stage, please. I'll introduce every single one of them, don't worry.
مش هتروح انت الاول؟
تفضل تفضل.
Thank you so much for waking up very early to be here. I really appreciate it. Today's panel discussion is very interesting, and it's actually titled Empowering Youth to Drive Sustainable Solutions. We're very excited to have a group of diverse change makers from PepsiCo's different programs, mainly Arab Youth Hackathon and the Greenhouse Accelerator Program. And they're here in today's event to basically discuss and engage with the company's senior leadership. I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce the CEO of PepsiCo Middle East, Mr. Amir Sheikh. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Zaina. Pleasure.
The session obviously is a theme of youth, innovation, and sustainability. And this is why we're all actually here today in COP28. And if you can see that the majority, I hope the majority of us are still within the way of youth range group, hopefully me too. So I'm very glad to have you guys here. I'm very actually interested to see what you guys have been doing. The session is also about exploring innovative solutions and the role of youth in sustainability. And we hope to kind of inspire you guys on the actual combination and collaborative space of sustainable initiatives being put together all in one space, and the pursuit of both environment and social responsibility. So without further ado, please, I'm going to ask each and every single one of the panelists to introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Nuttall. I'm the founder and managing director at Duda Solutions. At Duda, we raise earthworms and produce premium quality organic fertilizers at scale, industrial scale. Thank you.
Okay, very excited to be here today. My name is Raga Ramadan. I'm the founder and CEO. Everyone is a CEO here. I'm the founder and CEO of Noor Nation. And yes, I'm Egyptian, and so happy to be there with you.
Thank you, Dr. Hafif Wahbi. I come from Lebanon. We're working on Green Taqa. Our innovation is biogas, offering dairy farmers a solution to manage their livestock waste while generating massive amounts of energy. Thank you.
And I'm Ibrahim Badawi. I'm half Egyptian, half German, 20 years old. And I'm the founder of My Treaty. It's a company introducing sustainable enterprise resource planning to the world from the MENA region.
Awesome. Great.
Wow, 20, you make me feel so old. Okay, so the first question goes to the company's leadership. Mr. Amr, how do you say education actually plays a role in this amazing group of youth and youth in general to become the future leaders of sustainability?
No, thank you, Zaina. And look, I think when you were talking about the majority of us are in this young cohort, I'm probably outside that majority. And certainly with Ibrahim, you saying 20 years old, I feel right at place, right at home. Don't worry. But look, the way we look at education is really changed in the last probably decade or so. And I think a lot of that has to do with the young generations that exist today, right? We're seeing some massive transformation, the way Gen Z and Gen Alpha consume data, consume knowledge, and use the resources available to them, which are limitless, right? And no boundaries. So to me, to be able to then impact education, it has to be much more experiential, much more impactful, because this generation is all about they're digitally savvy, they're socially conscious, and they're very action-oriented, right? So to me, it's about how do you bring experiential learning to be able to take what they're seeing. Often they're at the core of what's available on a theoretical basis, learnings from what others are doing, but how do you bring that learning to them, right? So we've done it in a couple of ways at PepsiCo. I think we're partnering with public sector, government, educational institutions, and like-minded bodies to create these entrepreneurial incubators. Of course, Greenhouse Accelerator and Arab Youth Hackathon, some of you are part of those programs. You can talk more about that, right? But what is it that we're trying to do? First, it starts with the premise that we don't have all the answers. So how do you tap into the ecosystem that exists, the energy that's there, and the disruptive mindset that is there to change the world and change the world for better, being more environmentally conscious, being more socially conscious, and being more concerned about the challenges that we're all facing, right? So to me, those are some of the great examples of how we've been able to drive that. I think the other example would be we're partnering with various educational institutions, AUD, American University of Dubai, Prince Sultan University in Saudi Arabia, to get the younger minds, get the youth of this day more focused on climate. How do you create, let's say, sustainability clubs in those places? How do you drive collection drive and make their campuses waste-free? How do you unleash that energy? And one example I would use is a lot of us grew up in the schooling system that encouraged collection, that encouraged recycling, right? But now we have the technology to offer what we are rolling out as Aquafina water stations in some of those campuses where you don't need to bring a bottle of plastic or a bottle of water to your school or colleges. If you have the refillable bottle, you can use that to get a great tasting water, flavored, sparkling of your choice, that's customized for you, and you're actually now seeing firsthand the advantage of having a plastic-free campus, right? And if everybody had a refillable bottle, you have access to that. We have programs, we have gamified a recycling journey. We partner with the Orenda tribe and some of the communities in the Middle East. We're exploring with our school children of what does it mean for a plastic bottle to be recycled. How does a bottle become a bottle again through gamification? So those are the different ways that you can really bring hands-on some of the experiential learning to the communities, which augments what they're seeing on social media.
Thank you. I'm actually jealous of the generation because they get to gamify certain things when we had chalk and chalkboard and we had to sit in a formal way with the students. Now, actually, the teachers and students are always actively engaged, which is amazing. You've also touched a point on about the resources that this generation have, and also that's another blessing. As I'm going to give this question to all of you, but basically, what are the support and resources that you guys as young entrepreneurs need in the sustainability sector to kind of make it happen?
To start answering your question, so I'd like to address it from a different way by discussing the two main challenges we face as entrepreneurs in sustainability currently. The first thing is the lack of policies and legislations when it comes to innovative sustainability startups. For example, in insect farming, here in UAE, we still don't have the right framework to register and know what are the steps to make this happen in the region. And this example extends to the entire GCC region. Hey, thank you. So for example, in Lebanon, I'm currently doing the efforts to register my farm officially at the government, and they're doing like exceptional meetings to see how to maneuver through things, and it's gonna happen, but it's gonna be the first time to happen. Similar to Duda, I believe that renewable energies and other sustainability initiatives really need the support of the government and policymakers to to make the road easier for them. So for example, if the government subsidized electricity and water, for example, for farmers, why do farms care for investing in advanced technologies to reduce water consumption and farming? They wouldn't care, you know? So this is an integral challenge we are facing, and we need a collective support to be able to overcome it. Another challenge is access to financing, because sustainable startups and sustainable businesses mainly are not similar to the other conventional investments or businesses. So mainly we get access through impact donors or through sustainability grants. For example, now we have the PepsiCo Greenhouse Accelerator Program, which have been leading, like PepsiCo have been leading in the private sector, prioritizing sustainability and believing that this is the right way to build a healthier and prosperous generations for the years to come. But we need other private companies, other sectors to follow their lead as well. This would help us a lot. Thank you.
What about you guys? What do you think are the resources or support that you need that might be different from other industries?
I can spend the whole day talking about the kind of support and the resources that we need to support us, entrepreneurs, but I will just pick few things, such as the access to innovation, access to authentic and the true innovation. One of the most challenges that we also face as tech entrepreneurs, especially when it comes to in the sustainability field, is when you do an MVP, when you do a product, and you need to test it, and after you test it, you need to create your MVP, and you need to create your first sales, revenue, etc. But maybe in the middle of the way, you can find that your solution is not innovative enough. And this is because you haven't done the research that you should do. And entrepreneurs themselves alone is really hard to initiate this innovation and have this proof of concept that their innovation actually works and it is innovative and it is solving a solution at an affordable price. So starting from the academia, and when you study in a university or a school or something, the kind of support that we really need in each country is that you go to the academic people who have the knowledge and the access to data, and those who have also the labs that we should provide, private sector or governmental or both combined, so that they can help them create their innovation and tackle the challenges and come up with a POC or a proof of concept. And after that, in the same chain, the financing institutions or the same entity should push and learn or teach those entrepreneurs how to go to market and then how to finance their solutions, and then they will go. It is happening somehow in some of the Gulf countries. It is happening all the way in Europe and the US, but there is a huge lag in most of the Middle East and Africa when it comes to access to innovation. Access to innovation means that your solution is innovative, but at the end of the day, we are tackling climate change. And who is most vulnerable to climate change? The poorest people, the people or the group of low income, those who need your solutions. And in a way or another, the revenue model, the solution should be affordable so that it should be scalable. Otherwise, it will be very hard to scale if you are lacking innovation and at the same time lacking the revenue model, the adequate revenue model that would create revenue from those vulnerable people. Yeah.
Thank you. Obviously, everyone here agrees that sustainability can't be done alone, and it has to be through everyone. What about you guys? What support do you think you need?
Okay, thank you. So I will not deny that, of course, financial resources are the key to help these startups bring their idea or vision to life. Aside from that, more often than not, we have an innovative idea that is not, that the public is not aware of. So it's our responsibility to build rigorous campaigns, educational campaigns, and marketing campaigns to bring these ideas to the youth. Youth meaning children. Us being categorized as youth, I also am, it's a questionable thing for me. Are we youth? So we have that link between children and adults. So that being said, we should access schools and teach them about these innovative solutions and tell them what the future should look like. Yes.
Yeah, I second all these points, to be honest, so I don't want to like bore you all with the same talk, but I'd like to really share one story. I remember once I was with one of the region's biggest VCs, without naming it, and the managing director told me, well, your idea is a great project. You could go work with a university, and I think we really need to change this mindset. Clean tech or climate tech ideas, they're not university projects. The world is now more than ever in need of those products, or those solutions at least. And so if we really want to innovate, going back to your point, we really need to pour in the money. And I don't know from where it should start, but I think governments play a very pivotal role in that regard. So hopefully we're gonna have clean or at least impact VCs very soon. Let's see.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we've heard.
If I may just comment on what I'm saying, I think it started sustainability or climate impact for companies to focus on. It started off as a side project, something they did. With PepsiCo Positive strategy, we try to bring it in the middle of our everything we do, right? Everything is, so it becomes part of the commercial strategy. We're having a very interesting discussion with Tala this morning about, is sustainability driving the commercial strategy, or is the commercial strategy driving the sustainability? I think we're getting to a point where one cannot coexist without the other. So as you talk to VCs and other businesses, I think that's the point we like to bring it home. If we're in the beverage industry, where water plays a critical role, and if you don't have access to clean water, there's no business, right? So then focusing on clean water, making it available, sustainable, and economical, affordable, that is your business. That is the business you're in, right?
This is what we do.
That's why you're in the program.
Absolutely, yeah. So to me, I think you're making a great point, and I think all of us can be more evangelical about bringing the two together versus doing one or the other.
So Amir, you've heard basically from everyone about their kind of struggle with resources or what they think they need support with. What do you think is the biggest kind of barrier facing youth in this region specifically when they come to?
Yeah, I think the teams are very consistent, right? So I came across this statistic that was interesting, that since 2010, there are about 49 climate tech-related startups in this region. In the same period, Europe had more than 3,000, US had more than 2,000, right? So clearly this is an opportunity, and if you think of the most water-stressed nations in the world, quite a few of them are here, right? So, and that's just on water. And then you start looking at regenerative agriculture, renewable energy, and some of the other sources, it becomes a here and now challenge. So I think you talked about public policy, spot on. We need to educate the governments more. We need to work closely with them. You also talked about financing, and there's a building with a big climate finance board on it. I don't think they're quite handing out the money through the windows just yet, but that's where we need to have a lot more focus, not just from the government, but from the private sector, from the public sector, from other agencies, to make sure that they are focusing on this as their way to drive it. I think what we didn't talk about is mentorship. To me, look, some of you, I'm also quite jealous, right? That you are at the cutting edge working on problems that will impact us today, that have impacted us already. Not enough of us are working towards the solution. So hats off to you. You could have gone in many different ways, but you've chosen this, and I think it's the right thing. And I think if you fast forward, a lot of us will be looking back to say, we didn't do enough. So the fact that you're here today now, doing as much as you can, I want to make sure that you have the right support, the right mentorship, to be able to help you commercialize those ideas. And we use this a concept of seed to shelf, right? So how do you go from a potato seed to a great tasting potato chip that is available for you to buy? What is the equivalent of that, right? How do you go from an idea to commercialization in as short of a time as you can, with the right financing to scale up, with the right mentorship, and with the right regulatory environment. And one last thing that you're missing is a network. You talked about VC through Greenhouse Accelerator and Arab Youth Hackathon. Hopefully you're getting access to more and more companies. You have to develop an ecosystem where you have to find opportunities of different individuals or organizations that may be solving a different part of the same problem. And how do you bring this puzzle together? And this is where maybe some of you in these programs can join forces. Maybe someone else will come to you after the program and say, well, I'm trying to solve the same problem. How can we share notes? So in the right regulatory environment, right infrastructure, right financing, right network, and the right support, there's no reason why you cannot scale them up to make them big. So to me, these are the barriers, and collectively we all have a responsibility to remove these barriers, remove these obstacles, and let some of these businesses thrive.
Yeah, definitely. Thriving is actually one of the main topics that people were actually talking about, is that we don't have to settle for sustainability. There was actually someone that brought this up yesterday. We have to settle for actually thriving over sustainability. And hopefully if you guys are going to make it to the shelf into a potato, please don't make it as a plastic wrap potato. Try to be package free. But for the Greenhouse Accelerator champions that we have here, what does finance kind of play a role? And how did you guys actually able to finance this and make sure that it actually goes into the next step?
So for Duda, we started from my personal money and family and friends, We invested a lot in the idea because we believed in it when no one was believing in it, And we were able to scale our work, invest a lot in R&D, to have a really scalable model. In the past 2 years, we've been accessing accelerator programs back in Lebanon, and luckily, we were shortlisted to be among the 6 finalists in the PepsiCo Greenhouse Accelerator program. And thankfully, we won the challenge as well. And this just reflects the amount of work that has been invested in Duda to bring this solution to everyone, basically to all the farmers in the region, not just keeping it in Lebanon, in a local-based small region. So in terms of financing, so far we were able to raise up to $300,000 non-equity grants. This is in addition to our personal investment. Yeah.
Okay, it's amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
What about you, Raghi? How do you balance your financial with your sustainability goals?
I will get my CFO on the phone to answer this question. No, there is one statement: keep fundraising. Wherever the stage, or whatever the stage that you are in your startup, in your venture, either you're a startup or even big corporate, keep fundraising. This could be from equity fundraising from VCs, private equity, debt financing, or even fundraising from your clients. Yeah, this is very important. So at Noor Nation, we started like bootstrapping completely in the first 2 years, when we were just like 3-4 people, and we were squeezed with very limited resources, but also I believe we did very well. And after that, we started to receive a lot of grants and awards. And grants and awards are really important because they help you with your operational expenses, but at the same time, they are a kind of verification that your solution is innovative and scalable. And the third thing is we open our seed investment round, and we hope that it is scheduled to be closed by the first quarter of 2024, where we are like in contact with many VCs in the climate tech across Africa and Europe and MENA, and I am happy to say that less than 2 months ago, we received our first equity investment from Catalyst Fund. They are an early stage VC based in the US and Kenya, and they're actually, this is very important, your first investment is the hardest one. Because if you received an investment, especially when it comes to a VC having an equity in your company and taking the risk, they have been through like 3 months, 4 months due diligence, etc. It means that it is easier for other VCs that you are already verified and acknowledged, and other VCs can be on board, or investors can be onboarded quickly. So this is how we accelerated in the past few weeks, but we received also more than $150,000 of grant money, and we have been fundraising from our clients, which is equivalent to our revenues. So since our incorporation in February 2022, we made a revenue of $400,000 US dollars. And one of the most important thing also for the climate tech entrepreneurs and the startup that where you can raise money from is actually selling carbon credits. And since we are a renewable energy company and we are providing safe water and the clean energy to remote areas, replacing the diesel generation for irrigation, for agriculture, etc., we actually have a lot of carbon credits or carbon footprint that we have been tracking, verifying, and recording, and then issuing these carbon credits to some off-takers worldwide for some big corporates who want to meet their net zero emissions by 2050, which is really hard to be done on the ground. So alternatively, they buy carbon credits. This is also a source of revenue. So this is quickly our journey when it comes to fundraising in the past 2.5 years.
Thank you so much.
If I may add something, so when it comes to financials, sustainability startups are similar to any other startups, but how do we combine sustainability with finance is the unique edge here. For example, in Duda, we don't, like if we compare like conventional companies with sustainable companies, usually they already have their finances set, the easy money, they can get loans and etc. They just look how to give more meaning and value to the services or products they do through maybe sourcing more sustainable products or packaging free or any others. In our case in Duda, the entire business is built on sustainability, from raising earthworms, where we conserve a species that's already at risk, to feeding them organic waste, which the worms eat, so we will be contributing to circular economy. And at the end of the cycle, we will be producing multiple products of organic fertilizers, which feed into the soil ecosystem, restoring it and bringing several sustainability benefits to the environment. So this is already there, but at the same time, we're making profit. So it makes it easier so we're not achieving some sustainable benefits. We have the sustainability, we're presenting it, but at the same time, we're making money.
Oh, thank you, Nada, honestly, for sharing like spot-on solutions and actual live action of what you guys are doing together. So moving on with Afif and Ibrahim, you guys are from the Arab Youth Hackathon, which is basically you're still in the ideation phase. So how do you guys envision scaling up your sustainable solution?
Okay, thank you for that question. So being also categorized as youth, I also believe we're the hardest workers, the ones that are not going to easily take no for an answer, the ones that are going to persevere through hardships and obstacles. And that being said, usually we're going to be persevering until we reach our goals. It's also key to make a good team, link up with people who believe in the same vision, people from marketing who will help you and everyone establish linkages with key players in regions abroad and not limit ourselves to our region or our nation. And finally, being the youth or internet age, we have to stay up to date with all the new trends, all the accelerators that will help us guide our vision and turn our dreams into reality. Thank you.
Ibrahim, you're in the ESG space, so you should have a good idea of how you want to scale up.
No, I'd like to actually first sound the alarm, because if we were all fintech startups, I think this conversation would have been really easy. How much did you raise? I would have said 15 million. Someone else would have said 10 million. And what are you doing? We're doing some cloud-based solution. Like, it's the same jargon. But you saw now how much they're suffering and how much effort they're putting to get $300,000. I think this is really a shame, and this is something we should really be. I mean, grants are very important. They really grow a seed, as you kindly put, but they're not a way or not a sustainable way to grow an entire business. Let's compare ESG management companies in the MENA region and Europe. Europe, you have companies like Watershed, they raised $25 million, $30 million, whereas here we're suffering to raise $500,000. That's really sad, and I think it shouldn't be the case. We have the money, so we have the finances, and we have the people, we have the data, we have everything, and it's really sad, and I'm really scared. Like, okay, in 1 year when I'm in their position, what would be would I suffer as well? I don't want to suffer. And I know I need to suffer eventually, but
You don't have to.
I don't have to. Other companies aren't. So, and I really, really thank Pepsi for this opportunity massively, because no one else is helping us. No one. It's like the only company that until now facilitated financing opportunities, or even, let's not even focus on the money, as you kindly put, experiential learning. I remember one of the most lessons I learned was when I was in the Netherlands. I was studying mechanical engineering, and I was part of a club called TU Ecomotive. It was essentially teaching us how to build a car sustainably. So we were building chairs from horsehair that falls. And it's really, you learn by doing. And that's what we really learned, at least in the hackathon. And I think, I can't thank you enough, so thank you. And I think everyone, please, a round of applause, because they've helped us a lot. But hopefully we can really find some VCs at least soon.
Okay, so I'm going to actually leverage on that and keep that hype up with you. Brahim, can you let us know what you think is missing, or what is actually needed when it comes to sustainable policies in this field?
I want to be politically correct. I don't think we have sustainability policies. If we compare the policies that are in this region, in comparison at least to the policies that are in Europe, there's a very big difference. In Europe, from January 1, 50,000 companies have to report on ESG impact. How many companies have to report in the MENA region? I don't have a number, but I'm pretty sure that's less than 100. Or at least I don't know of any. So you have companies like Pepsi who do sustainability reports voluntarily. They don't need to do sustainability reports. But what are the regulations here? And I think really governments should interact with startups who have this experience. Tell them, hey guys, what do you need? How can we help you? But no one did it to me, at least. And I don't know if anyone did it to you. It shouldn't be the private sector. The private sector should focus on their innovation, improving their products, and it shouldn't be Pepsi's role in raising startups. It is a great thing to do, but it's not their duty. I think it's the duty of the entire world and governments.
Thank you. Afif, what do you think about policies?
Well, we are a little behind, as Ibrahim said. We can use those examples to work on and bring them to this side of the world. Furthermore, we believe that we are the leaders of tomorrow. So if not us, someone from our team will be definitely or have the intention or the will to suffer and work through government hierarchies to reach a stage where they can actually establish these sort of policies. And also, as I previously mentioned, rigorous education programs.
Okay, what about you? Is there any specific policy maybe that you've seen abroad or you've heard of that you feel like would work here in the MENA region?
Regardless of the policies, this is something that should not block your path and vision and mission of what you do. Yeah, I know that what you're referring to is like the Europe and the US are much more mature when it comes to sustainability policies, incentives, etc., that can actually make the life of climate and agri-tech entrepreneurs much easier. But I'm so lucky to be Egyptian, and I'm so lucky to be in this region, because this region, although all of the very hard work, access to data, access to finance, economic downturns, the lack of regulations, this is actually, I believe, I want to be grateful. This is what made me what I am right now. And building it the hard way is what really makes an entrepreneur resilient. And this is one of the most important terminology that we're going to use in the coming few years. And this resilience is actually what will make you succeed in your country, although it is really hard, but also scale easier and faster. Maybe other than entrepreneurs who have been in Europe, in the US, but still they don't have the ambition and the passion to do what they are doing. Because finding it too easy and too regulated also has a reflection of lacking real innovation. Yeah? Look to Nigeria, look to East Africa, look to Central Africa, and look to the amount of investment that has been raised to those guys and startups in a region like Nigeria from VCs. You'll find that startups or Nigerian startups in the past 5 years, they have raised much more money than other countries, Egypt, even more than Egypt or South Africa. And those are very hard ecosystem. And those guys, they have incredible talent, and we have incredible innovative solutions, and they're receiving the most money, the most amount of money, the biggest values from investors. Why? Because they're in Nigeria. Yeah? So if those guys, the same guys, were raised or born or have this ease of regulations and ease of ecosystems in other countries like MENA or in Europe or US, I am sure that they will be the way or the same that whom they are right now. So policies are hard, I really agree, and they are lack of a lot of regulations when it comes to sustainability, the ecosystems in general, where I come from, but still I am so grateful to those countries, to those ecosystems that made me resilient and they made me whom I am right now.
Yeah. May I quickly add to this point? Because I respectfully disagree with one regards, because it doesn't need to be difficult. I mean, you can say companies in Germany, they're not ambitious. No, they're very ambitious. They're very innovative. They have great solutions. Yeah. And so I don't think innovation is linked with policy. They're really not linked. Policy is meant to support the foundation. Yeah. I'm going to make a foundation that will support everyone to innovate, and that's really what I'm trying to emphasize. Okay, let's be like Europe. Let's have those foundations. Let's have those principles to enable us to work easily and not focus on policy. We shouldn't focus on policy. We should focus on our product. Yeah. That's the difference. Yeah. So
you have also a lot of startups in Europe and the US who have the policy, the access to finance and everything, but they failed. Yeah, it is really, and if those startups wouldn't have been that they want to do something and they are eager and they're keen to do what they do, they wouldn't be successful. So it's like what I want to say, that don't use like the lack of policies and regulations, etc. It's like the hang where you're saying that, oh, there is no enough policy here. I will not do my business here. I'm not able to access to finance, and eventually. I'm not encouraged enough to open my startup and business. Maybe you can do it in another country, but lacking of policies, that maybe there's something that doesn't stop you. The governmental bodies need also the entrepreneurs and the private sector to lobby and develop the policies by time. They really need them. Maybe you don't know, but they need it. Even they become so slow, etc. But you have also the power to embark on and influencing them, even like a very fraction of percentage, but you still can do it. This is my point of view, but I respect yours.
No, this is great, actually. It's very nice to see that diverse range of thinking from experience, where you are at your stage of the project versus where you are. It's actually very nice to see this fruitful discussion. Do you want to add anything about policy?
Of course, I'd like to add something, that when talking about policies, it's a long-term process. It has to start from educating the policymakers to start with. So I've been one of the meetings during COP, and top-level people were discussing, from different countries, discussing the level of policies when it comes to sustainability, and even they were elderly people, so not our age, and they were struggling with their superiors to pass the idea of why putting a certain policy is important, and honestly, at the end of the meeting, I sensed that we're still a bit far from achieving some change when it comes to policy making. We have a long way through. We need to do advocacy for sustainability. We need to form coalitions and networks of startups, of like-minded organizations to raise our voices and stress and emphasize the importance of setting such policies. You can give multiple examples of policies across the world, whether from organic waste management, food waste management. In France, they issued a law where restaurants are not allowed to throw waste. They need to donate it or they get a fine. The same day, they started donating food, and they solved a big problem, you know?
Wonderful.
So it's not our responsibility. We shouldn't be thinking and putting a lot of effort there. There should be technical, professional teams that are sustainability teams that are working with the government to issue policies when it comes to sustainability, so each one can do his role, can put the effort in the right place, so that everyone can benefit from the end result. So, Raji is right.
Sorry, you're competing with the plane. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We have to be louder when we talk about policy.
Exactly.
Even here, you know.
I didn't know we were on a flight path. But look, I mean, first, I really love my job. I get an opportunity to sit here and listen to you guys, and I'm really not trying to interrupt the conversation, because I think you're getting to the heart of the issues. And you talked about resilience. I would add another word, perseverance, very strong work ethic. I mean, all of these are the bedrock of success, right? So you may not see the success, how it may come and what shape, but it will. I mean, it all starts. And it's not about you have to pay your dues, and it's just you're going through a cycle where every obstacle can also be a stepping stone. So if you think about public policy is not available in most of your field, you actually have an opportunity to write it. Write it for the government. Take it to them and say, well, this is a good starting point. What do you want to add to this, right? Now, many other startups won't have that opportunity because the regulations are already out there and you're trying to fit something that addresses those regulations. You don't have those constraints. So I would really take some of those restrictions out and say you have a clean sheet of paper, write your business plan, write your opportunity, write your regulatory environment, and then get to the right people to make sure that you can bring it to reality.
Yes, do I agree? Yeah.
Thank you. Honestly, very nice. I've learned a lot personally. Thank you so much, Amr, for this amazing interaction with the leadership of PepsiCo. And I hope you guys also, obviously the audience also enjoyed it. Maybe get a raise of hands for how many did actually enjoy this discussion. Okay, that's
Nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
Keep the hands up for a photo.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for wrapping
And
up.
can I also thank my team, because some of you talked about how PepsiCo is doing these things. Look, no one person and no one company can do it all, right? And we're blessed with some amazing and very talented individuals. Some of you are here in the audience who have actually gone through, met a lot of startups, you know, whether it's through Greenhouse Accelerator, Arab Youth Hackathons, organized some of these city-by-city events where we've been able to shortlist. We've learned a lot along the way, and the more you get to know this ecosystem, the more you realize that we're just scratching the surface. Yeah. There's a lot more to be done for us individually, for us collectively, and for us organizationally. Like you know, who may have had many other opportunities to do this differently, I think all of us think about how can we add more value both as PepsiCo employees, but also as in our individual capacity.
Yeah.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
فتنا بالجو كتير.
Good.
يلا بينا.
pull together to make that difference. We've got to all shout above their noise. That's what we've got to do, and we need to do it now. So, people in the Extreme Hangout, let's do something extreme. It might be our last chance.
Well, thanks very much to Chris Packham. I think that was very powerful, and I think it fits very well with our theme, uniting people with sport. Everyone loves sport, don't we? So, welcome again. I'm Charles Perry. I'm based in the UK as an entrepreneur in the sustainability field, and I'm delighted to be the moderator for this wonderful panel, very international panel. And I'm going to get us going, and then hopefully we'll have a discussion and we'll involve some audience members in that discussion as well. So if each of you could introduce yourselves, I'm going to start with Suzanne from IUCN and where you're from, and tell us a little bit about the Sports for Nature framework, please, Suzanne.
Yes, yes. I'm Susanne Petersen, and I work for IUCN, the largest and oldest conservation organization, and it's based in Switzerland, but I'm Danish by nationality, and I come from a family of sports enthusiasts, so I'm really excited about this very unique Sports for Nature framework, which is very different from what IUCN normally does. We really normally work at providing all the data, like Chris Paddock said, when we are saying how many species are threatened, etc. We are providing that data, IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, etc. We normally also work in the field of international organizations, conventions, discussions like here at COP. But we've gone beyond traditional to form a Sports for Nature framework, which is really unique in trying to unite the sports community with international organizations. So it's formed by IUCN, the International Olympic Committee, UN Environment Program, UNEP, but also the Convention on biological diversity, you know, the guys negotiating all these things on nature and climate, and then a philanthropic organization, Sails for Change. And we are really trying to get the sports industry and organizations to commit, use their transformative power, the fact that they capture our hearts and minds to bring it to support the nature, to own up to their responsibility for climate change as well. So I think it's a very exciting initiative. We've got 50 sign-ups already, but more and more are coming, and we're inviting any sports organization all over the world, no matter what size, whether it's top professional clubs or your small club locally, you're more than welcome as long as you commit to using your power to transform and get everyone to care about climate and nature through sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Very good. So, Iris, you've brought footballs
Yeah.
from Germany?
So if you see someone walking around with a very colorful ball and an SDG ball, that's probably going to be me, and I'm part of Spirit of Football. I'm from Germany, but I've been around a lot in the Middle East and the Arab world, so very happy to be back here in Dubai. Spirit of Football is an NGO. We're based in Germany. We do social projects on integration and also workshops on sustainability with schools and football clubs. And we like to bring this topic of climate action to the general public through sports, using football in our workshops. And our DNA project is the ball. You can see it here. This is the ball with 13,000 signatures. We travel every 4 years to the World Cup. And this year was the first to the Women's World Cup. Maybe you guys know where it was. So we traveled from London to New Zealand and Australia, doing the same workshops we do in Germany, but also everyone we meet is allowed to sign the ball and make a pledge on gender equality and climate action. So you can imagine we have thousands of pledges, thousands of people are united. It's a sign of equality. We all belong together, and I think we have all the same in mind in uniting us all in the fight for climate action through sport.
Fantastic. So basically, we need people to sign up, and we need people to start playing football, right? So this lot aren't just going to be sitting, is that right?
Well, we have all the options we can do. That's a little thing to know. Before you sign, you also have to do a header. So even if it's your first header, you're very welcome. We have ambassadors and presidents doing their first header, signing the ball. It's great fun. Don't be afraid.
Are you going to give us a demonstration first, though, when we get to that?
We can do that, no problem. I don't know if I mentioned that I'm a football player myself, so I can do this all day.
Good, very good. Right, Izzy, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I guess I'm here representing Extreme. It's one of the championships that I work with, but I've worked in motorsport for about 12 years. I'm originally from Australia, Australian-Polish, but I moved to Saudi Arabia last year, and after working in Saudi for 3 years. So I'm quite involved in motorsport there. And with Extreme, that was kind of my introduction to how sports can drive change. I came up with the role of impact correspondent. I started in motorsport actually as a DJ, and then through my passion for environmentalism, and then COVID happened and I didn't have a career in DJing anymore. So I went back to my journalism roots and created the role of impact correspondent. Extreme has a ship called the St. Helena ship, which transports the whole race around the world. Sorry, for those of you who don't know, Extreme is an electric SUV championship that races around the world in areas that are damaged by climate change or anthropogenic activities. And I lived on this ship for 11 months and created content around the climate and social issues that around each race location that Extreme E went to.
Thank you, Izzy. Maybe you could just also tell us the Formula E and Extreme E.
Yeah, so I'm also involved in Formula E, which is going to celebrate its 10th season next year. And that is a driver for electric mobility. So a lot of the technology, a lot of the electric mobility technology that you see today on the streets is a direct result of the innovation at Formula E.
Thank you very much. Right, over to Steve. I think you've just landed from South Africa with some of your colleagues this morning. Very good.
Thanks. So I'm a very, very proud South African, and we come from a slightly different angle, which is really the nutrition for sports and what we learn from sports. And we are, by the way, the Rugby World Cup winners. And what made us win was the pixie dust. And what's the pixie dust is about getting diversity and understanding diversity and celebrating that diversity. And so the same thing with our nutrition and farming. And so we basically look at what can we learn from high-performing teams? What can we learn from Ubuntu? How do we understand that you don't win as an individual, you win as a team and a community and eventually a nation? And then what are the 1%ers that we can all do together? And so you can't take drugs anymore in sport. It's now about how do we find thousands of small little 1%ers, which is regenerative agriculture, looking at our nutrition for our youth to be better sports people, and then how do we teach a regeneration and a rewilding? And so we work a lot with sporting teams that travel, and we get them to understand and gift rewilding through seed pools, and it's really around biodiversity credits. How do we bring this in with sport? Because it is the celebration of people meeting, and it's in this meeting is how can we give a gift to the ecosystem collapse of every host by being a part of the solution and leaving a legacy with trees, with microbes in soil, with regeneration and with biodiversity. And so we create alliances, and we look at how can we look at the future of food and how can we look at the future of nutrition. And it's that partnership with how do we get young generations that are learning football with a Mandla football and eating well so that we don't have the malnutrition, the stunting, etc., and we pull that together. So we are the farmers with veldskoens, and that is our part of kind of celebrating learning from sport and bringing it back in.
And clearly inspired by the great Nelson Mandela.
Absolutely.
With that wonderful moment in 1995, the Invictus movement, using rugby to unite a nation. Wasn't that beautiful? Right, Amber, we're sitting at your beautiful Extreme Hangout, and you're on the stage.
I know, a real joy. I finally made it onto my own stage. Woohoo! It's only because the lineup of panelists is always so extraordinary, and I am deeply honored to be here with all of you guys. I mean, Charles, you've been such a friend to the Extreme Hangout. Suzanne, you are here to represent the scientists and the brilliance that comes out of the IUCN, and we celebrate you guys for all the extraordinary knowledge that you bring as part of that organization. And Iris, I mean, football is the greatest game in the world, according to an awful lot of the population around the world. I have to say, it's not kind of my bag. In fact, I was playing with my 12-year-old nephew recently, and my ankle is still not quite the same. I'm really not very good at it. And then correspondence. We need storytellers. We need all of these stories to tell us to get out around the world. So Izzy, thank you so much for being here. And then Ubuntu, Steve, yeah, I'm always banging on about nutrition and how we grow things and that connection with wildlife, and then of course how it feeds our athletes and stuff. So really it's my great honor to be on the stage with all of you guys. At Extreme International, I lead on sustainability, which is super fun and engaging, and only that because our young team are themselves very motivated in this space too. But as a representative of the extreme and adventure sports community, you guys all know this, we're out skiing down mountains, climbing them, cycling on desert trails, we're in the ocean, diving, we're sailing. Yeah, you can't get us out of these crazy spaces. And most of our audience are young people. The young at heart, we're still clinging on in there with our fingernails so that it's still, we still feel like we can be represented in that space. Yeah, I mean, I could keep talking for a while, so I'm gonna...
And Amber, I just want to pin you on one other thing that you haven't mentioned, which is when I first heard about you before I met you, you were in a lot of the newspapers and magazines paddleboarding. Can you just tell us a little bit about where your sort of paddleboarding celebrity status came from?
That's very kind, Charles, and totally unnecessary. But actually, it links really nicely into, I mean, I was very privileged. I grew up a large part of my childhood in the Bahamas, so I'm really an ocean baby. And so paddleboarding very quickly became a part of my life. It's the most wonderful way to explore our waves. I have done some crazy things in the name of nature, but using sport in order to bring attention to it. So I've paddleboarded the River Thames, I crossed the Channel on a paddleboard, don't necessarily recommend that, deeply uncomfortable and rather cold, but it was an awesome journey and adventure to take. And then I have circumnavigated various islands in the Bahamas as well. So much fun, and then of course you see so much nature as well, and I saw nature that I thought we'd lost in part of the, through the island chains as well. And so actually it really helped to instill a sense of hope as to there are still spots out there where I can find nurseries for sharks and turtles and conch, and then you get the odd dolphin passing by, and there's always a celebration there.
Yeah, we definitely need to do a lot more to engage sporting people all over the world around this, absolutely critical agenda. Because am I wrong in thinking that it took a while for the footballing world to really get into the sustainability revolution? What do you think?
Well, I'm not, of course, speaking on their behalf, but as a spectator and lover of football, I think they have missed the boat for many, many years. If you look at the community and football being spread all over the globe, stadiums being built without proper maybe consideration for sustainability. The events themselves are not very sustainable in terms of energy efficiency or waste management, or even, let's say, the travel arrangements. I mean, now we'll have a World Cup spanning, I don't know how many countries and so forth. So I think football and other, let's say, organizations, I think really need to step up and build it into their planning and make commitments that they're willing to hold. And then, you know, some of the famous soccer stars could also, you know, be out there embracing some of these issues. If you think about it, climate change is also impacting their work. I mean, it's getting hotter and hotter, more and more difficult to train in extreme, let's say, heat, or the weather events are extreme, canceling many sporting events, and so I think there are lots of things that even the players themselves should, of course, be caring about in their profession, but also in their private lives.
Yeah, so the beautiful game could be a bit more caring about the beauty around us, right? Now, you're a footballer, Iris, so is that fair? I mean, do we see football stars specifically starting to talk out, I mean, with all their influence?
I think I totally agree that football has great power in putting a focus on climate action, and it's really not used enough. There are some players, for example, we were at the Women's World Cup, and there was a couple of players who did the biggest initiative so far in offsetting their flights. We all know offsetting is not the solution to all our problems, but it's a start, and it's a great message. It was put together actually by colleagues of ours, Football for Future, and we can see, like, if all the male players would spend some of their salary, not just the women from the little salary they get anyways, you can see what big of impact that had. And also we see that these female footballers are being great role models, for example, in that. So if all the guys, I know there's some male players who do that as well, so shout out to them, but if more of them would pull and push for that, and also push their clubs, and especially the organizations and FIFA and all the other bodies, to try to make these tournaments more sustainable. Imagine what effect that would have, and how it would lead other sporting events to go after them and do the same.
So these alpha males need to get more in touch with Mother Earth, don't they? Izzy, you know, you're used to the world of Formula One and racing, and then Formula E and Extreme E. I mean, do you notice a big change? I mean, how did you, when you first got into the industry, and we know Formula One is a very polluting industry.
Yeah.
Can you just describe how things are changing?
I can't speak for Formula One, but you know, the motorsport industry is typically a very emissions-heavy, male-dominated industry, and Extreme E is challenging that. You know, we also, one of our core pillars is also equality, so it's electrification, entertainment, environment, and equality, and we champion true gender equality. We're the only motorsport championship that has a male and a female driver in each team. But we've attracted Lewis Hamilton from the Formula One world as a team owner. We have motorsport legends like Carlos Sainz, Nasser Al-Attiyah, Sebastian Loeb, Christina Gutierrez, the very long list, who have come in obviously to participate, but they also participate in something that we have called, which is the legacy program. Our mantra is race without a trace. So these legacy programs are installed to work together with local NGOs and communities to help mitigate the local issues in that particular race location. So definitely from my experience, I've worked at Formula One, and I can see that Extreme E, Formula E, we are starting to have a little bit of an effect. And actually, we just made an announcement that Extreme E is going to partner with Formula One for the hydrogen Extreme. So in 2 years' time, Extreme E will have two races. It'll be Extreme E and Extreme H. so to further develop the hydrogen technology, and Formula One is a signatory on that, so they're going to help promote and also push the innovation in that, which is great because, you know, we talk about unifying, and others would see that Formula One and Formula E are perhaps in competition, but we're not. We're there to support each other. Formula One and Formula E are completely different. We're in the world of motorsport, but we're here to unify and to push innovation and change. I just wanted to make a comment on the soccer. I invite everyone to go into the Saudi Green Initiative. As you know, Saudi will be hosting the soccer games, and there is technology on how they're going to build the stadiums in a sustainable way. So just a side note.
Now, Steve, you mentioned the word Ubuntu, and we briefly talked about rugby and the example of Nelson Mandela. Can you just tell us what is Ubuntu?
Sure, it is the power of our togetherness. And it's almost the African proverb, it takes a village to raise a child, and it takes a great amount of diversity to raise a child. So Ubuntu is I am because you are. And so it really reflects the human spirit of empathy, of authenticity, and of understanding. And so when you look at what we learn in sporting teams, very often it's the invisible curriculum. The sporting team is not the best player, it is the best community that supports each other to win with a single focus. And very often you've got to get very brilliant at the basics. You've got to understand what it means to win. And I think that conversation is changing. And I think in this conversation, it's really around listening and saying, what does winning mean now? Is winning what we used to think it was? And is winning now about how do we win and affect nature and affect biodiversity? So this and conversation is really coming in. And we're seeing the full circle with wellness and vitality, because we need nature to survive. For every medicine, every bit of nutrition, everything that we have, and we're not talking enough about that. And so the practice of what farming used to do to win and what it's going to do in the future is completely different. And so it's really saying, how do we learn from sport to be better communities that are high performing? And how do we learn from nature to see what diversity in nature actually encourages this growth and this vitality? And how do we pull that together? Because healthy population in the future for great sport is going to be a healthy world that is deeply healthy, not on a very thin veneer.
Thank you. And Amber, I mean, I know your great passion has always been the oceans, and you talked about paddleboarding and the Bahamas and your background in that. And Alistair Gosling, your husband's passion has been more around, I guess, I mean, he's a pilot, he started in the skiing world. I remember seeing extreme television in ski resorts with snowboarders jumping off cliffs and things.
Crazy stuff.
And your union has sort of brought adventure sports and the climate risks that we're facing together to look for solutions. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Extreme International, we've got an enormous following. It's about 20 million fans across the different social channels. We did nuts numbers last year, 2.3 billion video views. I mean, it's pretty crazy. And it just struck me as too good an opportunity to take all these young people who are enthusing and going into nature to do their sports, and whether they know it or not, that nature is benefiting them. They're building their own physical strength, they're in competition with their friends, they're also creating their communities around these. And it's also not just about their physical health, it's about their mental health too. I mean, literally when you have a situation in the UK where our GPs, our doctors, are prescribing that people take walks in nature now. It's like, whoa, we're really going back to basics on this level. But when I really got to understand the community through working at Extreme, I was like, hang on a second, these guys are all going into nature for all of these reasons, and you know what it's like when you end up in nature, you start caring about it, you care about it, you want to protect it, and then with luck you find your voice and different ways to do it. That's exactly what happened to me. So I was like, well, let's bring these primarily young people again more into the climate conversation and see if we can help find little pieces that resonate with them. And the SDGs are a really beautiful example because they represent not just gender equality, water security, the built environment. I mean, and life on land, life below water. There are ones that each one of us can hang our hat on and go, okay, I'm not a perfect environmentalist, and I am not a perfect environmentalist. None of us are, but we don't need a few perfect environmentalists. We need billions of imperfect ones. And if water is the thing that gets you out of bed in the morning, because perhaps you grew up in a water-deprived area and your mom had to walk miles each day in order to collect it and bring it back for your family, then use your voice on that. And if, like me, I grew up loving the ocean, and that is what has led me here today. It was that particular love of nature.
Thank you. I want to come back to this ball in front of you, Iris. It's got a lot of signatures on it. I mean, any idea how many signatures? Probably not, right?
13,284.
Oh, you know exactly.
I have an eidetic memory. No, we kind of guesstimate after every day, and we definitely reached 10,000 in Kiribati. I don't know if any one of you know, I didn't know the group of islands before, but we had that 10,000, and then through the World Cup, another like 2 to 3, and then we had some signatures here, so it must be around that.
So do you want people here to sign that?
Yeah, everyone's very welcome. You can be part of this journey. Like I said, this journey was from London to New Zealand and Australia, plus Sport Positive in London and Germany, and now COP. 21 countries on the way in Southeast Asia, and people like kids, adults, football players. By the way, the female World Cup winners, 2 of them signed during the finale, and all of them signed the ball. We're all part of the same world, and everyone can do their part. So if anyone has a specific pledge, something they're already doing, or especially if you have something that's been hard for you and you want to commit to it now, may it be veganism, single-use plastic, changing to green energy, or pushing your leaders to have a just transition to clean energy. It can be anything like that.
So should we test this audience? How many of you are willing to sign this football? Please show hands up. Okay, that's pretty good, right? So we need to make time for that. And Suzanne, what one thing would you like this wonderful group of people sitting in front of us to help you with today?
Well, I think, again, use your power as potential athletes or current sports activists or consumers of sports to put pressure on sports organizations to commit. So, for instance, the Sports for Nature framework I talked about, Sports for Nature, we want signatories to at least sign up to 4 key principles: nature protection, nature restoration, green supply chains, and education and advocacy. And then anyone can join. But of course, we want at least a commitment so that people put in pledges or measurable, let's say, plans that we can then follow up on together.
Thank you. And back to you, Steve, for a minute. You can grow Earth. So can everyone here grow Earth? What are you offering them in terms of seedlings or something?
So we get sporting teams that are traveling to develop landrace seeds and to look at what we call seed pills, which is indigenous microorganisms instead of chemical fertilizers, seed boxes for nutrition, so specifically school teams, etc., and then all of the indigenous tree varieties done with the right fertilizers, and those seed pills are a legacy and a gift. So it's under winwinearth.org, and it's really around getting people to celebrate the biodiversity that you're traveling in, not just the people that you're with, and leaving a rewilding legacy.
Okay, lovely. Izzy, is there one thing that you would like our lovely audience to take away or to think about?
Yeah, this is my personal view, and I learned this from working with Professor Carlos Duarte, who is the head of the scientific committee at Extreme. He's the 12th most influential climate scientist in the world, and he taught me that we need to also view nature as an asset. So it's there to be protected, but the truth of the matter is we live in a business world. You know, the economies need to thrive, and people need to make that direct correlation that nature is also an asset. You know, coral reefs, I think they've been assessed as something like a $60 billion tourism industry. And I urge you to please obviously conserve nature, but also see it as an asset that not to be exploited, but to be protected, because it can benefit not just the tourism industry, but also local communities in terms of food and things like that.
So before we turn to the audience, I mean, Amber, I think it's obvious, you know, they're here. This is the Extreme Hangout. So you've already given them something, and luckily they've come to participate, and I guess it's keeping engaged in the community that you've built going forward.
Definitely, and sports is the greatest community building asset I think that we all have. And as you rightly said, Charles, I imagine that's why most people are here listening to the panel today. 'Cause sport is cool, it's fun, it's sexy. My God, we need that in the climate conversation. We're too guilty of telling people what they can't do. You can't fly, you can't shop your favorite brands, you can't eat meat. At which point, everybody wants to put their hands over their ears and go, I'm going to leave that problem to somebody else. And actually, the truth is, we want all of you in and to come and meet us in any which way that you can. And sports personalities are the most influential people in the world today. And there are incredible people doing beautiful stuff in this space. Sail GP, super cool, super sexy, here in Dubai this weekend, racing out on the ocean on literally the most magnificent high-tech boats you could possibly imagine. I mean, that is really showcasing absolute excellence in this space. Down in South Africa, and I know they're in Zimbabwe, and I think in Namibia as well, there's the Rhino Football League. And that was established because this wonderful American guy, he went and was trying to understand about rhino conservation and what the struggles in the local community were, and why the local community were not necessarily fully engaged in the protection of these magnificent animals. When they sat with these local tribes from this one particular area where rhinos had been decimated, he said to them, he's like, what could I bring you instead? And one of them said, football. And he was like, huh? But can't anybody play football? He has now established a league out there. And in fact, he won the BBC Green Sports Award this year for community activations. And it's so beautiful, that story. I urge you guys to look it up. But it just goes to show where sport can really be a leader in this. And we want all those fabulous influences within these communities to come and be part of that.
Yes, thank you, Amber. I mean, it really is good for building a movement, and obviously that's what we're trying to do, building a movement with the help of sport. I like to call it the sustainability revolution. Other people have other names for it, but do people in the audience want to get involved with a question, perhaps, or even a comment? There's a gentleman here. You're going to have this microphone.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a school teacher from India, working in Indian high school. Talking about football, I was born in the northeast part of India, Nagaland. I grew up playing football. And even yesterday, in 3 months' time, I met an African young guy, 22 years old, at Mamzar Beach. He was practicing. It's been 3 months, I haven't touched football. He tore me apart and literally coached me for 2 hours. So it's very true that sports can get into the heart of people, kids. You know, I was going around the whole day, everywhere asking the question, what are you doing for the kids? Because you have to start small to make big things. I find a lot of talk. I've been commenting on Facebook and all these things and all. What are you doing really to plant these seeds in the kids? Because they are going to grow up into trees. we are ignoring them. And this is an area which, it's a waste of time. They're growing every day. And today I think the world is in such a way pulled apart. The kids don't understand. So Suzanne, I just wanted to hear that 4 goals from you, because I'm also a teacher of environmental management. So I was planning to make this a serious business in my classes. Because every time the kids get bored, I take them out for football. So what they want from me is not history classes. They want me to come with them for football. So I think I'll take that word very seriously. Thank you.
Can I maybe, I hear that my mic is on.
Yeah, what was your name? Sorry.
Jyoti Rajan.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you, and I think all of us, that all our work is important here at this level, but that the next generation are the ones that are going to live here and that should have a say in this, and they should know about it and what to do best, and we should listen to them. So this is really what our workshops are about. We also go to football clubs, universities, whoever invites us, but also elementary schools. So we have methods that are very interactive to, like, in a playful way, bring this topic of climate change and climate action to them. And we have a special method, fair play football, where we play without dribbling. So it's about teamwork. We play mixed, men, women, even people with disabilities, old, young, everyone can play together. And then we throw in some climate handicaps. So we collect trash before you throw it on the field. They have to play through the trash, and then we ask and reflect, and then people are like, yeah, it's very disturbing. And then we ask, okay, is this how we want to act in our environment? Or playful playing there's a flooding or something. You can adapt it in different ways. It works very well with children, but even adults. And just trying to understand what's happening, because sometimes we have to start at basic. But if people understand, or the kids already know more, we can go more into depth. Okay, what can we do? What can you do in your community? And how can we help you? So we want to listen to you and develop things from your perspective.
Thank you, Iris. I think I'm going to go. Do you want to say something, Amber?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say on that one, I mean, Chris Packham was actually talking about the power of fear and the motivational power of it. I've got to say, I lean more towards love, and whether it's love of kids, love of family, love of sport, just love of being outdoors. I mean, Martin Luther King, he said he had a dream, not a nightmare. I'm like, let's go with the dream, guys. That's surely much more empowering.
Love it. We have another question. Yes, Oliver. There we go. There's a microphone coming.
Hi. I love the panel, so thank you so much. And Ollie from Earthly. How can we learn from the sports industry and bring more competitiveness and gamification into nature protection and restoration? And that's a question to everyone.
Very good. Thank you. Who would like to kick off on that answer? Steve?
Yeah, I think that's such an important point, because I think that one of the things that we've got is we've got 2 areas. We've got one area where we've got massive threats with health and the cost of wellness. If you look at America, 400 million people, 5 trillion in healthcare, their military spend is down here. This is the issue. And so if you start to look at where capital is moving, we've got to get people to start investing in highly competitive, tradable NFTs, credits, etc., that make that impact and support that. And so very often we see things like this as, oh, we'll take a philanthropic approach to nature. Let's conserve the world with philanthropy. In fact, we've got to radically shift that. And we've got to start to say, how do we start to look at investing into conservation, investing in the ecological collapse with highly competitive tradable funds and very, very profound shifts in where we look at the cost. If we're not doing sport, if we're not eating well, it's going to take down huge superpowers. And in Africa, there's a revolution happening. And what's so exciting is the Southern African Food Transformation Alliance. And that is literally, Southern Africa is the side of America, and through generative farming, looking at climate change, looking at creating millions of livelihoods, and facing it and really driving into it, we're making very, very big changes. But it's to get the people to understand that this is a competition we've all got to win. We've got to use that same passion and power into looking at nature solutions.
I'm sure Oliver will appreciate that answer, because Earthly's business is about accelerating investment into nature. So, last question from somebody in the audience. Or we are going to do last comments from each panelist. So, Suzanne, starting with you, and I've got to give you this microphone back. Are you encouraging people to literally sign something now at the end of this panel?
Yes, absolutely. I would very much like that. And of course, we are working more at the organizational level. I said no matter what, it could be a small football club or whatever, but we want an organization or somebody to sign with that sort of commitment from the institutional side, and then bring along the individuals as well. But very much so, thank you.
Right, so those people can speak to Suzanne, right? Iris?
Well, I think I talked a lot about the ball and spirit of football, and we were talking about doing a header, and I was thinking, instead of me talking in it for another 5 minutes, maybe somebody wants to do a header and a little pledge, maybe even our friend who talked about his experience on the beach. I always say there's nothing that can go wrong when you do a header in front of an audience. But
I hope the photographers are ready.
if then we just do a do-over and act like nothing happened. Yep. If you would come up to the stage, I'm sorry, you put yourself out there, but you outed yourself as a footballer, so I thought minimizing risk here. So we like to, for everybody, you can come up here. We like for everybody to touch the ball with their head before they sign. You can think about a pledge. I mean, you're already doing something. It can be anything what you want to do to protect the environment. It's going to be on the stream, so whatever you say, other people are going to hear and maybe take it as example. And what we like to do is, before you do the header, we do the little stadium thing of oh, hey. So we can all wake up a little bit. I know it's been hot, we're all a bit dizzy, so shake your shoulders, get your hands up.
Do you want to stand up, or we...
You can stand up, yeah, stand up and do oh, hey when the header, and then I'll give you the ball and you can do your pledge, okay?
On 3, or is it just...
I'll start you off. I'll do oh, and then hey.
Right.
Ready? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay, you can look at the camera and do your pledge.
My pledge would be that every day in class there would be a lesson on environment that is given, and they would take down that in their notebooks.
Yay. Thank you, and you get to sign the ball now and add your name to all the other signatures. So thank you so much, and we're always looking for partners to do these workshops and do these journeys. So.
Very good. Just before people come up to sign, Izzy, final word from you.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to also say, I see Danielle from FIM Explorers here. Thank you for coming. And Extreme has had a little bit of a domino effect in terms of gender equality and, pushing the conversation on the climate crisis with 2 other electric championships, FIM Explorer, which is a motorcycle championship, also 1 male and 1 female in each team. And another electric championship that is actually starting in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah next year. It's called the E1 Series. And we have Tom Brady, Rafael Nadal, Steve Aoki, huge sports ambassadors, which is what we talked about, that are team owners and will also be pushing the conversation on the climate crisis, particularly on the oceans, because the oceans is the greatest carbon sink in the world. Less than 3% of it is protected. So the E1 will be very much focused on pushing and bringing awareness to the oceans, using these highly influential figures across entertainment and sport.
Lovely. Steve, final word.
I loved the comment from the teacher that talked about a seed grows into an enormous tree. And coming from an organization called You Can Grow, I'm a great believer in that. And I love the fact, I think the most important thing is we need to do a little bit of unlearning, all of us, And I think we've got to be planting seeds. It's literally every seed we plant grows into something, and every young child that is developing the talent to be the future champions is the same thing. They need a lot of nurturing, they need the right environment, and it's not one thing, it's everything that builds champions, and it's everything that is going to save our ecosystems.
Lovely, Steve. Thank you. Amber.
And to follow on from that, Steve, as well, isn't it 10,000 hours? Isn't that what they say to turn into a sports professional? We've all got to practice this stuff. Being an environmentalist doesn't necessarily come easily to anybody out there, but we can do it. We've got to practice, and by repetition, we're going to get better at it. And please, our leaders, everybody in the blue zone over there right now, and to all of us, could we just stretch that extra mile, put in that little bit of extra effort? Let's pretend we're all running a marathon together. Come on, we've got to have that energy to get across this finishing line, because it's going to benefit all of us, but most especially our kids.
Thank you, Amber. I think all of you will agree that it's a pretty special panel over here, so let's give them a round of applause. Over to the ball signing ceremony. Thank you.
Lovely, really lovely.
Take a video.
What you
So I'll go on and it's why I always find it. Hello. Thank you everyone for joining our third panel of the day, which is about decolonizing futures with rights for nature. This has Emma, Kalpana, and Leonard joining, and please give them a massive round of applause as you welcome them onto the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like it.
Just sit there. Okay. I didn't even know I was on the speaker yet. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for joining us when it's near the end of COP, because everyone's very tired and burnt out. And actually, we were supposed to have Danny and Maria joining us today, but they have had a very full-on week. So day 10 is now taking its toll. But thank you anyway for all coming. I'm Emma. I'm the founder of Earth Minutes, which is a organization that specializes in environmental communications, and we're a young collective of environmental researchers and creatives. And we're having this conversation today to decolonize futures with rights for nature. So thank you all, and Kalpana, I'd love to introduce you.
Hi everyone, it's really nice to see everyone on a very hot day, so I hope you've been hydrating yourself. I'm Kalpana. I'm the founder of Nowadays on Earth, which is a social enterprise advocating for contact with nature. I'm also a technologist, an urban greening activist, and a gardener, and super excited to be here today.
And Leonard.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone, my name is Leonard. I'm from Rwanda, and I'm CEO of We for Climate, which is the local organization which try to educate and empower local communities about climate change, but also mid this year I fall in love with filmmaking, so I try to do water filmmaking, environmental filmmaking, so that I can help those local community, international community to spread the message, the voice, to raise their voice about nature and environment. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Well, thanks, guys. And we're all from a production and technology background, so what we really want to address today is how we can make nature more accessible and inclusive to all. And our first question, which I'm just going to open to all of us, we can have a discussion, is what role can grassroots action play in cultivating the rights for nature to build a just future? So, Kalpana, do you want to have a start?
Sure. Yeah, I feel like cultivating the rights for nature means that we really need to connect with nature. First of all, I work within an urban greening background, and obviously there's a little more of a disparity between how we relate to nature within a city space. And for me, what I've seen is different communities, like community gardens or guerrilla gardens, really lean into people power and leaning into human connections in order to amplify our nature connections. I think in order to protect something, you have to love it and care for it first. So having those relationships that are immediate and on the ground are vital to even getting into the place where we can have a conversation about how we protect nature, both through legal structures, but then also as active agents and citizens of a space. We have the right to protect our local woodlands, our local trees, or the local green spaces that are around us, but oftentimes that ownership is taken away from us, and this movement that is about giving nature their rights, it's also about recommoning lands and giving ourselves the ownership to take care of the land around us. So I think putting structures in place where we can get people to feel they have an sense of agency of interacting with their natural spaces is vital. So community gardens are a radical point where that interaction can take place. And you know, we have like a farm, a mini farm place here, and I wonder how many have been interacting within that space, or the nature that we have around us, you know, as we're walking around. What has been that interaction between, you know, what is nature and what is artificial, and also seeing ourselves as a part of nature is part of that conversation.
Absolutely. And Leonard, from Grassroots Action, you are a filmmaker and you've been documenting these messages and these people that are driving change. So where do you feel that really kind of the importance of grassroots action fits in with your work?
Well, thank you so much. I think, even if she said a lot, but I think that what we have to know, first of all, is that we are part of nature. Everyone is a part of nature, but what we need is to care about that. And I've been reading an interesting writing from CBD that human food, 60% is from plants of our food we consume. So only that mention how we are connected to nature, and I can say we are nature by ourselves. So we need to know that we are part of nature and we are just composed by nature. And again, giving nature conservation a walk is for everyone, but also remember that we need to consider grassroots communities that mainly for us, we call them maybe indigenous people, people who are living closer to nature, because like people who are living in the cities, it's so hard for them to have access to nature. Maybe I'll be back on that. So it is very important to consider grassroots community and make sure that we are living in environment and nature in harmony. And again, I try to read a lot about nature, and I've been interested by Rwandan law, where they say that everyone has the right to live in a clean and beautiful environment. So either grassroots community or maybe anyone else, we have a right to live in environment, but also, clean environment, but also we need to remember that we have responsibilities to care environment itself. So either we want or not, we live in environment and we will be part of environment. So I know that environment, it's doing its work to protect us, to nourish us, to give us food, to give us air, to give us clean water. But what is my part? What am I doing to make sure that I'm giving back to the environment? So what we need to try to do is to use those kind of resources, knowledge, and messages to give them to the community to know that they are part of environment and they need to conserve environment. And most of them, they've been doing that maybe intentionally. Like in my community, I can say there are some taboos which were there to conserve environment intentionally, because I grown seeing some people in the locality saying we had some taboos where there are some kind of trees that was prohibited to cut, some animals that were not eatable, I may say, and this was kind of giving a community opportunity to protect environment, maybe intentionally. So all that are the combination of showing how we people are connected to environment and what part of work that we can do to it.
Absolutely. And I love that about not being separate to the environment, because as a communicator, that's more than vital to stress that. And with grassroots action, you know, that's a huge part of grassroots' role to innovate and challenge the way that we're sharing and perceiving nature and the environment. And something that I want to quickly share about something I've seen here is loads and loads of language like let's partner with nature, or nature is our greatest investment, or planet Earth is our greatest investment. And what's really interesting about that is it's keeping us separate still. We're not having the conversation of being with nature, you know, we are nature. So I'll leave that thought there, and then going on to our separate topic.
Yeah, so we're going to look at the flip side of that, or maybe even, you know, looking at the polarity of what nature is. We normally assume that it's technology. So how do you see technology and production as a way to support nature access so that we don't have this, you know, tensional relationship between nature and technology?
Yes, I think this is the question on everyone's minds, because climate tech, ed tech is very quickly growing, and there's a really important role for it. But still, we must acknowledge that digital nature has its limits and restrictions. But for context of what we do, we build digital experiences, which is essentially 360 platforms, virtual reality, to make sure we can make the environmental learning, so geography, a lot of geography courses in the UK, as well as landscapes, more accessible to more people. But with that comes the huge responsibility of making sure that it's the foundational learning and making sure that it's introductory, it's providing the initial introduction, the initial interaction and engagement with nature, and then it's followed up with the physical engagement with nature. But a great thing with technology in general and digital solutions with that is that you can enhance accessibility greatly. And with digital experiences specifically, all the video content, even on social media, I'm sure you will see, the subtitles is like the tick box of accessibility. But we need to push that further, how we can have language translation automated, British Sign Language, dyslexia text, audio transcript. There's so many elements and avenues of accessibility, and having digital platforms and technology can do this for us. So how we can drive forward with that being the precedence and making sure that's the norm, that's the basics of how we communicate the environment, because everybody has the right to understand the world they live in. And,
and I think I'll add, before I go to Leonard on that next point, oftentimes the discussion and the conflict that's had with digital nature is that people who work with nature a lot think we're having a discussion about digital nature replacing nature itself, and that's not exactly the case. We want to use digital nature to create more access, more amplification of the messages of why we need to have contact with nature and why nature is so important and vital to both our human health but our planetary health. And obviously, when we're looking at the disparities of nature access, it's not seen so much in urban spaces. So we're trying to really forge a path and a space where we can start having that conversation, both at an educational level, at a grassroots level, and then at a policy level. And we'll get to that policy part afterwards. Leonard, how are you using technology within your work with nature?
Thank you so much. That's a really interesting question, because I know even Emma talked about it, but for example, using filmmaking, because we are growing in this world, especially people who are living in a city like Dubai, you can see it's so hard to experience and to have experience with nature and to connect with nature. And I was asking people, can I find a forest around here in Dubai? It's so hard. So what we try to do is to bring this kind of using filmmaking, videography, photography, to try to showcase nature, beautiful mountains, forests, where I came from. Rwanda is being known to the country of 1,000 hills, because we have so many beautiful thousands in our countries which are green. So we need to use filmmaking and videos to showcase how beautiful is nature, using this kind of online tourism, showing people animals. Like there was a funny fact that happened to me when I was living in my local village. One small kid came to our home, and I don't know you guys if you know a cow, right? So, but when he came, he said, "Oh, he saw a cow," and he said, "Oh, bro, look at that big dog, man." And we were just laughing because I was surprised being a Rwandan boy who doesn't know a cow, because a cow is something big, meaningful in my country. And the guy say, "Oh, this is not a cow, this is not a dog." And he said again, "Oh, this is a big pig." And I was laughing. So we need to use this kind of materials, production, to show people about nature, teaching children about species, plants. They're important because, like, most of plants are very useful to our health. That's where we get medicine, for example, for people who use traditional medicine. So those production materials are helpful to spread the message, to spread the news about nature, but also it's help us to get to connect to nature. Like most of the time I like to see videos around the world of nature, animals, and when I look at them I feel just like a dare online. So it's very important to use those. For example, I use the videos, but also you can use other materials like pictures, arts, so which is very important to give people messages and also to allow them connect to nature. So we need to use them, but also you mentioned something about the translations, because most of materials, for example, are in English and those international languages. So there is a need to translate those materials to local languages where possible. Like in my country, you cannot find most of people who can speak freely English or maybe French. So we need to put all those things in our local languages, or maybe putting subtitles for people to know what is that. Because even like in my country, let me give you like a simple experience. I've been seeing gorillas on television. I know gorillas. I know how they live. Luckily, I studied wildlife conservation. I know the life of animals and plants, but I never met a gorilla in person. So that's the role of this kind of production, to show people the nature and to know, that it's important, and again feel like we are visiting them. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And Kalpana, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think there's a part around like the emergence of new technology that's coming up. Obviously, we hear the word of AI a lot, and generative AI, and how that's impacting our relationships to nature images, etc. And I think there's a fine balance of the kind of structures we need to create in order to be in right relationship both with these emerging technologies and with nature. But it's definitely conversations that we need to start having today with all stakeholders involved, because otherwise, it's just being created by like Silicon Valley bros. Sorry if you are one in this room. But we need to have inclusive conversations that actually make these things accessible, because who are we making these structures for? And I think that that's a question that we need to hold in any space that you work in.
Absolutely. And with that as well, on the note of technology and production, there is one small note as well to consider, which is obviously it's vital with accessibility, it's vital with immersivity, engagement, but it still comes with a digital carbon footprint. So we need to do a lot more research in that area to really understand how we can share these messages, this information, these learnings in a fundamentally sustainable way to match what we're communicating. But going on to the next question, it's a little bit more technical, but getting into more of the alternative strategies and legal frameworks. What do you guys think can support the progress on this? Do you want to go first?
No, maybe you can come up.
I can start if you'd like. So with the rights for nature, incorporating that in digital technologies and work in general, a lot of it down to how we do this is through framing. So making sure the strategy and framework is in place. In fact, exactly what you said, Leonard, in making sure that nature, language, use, the way it's portrayed is not separate. So from more of an educational lens, at the moment, it's often put in the box of geography. Climate change is a geographer's problem all the time, which then has a hugely problematic issue of integrating it as an interest. You know, are you interested in the environment? Oh no, I don't do geography, so probably not. And it really separates us from understanding that we don't really have a choice. We live on the planet, we all do, and we have to, and we should want to understand how it impacts us and how we impact it. So I think from framing, as I mentioned earlier, with the use of words, partnering with nature, but we are nature, what does that actually mean? But anything more to do with your fields of work?
Yeah, I think there's, I mean, you mentioned, I think the framing you're speaking to is like the cultural frameworks that we have around language or entertainment, whether that's through media or different forms of technology. But something that always comes up for me that I think is often left out of the conversation is technology is not this ephemeral, like elusive entity. Technology is composed most often by vulnerable and marginalized communities who are living on the front lines of crisis. So when you're talking about making accessible technology and technology that is fighting for nature and for people, we need to think about, you know, where are these emerging technologies based and how are the bigger tech companies profiting off people? And they're also profiting off the land and for nature because all of technology gets its energy from nature and the earth. So making sure that that's still in the conversations. And we are talking about social justice as well when we're talking about how technology can create greener and better futures.
Oh, thank you so much. I think I will be talking a little bit about, you said about framing, framework. So I think, first of all, you have to consider like all kind of corners, because if you're gonna bring this kind of technologies, you have to make sure that if these people are getting it, like, for example, I will talk in my experience, where I came from, especially in Africa. I'm not sure if most of people are able to use technologies, like, for example, if you bring an application that will be teaching people about nature. So you need to know and to ask yourself, is this going to be a solution to the grassroots community or maybe those people at a local level? You have to consider them. And again, it will be back to the language barrier. So, and again, you have to consider the generation that you want to talk to. Because if you are going to bring something serious maybe to young, children. So we need to make these kind of things, to adapt to the kind of population that we want to talk to. There was someone who was trying to say, for example, because young generations, like most of them in my continent, they don't like agriculture activities. So when you want to teach them agriculture, they said, you guys try to make it sexy so that people will be interested in it. So that's kind of, I may call it a language of transmitting a message to kind of specific people that you want to talk to. If they are children, you have to use this kind of interesting graphics that are moving in kids' ways. So I think we need to consider all those kind of people, and then we see what kind of technology that we can bring to them. Thank you.
Yes, I'll also add very quickly that we need to think about the legal structures that we can implement, and that we can also ask for, the corporations and the brands that we like to also uphold them into holding nature in their board and bringing nature into those decision-making spaces. And if they're not doing that, then challenge them as to why. I know in the UK, Faith of Nature has recently put nature in their boardroom, as well as future generations into their boardroom. So that's really amplifying the way that they're thinking about their stakeholders, and also, where they're actually putting their investment in. So that's what, rights for nature really means, and creating that legal legacy that actually is really fighting for a green and just future. And I guess maybe a question for you both is now, what is some of the advice that you give to everyone here, or corporations, organizations, business leaders in the room, about how they can incorporate nature into their business models and into their spaces?
Do we start?
Or maybe in my country we used to say ladies first.
Thank you. Well, actually, it's really interesting that you mentioned about challenging brands, those frameworks, those legal structures in place, because I think that's really important with social media as well, because I don't know if anyone came to the TikTok event on Monday here, but the conversation was really interesting, because the conversations were raised about how we can leverage that climate engagement and conversation on TikTok, but then how do we manage the brands that also want to benefit from that? How do we monitor greenwashing, the legal structures in place for greenwashing in general? And kind of from that is also challenging ourselves and how we communicate and share this information, because I'll use an example, but recently I've been working in the UK in London-based schools for ocean conservation. And the huge issue has been that there was just such a lack of engagement, and it wasn't really down to the students themselves. It was down to the lack of resources that were provided for them, so they just didn't feel connected to the coast. They didn't see why it was relevant to them. And we needed to get into the nitty-gritty of how we can rebuild that connection, and to do that, we had to challenge the way that we were providing materials. So we were providing videos, workshops, for example. But if they haven't really seen the UK coast and hadn't really seen it for themselves and felt connected, then it still feels distant and not their problem. So we built a digital field trip called Digital Ocean School with Surfers Against Sewage, and that was to mainly reconnect more of an urban audience to the oceans, but also it was to push the learning further and wider. So we were testing out the accessibility of British Sign Language, dyslexia text, language translation that I mentioned, so that everybody could use it in the way that they wanted to, and then it really made sure that we were engaging people in the ocean. We weren't just serving information and hoping some of it would stick. So I think challenging the way that you innovate and communicate is absolutely fundamental. So I really urge in your organizations or as individuals, you really question that if you were in their position, how would you become connected? How, from the very start, from the scratch, would you want to be engaged in this? But yeah, in a nutshell, to challenge yourselves and others.
Yeah, sure. That's a great question indeed, because each kind of organization, wherever you work on, in any sector, just you need to consider nature connection and, again, nature conservation. Like, even here I can say maybe we are not just inclusive. So I want to challenge people that we need to be inclusive and make sure that we are including everyone. And in kind of messages that we are trying to give to people, we need to be inclusive. Like I saw something there in the Blue Zone youth and children pavilion where they have sign language translation. That was really cool. So in each kind of things that we do, make sure that you are considering nature. Try to do something, because this is, I call it a personal commitment. Wherever you do, try to consider that you need to protect nature, and nature needs, because when you protect nature, nature will pay you back. So whatever you do, try to consider maybe circular economy, try to do circularity at your home. There was something that I got from last year from a speech from someone who says, for example, like at personal level, you can try maybe to buy what you need, not what you want. That's a good kind of idea. So because sometimes we go buying everything we love on the way, but without a plan. So we need to buy what we want. For example, if I need water, am I need it really? I have to question myself again and again at the level of organizations. In each projects or activities we do, we need to consider nature conservation. Like, I love the ideas that I got from different hotels where, for example, they say, please, you can reuse your tower, or maybe if you think you cannot, put it on the ground. So that's like a good idea and concern to consider reusing materials if possible. So I think each organization, each sector, each person need to think again. How can I contribute? How can I consider nature in my life? There are people who go, for example, to brush with a full bottle of water. So that's like a simple example of activity that we used to do. There are others who used to open water and falls. They brush, water's going. Just that's like kind of activities we need to change at personal level, but also at organizational level. So we need to bring some frameworks and, I may say, activities and consideration of nature in every activity we do. I think considering nature in whatever we do, considering others, I mean inclusivity, that we make us achieving the plan of conserving and caring biodiversity and nature in general. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Kalpana, any last thoughts?
Yeah, I think maybe to give it a bit of context, we're at COP28, and a lot of the solutions that we're still implementing are very much human-centered and human-focused, and fighting for the rights of nature really allows us to include a different voice who hasn't had a space as a stakeholder to be here, and to create a different form of solutions beyond what our human imagination can think of, because that will only get us so far. So when we actually fight for the rights of voices who are marginalized, who are vulnerable, and that includes within multi-species justice, who are the voices that are not in the room, who are being impacted by very human crises, that actually will create and forge a path for a better future. But we need to push for these spaces to have that kind of inclusivity, and to do it in a way, it goes back to your point around language, that's not tokenized, because language without actions does nothing. And we're going to be here COP after COP after COP. This isn't a business model for anyone. We don't want this to continue to happen or to continue to want to be here. We're trying to solve an issue so that we can all go out and live our lives with joy, and cherish the land around us, cherish the nature around us. So it's about thinking regeneratively, inclusively, but also, knowing that this at some point, we want this to end, so can we work forward with like an end in our mindset?
Absolutely. That I totally agree with your final statements. And just to add on as well, from the language point and to the challenging as well that we keep referring to, how we can push these boundaries further. quite simply, if you guys don't know the answer and you don't know the audiences or the consumers, the customers that you're working with, you need to work with the voices that represent that. So for us with Digital Ocean School, I live in Devon in the UK by the coast, so I've been very connected to the ocean my whole life. So we needed to bring urban voices in to help us then curate those stories and those solutions for urban communities. So please do challenge and work with others and really push yourself to work with others as well. And just as a final collective thought, we ultimately live on this planet, so we need to make sure that nature is not just an interest. It is fundamentally for everybody and is part of everybody. So please, please share far and wide the importance of rights with nature. And also, we all deserve to make sure that we understand and are provided with sufficient tools to live in a more just future. So thank you all for joining. And is there any last final statements?
Yeah, I'll just maybe try to condense my million of thoughts that are running across my mind right now. I think we always need to remember that fighting for nature is actually creating a space where nature can thrive. If nature thrives, humans can thrive. Because at the end of the day, and again, it goes back to language, but this is not a planetary crisis. This is a human crisis. And the Earth will be fine. The Earth will continue to exist. It's existed across 6 mass extinctions. It's really us who are in peril. It's our own systems. So by including others in that conversation and by actually giving the rights to entities who have always had those rights since they've evolved in this space, will allow us to have a better future.
So thank you so much. I first thank everyone who just participated in this and the audience. But the last challenge that I want to give you is that we are all part of nature. We are nature, and we need to connect with nature. So I may ask you maybe to think one thing that nature does for you today, or maybe in days back. And if you find that, try to think, what did I do for nature? And then you try to see if you are selfish or if you are just matching with, if you are paying back what nature does to you. So thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, guys. I think we have to have is it a photo? Oh, we
does anyone have any questions?
Yes, we do.
Forgot about the roaming mic.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank you for the very insightful things that you had to say. It was validating in a way because I chime in what you are promoting. I'm an educator and a business educator, but since I started learning more about science and planetary crisis and so forth, I tried to introduce my students and connect them to those things, nature-based things. And in an environment like Dubai, sometimes it's difficult because we all come from somewhere else and we live indoors a lot. Anyway, one of the most effective ways I wanted to share was a 3D experience that I brought in for them, and it fast-tracked their connection with nature like nothing else I could have taught them, because it was immersive and it was sensory overload for them to experience this film 3D with smell and touch and vibration. And the film was about the Amazon burning, or about a tree in the Amazon burning. But everything I had told them before that was very small in consequence. This one digital experience for them, they just got it. And I just thought that's really knowing your audience and what connects them. And so I had a room full of advocates after that. So it's really important to try different things. And so thank you for your insights.
Amazing, thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for the panel. It was really insightful to hear from each of you and a bit more about your work and backgrounds and what brought you here today as well. I have 100 questions that I want to ask, but I'm going to try to focus it on one. So you spoke a lot about how those virtual or digital or technological experiences can deepen people's connection with nature. And something that I think about that happens in real experiences with nature is this exploitation as well. I mean, I'm from Canada and I know 100 finance bros who are like, yeah, I love nature. I get in a Jeep and go to the mountains every weekend. And I'm like, that's not loving nature. And so I'm curious about how we can create these experiences that bake reciprocity into how we interact with nature, so we're not just ending up with a bunch of virtual tourism, but actually making sure that these technological experiences bring value to nature as well.
Totally. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, I can give a small example. So at Nowadays on Earth, we're working on a digital app called We Grow, which allows us to have an interaction with nature, that's gamified, but allows us to actually interact with grassroots communities who are doing the work on the ground. Because I want to move away from relating to nature as a museum, as something that we can objectify. When we advocate for nature contact, I'm really advocating for nature interaction, and that needs to happen across a digital level. I think the power of emerging technologies through AR and VR can really have an impact, but those technologies, again, need to be there needs to be a feedback loop back into the communities of where it's being located and placed at, because if not, we are kind of diverting from the very real realities and the injustices that we're facing physically on the ground. So, moving away from the metaverse, and I'm sorry if I'm pissing anyone off, if anyone here is a fan of the metaverse, I'm sorry, but we're moving away from those fantasy worlds that are very much not tangibly placed with communities, and actually letting communities create and have agency in the way that those digital spaces are formed. But again, moving away from a human-centered approach to how can we invite species to become co-creators. And one of the workshops that we've been running here has been asking people the question, what future would we dream of if we dream with plants? When plants, as sentient beings, because they are sentient beings, they have a neurobiology field space that can interact with the world and does interact with the world, what would it look like when they interact with technology? What worlds would they build? And we need to start asking those questions with the technologies that we're building in order to actually create a way that's accessible. And I mean, maybe just to add and close it off, the way that we kind of see nature and technology, it's one and the same. I mean, nature is one of the most incredibly intelligent organisms and systems of programming, of data sets. So it's really switching the way that we have been conditioned to see nature, and going into the experience of what is nature. And if you're a part of that, who are you as well? I don't know if you have anything.
Thank you so much. I think that was a really important question, because I know most of people going to nature maybe to enjoy, to have fun, and this shows you kind of how human being is selfish. So I think what you said is true, but also we need to make these resources, or maybe these virtual tools, to not only connect people to nature, but also to teach about nature conservation. So that should be a way of connecting people, but also with a message to them to conserve biodiversity. Like if they saw a beautiful bird flying, then you tell the message that that bird maybe is critically endangered or something. But also in national parks or forests or wherever we go to enjoy nature, we have to consider and to have this commitment of loving nature. So we should be going to nature not only to enjoy or maybe having fun only, but also nature is a good school. We must go there to learn how nature is beautiful, but also what nature do for us, and again, come up with a commitment of what can I do for nature. That's what I was challenging you. Please try to understand and, brainstorm yourself and know what does nature did for me. If you know that, what can I do for nature? So that's the whole idea that I want to promote in that. So in terms of conservation and tourism, there should be a linkage between them. If I'm going to tourism, how can I behave? I've seen a lot of people going maybe to the forest with the bottles and plastic materials and whatever, they throw them out. They don't care species. So that's bad deed. So we must be going to nature, but also having this kind of good behavior of how we can live with nature, because even nature can feel the pain, can feel these good activities we do, because when we do this, we do good things to nature. Nature can feel it. So I think maybe I touched your question, but maybe Emma can add something.
That's great.
Thank you.
That's brilliant. I agree with you both. And my last final point onto that would be it really depends how it's used. So, the purpose of that technology or platform. And what's really interesting that we found recently is there's a much broader use than just, like you said, kind of platforming a beautiful environment with, like Leonard said, the educational side. But also, we've been recently working with the Irish government to build their first digital report to engage their population in net zero targets. I thought that was so interesting because we're so used to environmental reporting being these kind of black and white, 100 pages, and their use and their population, so their audience tends to skip to the summary and they just want to know what they need to know. But building these immersive technologies and incorporating it into something like this for a digital report is really exciting because you can have that mass influence. You can not only engage an audience, but a population in their net zero strategies to educate them, but to also support them, as well as for that a specific example, they were trying to get feedback on the net zero targets that they were launching. So having that direct interaction with the population and the government was crucial. So it completely depends on how these technologies are being used. And I agree with you, Kalpana, about like Meta, for example, the metaverse. You can shop in the metaverse. That has a huge digital carbon footprint. And those uses can be diverted into a far more useful way. And that's why sectors like the environmental sector should be harnessing that and utilizing that, because we've got a huge opportunity to engage more people, to make it more accessible, as well as to educate. Brilliant. Have we got time for any more questions? One more?
Thank you for the insights. I'm actually myself Saudasan, and I have a question. I led an NGO back in my country that works for skill development in education. As we are talking about protecting the nature, so it directly proportional to the what awareness we are providing. So is there any framework or model that you are working on that must be interactive for the children's and the new generation? Because back in our school, when we taught geography, so we just learned it for passing the exams. So have you made any framework or course? So that's my question. Thank you.
Well, just to kick off, thank you for your question. And framework-wise, there isn't really one. There isn't many frameworks at the moment to use, but there is 2 organizations and campaigns that I would really stress that you could follow up into, which is Teach the Future and Students Organizing for Sustainability. So they're really unpicking ways to incorporate the environment in more subjects, as well as just broadly throughout school life and daily lives as well. So they are doing an amazing job and have loads of accessible resources. I think that's one thing I can't stress enough. There is actually so many resources out there already that it's important not to feel alone in it or reinvent the wheel, because those 2 organizations are definitely leading it. Is there anyone else who you'd recommend or suggest framework-wise?
I think just from a very grassroots practical space, you know your students, you know your community, you can build those frameworks with them and include them in the conversation, because oftentimes like younger people have a lot to teach us and like how they can understand the issues and also how to involve it within your curriculum. But I would take a more grassroots approach.
Yeah, sure. I would like to recommend something for you, maybe, but I'm not sure. Maybe we will keep in touch. There's one guy who wrote a book that can be useful for kids or maybe for young generation. Teaches about climate change. So maybe I think she's still here at COP. Maybe we can connect and then you get the book, which is very, very interesting. Thank you.
And just also work with your students, see what they want to see and what they want to hear and how they want their frameworks to pan out. Because I think, there's a phrase that harnessed from the disability movement, not about us, without us. And I think if incorporating that when building frameworks is vital. So definitely engage your students. Thank you. I think that's all that we have time for. But thank you very much again, and hope you enjoy the rest of COP.
Hi everyone, how are we doing today? I hope you're all having a great time here at the Extreme Hangout. We're all so grateful and so happy for you all to be here. And it is my great honor to be able to introduce our next storyteller, who is Zach Bush. He is applying the rigor of science, the strengths of humanity, and the intelligence of nature to transform our world. His work is dedicated to the health of humanity and the planet that we call home. So let's please give him a warm round of applause and welcome him to our stage.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. What are you guys doing sitting down? You're alive right now, so just get up with me for a second and be alive, because this is going to get us into the topic here. So give me a shake. This is how every Qigong session starts for 9,000 years of Chinese medicine. They can't be wrong for 9,000 years. So shake, shake, shake. What's happening right now is you're activating every single muscle in your body by getting that little vibration in there. And as you're going into that shake, you're starting to activate the metabolism, the energy systems of the body by just getting those muscles active. And what you're really doing is bringing your attention to these green trees, because these green trees is what makes your shaking possible. Those green trees back there are full of chlorophyll, which are cousins to the mitochondria that live inside of every single one of your cells, including all your muscle cells that are wiggling right now. And that green chlorophyll captures CO2 into the most efficient battery ever discovered, the double carbon bond. It stores sunlight between two carbons. Those two carbons continue to be inspired to lengthen into carbohydrates, sugars, or fatty acids. And so the sugars and the fats that occur in those leaves or any green plant, or in fact any microorganism environment of our soil system, is the most intense battery system ever programmed in the universe. And it's very intriguing because we're starting to untangle in this story of green trees and carbon the very meaning of life. The sun, a star, is the brightest thing that happens in physics. It's a nuclear fission fusion event. And that bright star, a beacon that can be seen hundreds of thousands of light years away, is the brightest thing that physics can do. And what we find out is that when I consume those carbohydrates and fatty acids from the green plants that I would go and eat for dinner, I then derive the sunlight back out of the carbon structure. I release the battery and the light energy from that in the mitochondria that live in me. The mitochondria are small microbes that live in me, direct cousins to the microbes that live in the green plant to store the sunlight. And so in an extraordinary discovery, we're finding that a cubic centimeter of mitochondria can burn 10,000 times brighter, release 10,000 times more light than the sun produces per cubic centimeter. So what is life? Life is a 10,000-fold concentration of physics. Biology is 10,000 times brighter than stars. The first life that achieved this were the microbes, bacteria, fungi, and the soil systems. Each bacteria is about 1,000 times brighter because it uses fermentation to do this. It doesn't have mitochondria. The advent of the mitochondria was that 10x jump to the 10,000 times that brightness that allowed multicellular life to occur. And so as we start to consider the source of life on the planet, it has to be energetic. And the energy that drives this planet is actually the CO2 reservoir in the atmosphere. And yet we have 80,000 people here joined together in a narrative that says that CO2 is poisoning our planet and creating climate change. This is what's happened universally in science as we have failed to understand the role of biology on a planet that is a living organism because we started using metrics that were measuring chemistry. You cannot fix biology with chemistry. And so when we see CO2 going up in the atmosphere, there's a tendency for us to think, well, we're just making too much carbon. We're making too much CO2 through fossil fuels, etc. But really what's happening is the CO2 in the atmosphere is the future battery for life on the planet. It's impossible that CO2 is our own problem because it's the source of life. It's the source of energy that makes life possible, burning 10,000 times brighter for that double carbon bond. And so what's the deal with the CO2 in the atmosphere? What is it actually showing us? If that's not the problem, what is the issue? Well, it turns out my background as a medical doctor have studied very extensively very similar condition in humans. And it happens to have an accumulation of CO2 rising in the bloodstream over time. And at no point have we decided that the CO2 is the crisis with that problem. The condition is called emphysema. And when you lose the lung tissue's surface area, you can no longer exchange the CO2 across the compartments, and you get too much CO2 in the bloodstream, not enough at the cellular level. You cannot exchange properly, and you get this rise in CO2. But at no point do we, as doctors, stop and say, oh my God, this patient has CO2 overdose. It's understood that it's the failure of the lungs that are making that happen. And so it was a weird political, scientific pseudoscience that evolved to convince us that we didn't have emphysema on the planet, we just had a CO2 poisoning. We have emphysema on this planet, and the surface of the lung that has died is the soil itself. The soil holds 10 gigatons of carbon annually in its living system. We produce about 40 gigatons, 10,000 gigaton reservoir, and we produce 40. Human production of CO2 is a drop in the bucket compared to the carbon cycle of all of life on Earth. The amount of leaves that drop off our trees and rot in the winter, that's more carbon than we will produce as humans. But that cycle is actually how life happens. It's the death and rebirth of that carbon cycle that allows life to iterate into more and more complex systems, more and more energetic with every iteration. And so what we have on this planet right now is a biologic collapse, not a chemistry problem. We don't have climate change, we have biologic collapse. And if we stop collapsing the biology, then the Earth is going to take a breath, because it turns out that these lungs of the Earth can recover in a single season. And so our nonprofit, Farmers Footprint, has been working with many others across the world to accelerate the adoption of farmers shifting out of chemical management of soil to a biologic management of soil. And when they emphasize biologic processes of respirating carbon through the soil, their bottom line goes up 5x in a couple years, which is interesting. But more importantly, their carbon energetic exchange rapidly increases, and the plants they grow become disease resistant. No need for the herbicides or pesticides, there's no invasive weeds, and there are no insects that are threatening a healthy plant. And so really what we need to start to shift to in this global narrative of crisis is to come to understand that we are wiping out biology, not overdosing on chemistry. The irony of this situation is that the very thing that's killing the biology is chemistry. And this chemistry is an unnatural contribution from human chemical industries that has poured herbicides and pesticides onto this planet at an extraordinary rate. We're currently using 4 billion pounds of just one of those herbicides, glyphosate, into our soil and water systems annually. We only have 8 billion people on the planet, and so how is it that every person is demanding half a pound of glyphosate per year to keep their food system going? Glyphosate, it turns out, is a potent antibiotic. When an antibiotic touches the soil, you lose the microbial and fungal base to your soil system, and you just created emphysema. And so in the following year, the respiratory breath in, that big deep breath in spring that nature does, is a little less deep. There's a little less lung surface to bring in the energy that will define the spring, the summer, and the harvest of next year. And so what's happening on a planet that has industries dominating our experience with small chemicals that are destroying biology is we are creating the imbalance of chemistry in the atmosphere. That imbalance in the atmosphere can never correct the biology. And this is extremely concerning to me because we've created a system here at COP where every year governments and peoples pledge more money to carbon offsets, to carbon trading. It's now estimated, I think, around $40 trillion have been pledged through this organization. $40 trillion have been pledged by 2050 to this carbon crisis. It's an extraordinary number that suggests that it's not actually trying to solve anything, because we have found that it's actually cheaper to run agricultural systems without the chemicals. So there's no need for the $40 trillion to heal the lungs. There's a need for a shift in the metrics by which we measure our crisis. We're going to stop measuring the CO2 in the atmosphere as the problem, and we might start measuring it as a prognosis for the lungs that we now trust our farmers to manage. And so this is the transition we must make. We need a change in the storytelling to help the world understand we don't have a chemistry problem. We have a collapse of biology. This isn't climate change or global warming. This is the death of the lungs of a planet that's getting ready to breathe deep again. Every time there's been a great extinction, there is an explosion of life that follows it. At that last great extinction, we went from dinosaurs to birds, mammals. We went from palms and ferns to deciduous trees and wildflowers. Explosion of creativity comes out of death when nature is biologic. If nature was just a chemistry equation, then there would be no need to describe extinctions or rebirths, because everything would just be curves of how many salts are reacting on the surface of the planet, how many minerals are in the stew of salt water on the planet. But life does occur, and it iterates for more and more intelligence and more beauty every time. And it's intriguing to think that for all of our short-sightedness as peoples, in all of our efforts to chase the convenience of fossil fuels, both for our transportation industry, our food industries, our pharmaceutical industries, it goes on and on, we have spent the last 150 years pumping fossil carbon resources out of the ground, and all of you working your energy systems, cars, etc., have put that up in the atmosphere. When we stop destroying soil systems globally, the next breath the Earth takes could be the most extreme explosion of energy or metabolism that biology has ever taken on the planet, because all of that release of those deep aquifers of carbon are now accessible to the trees behind me. And so through a weird way, it starts to look like nature planned us, as perhaps she's allowed for every other extinction to occur. Every 50 million to 150 million years, another extinction event has happened on this planet. And those extinction events, again, have exploded the intelligence, beauty, and biodiversity of this planet. And I believe she is prepared to do the most extreme version of this that she's done in at least 3 billion years. 3 billion years ago was the advent of that mitochondria, and we had the burst into the first multicellular organisms. What happens to our biology as our old human version goes extinct? When our biology, part of an Earth that takes the deepest breath, has more energy than it's ever had available to it, what will our genome express? I believe we do have a new humanity about to birth. I don't know if it will look human, but I know it will have much of our genetics, and will certainly be the result of our behavior. We are the existential threat to the planet. We are that extinction event unfolding, which means that we can also be part of the game afterwards if we choose to stay and play. So I'm intrigued about the next steps. My third subspecialty in medicine was hospice and palliative care. I was admitting 80 patients a week to die. And when you're around death that much, you are blessed to find out that there is nothing to fear at the end of what we call life. Those deaths that were not unconscious, drugged situations in the ICUs, and were actually people who were cognizant and hopefully living in their home with loved ones surrounding them, you got to witness a conscious being crossing the veil beyond their biology and bringing back information about the field of physics, which is basically what they experience. As soon as they let go of the body, they extreme light and a deep sense of connectivity. And one of the most frequent phrases that I heard when I would shock somebody's heart back in the ICUs or do some of the more extreme measures before I got to hospice, when you would pull them back across the veil, they would over and over again say, "That was so beautiful. I felt completely accepted." Which is an interesting thing. We've heard that love is the fabric of everything. But to have the human conscious experience to be fully accepted by a universe or a God or however you want to interpret that, but to have the sentence first out of their mouth, "I felt completely accepted," and the awe that they spoke that with suggests that none of us in our current human condition have ever felt fully accepted. And so we are walking around wounded with a belief that we are not good enough for this earth. We walk around with fear, guilt, and shame that we've destroyed this earth. But it is in the back of my mind and a possible new narrative that our old humanity brought this biology of a planet to its knees so that we would re-express life through our genetics as well as the genetics of the planet. And so this is our moment of rebirth. I'm super curious now, as our hospice diagnosis comes in as a species, to wonder if we are going to go from biology back into physics. Are we doing finite to the infinite, or are we going to be one of those 10% of hospice patients that has to be discharged from hospice because the moment they came near death, they lost the fear of death. The moment they stepped away through that veil for a second and dipped back and said, "I'm completely accepted," their disease goes away and they go on to live years more, a new chapter of life often. And I think that's our possibility. When we get away from the belief that we have climate crisis and acknowledge that we've created biologic collapse, and in the stress we've created on the planet, there's a new birth about to happen, powered by the deepest breath the earth has perhaps ever taken, meaning more energy for the expression of life than ever before. We can perhaps lose the fear of death and the guilt and shame of what we've done and start to look forward to creating together the future that is possible. Those are my thoughts for you here at COP28. I think we have a moment for questions. Simply stated everything you already knew. That's pretty common.
Hello. Oh, I think quite to the contrary. You might have left us speechless, Zach, there. Thank you very much for your words. Quite inspiring. I just got caught early on about your vivid description of the difference between chemical systems and biological systems. We've been hearing a lot about carbon credits, of course, but we are starting to hear about something like a biodiversity credit that might take its place. Do you have any thoughts on that kind of scheme?
Yeah, I think biodiversity is going to be a good step forward, but it's still not quite the point, in the sense that what we're really going to want to study in the future is the metabolism of everything. And so metabolism of soil can now be measured. And it's a step beyond biodiversity to not just say what is the genetics in the soil, but what is the actual life force of the soil. And that's going to be pretty important, because we can fake chemistry of soil pretty easily. If you're measuring carbon in soil, it's pretty easy to get an external source of carbon in there and then get a carbon credit. Start measuring genetics, you can actually find a lot of soil systems around the world that have deep reserves of genetics. Unfortunately, that genetics is not in a living state. A lot of it's in spore state because the soil is so damaged. The genetics are there, but the life force is not there due to the chemical poisoning of those systems. And so the bacteria, fungi go into this deep storage state to resist that. And so there is going to be a way for us to kind of fake the biodiversity, in the sense that it's still not measuring the active capacity for that carbon cycle to occur. And so I think that's where we're going to move to, is metabolics rather than genomics. And that metabolics is going to get us back to what is life. Life is the difference between physics and chemistry, chemistry and biology. And for that, I think a good example of what we need to say, because it's maybe easy to hear that talk and think, well, maybe it's okay if we're drilling for oil and all the rest. I think that carbon energy is the future of the planet. Lithium batteries are not the future of energy. Lithium has absolutely no biologic cycle on this planet. So right now we're digging up rainforests to dig lithium mines for batteries that are very poor in storing energy. A lithium battery, like any other nickel, cadmium, or any of these batteries, lose energy as soon as you charge them. And so they're very inefficient. So we're going to move to carbon batteries. We're going to move to carbon cycle energies. One of my companies, Resource Dynamics, is one of the many companies now working on closed carbon cycles, where we can use farm waste for biofuel to replace the need for fossil fuels. And what I'm really eager for you guys to know is that the carbon credits are currently being used to hide one of the most devastating events that could possibly occur in Africa right now, which is off the coast by Shell, who is wanting to do sonographic mapping for research and exploration of new oil wells off the coast. And there's been many efforts. Natural Justice a year ago managed to stop this practice. They were about to do it a year ago. Big court case won by Natural Justice, and was able to stop that with a large component of indigenous voice and indigenous voice in the judge of the decision. And now here we are a year later, and they're about to start sound wave testing again. So as hard as people are working to give that voice to nature, this last talk that we just heard was around the rights of nature. I think there's a bit of a crisis that we're in with trying to default to rights of nature, because the practice of rights of nature is giving human rights to nature in a system that has no human rights. And so it disempowers nature when we start saying, well, you'll have the same rights of humans. Well, that's really a bad scenario. And so we need to move to the opposite direction, where humans are given natural rights. And so we just launched the Institute of Natural Law with the intention of bringing to the awareness that there's actual natural law that rules biology of humans. And as we start to study natural law, we realize we can build whole social, economic, socio-ecologic, socio-political systems around natural law, and then humans will behave differently, not just to one another, but to our planet. And suddenly, nature has its sovereignty back. And so this is the reversal that we need to do again and again. Carbon credits hiding biologic devastation of ocean systems in the next 4 to 6 weeks off the coast of Africa, affecting hundreds of kilometers of South Africa and thousands of kilometers going further up that east coast. And so if you have any hands in Africa, please reach out to your lawmakers and protest this moment before we wipe out the hearing of all of the mammals along that coast for hundreds of kilometers off that beach. And so we are going to wipe out the hearing of dolphins, whales, all of this in the name of searching for new oil with absolutely no penalty because we were just measuring the carbon contribution of some future oil. And so these are the problems that we have when we start to create abstract metrics and start to have a PR campaign for our crises that has nothing to do with the root cause of the problem. And I think that's what's emerged since 2006. And that's a lot of why I call this completing truth, is the incomplete truth is a better title for the inconvenient truth that we got fed in 2006. It's a very incomplete story to say that we have a chemistry problem. We need to come to terms with the biologic crisis that we've created.
Thank you. So thanks for that really elegant and sort of beautiful summation of, I think, what a lot of us are already feeling and kind of know in our hearts. I wanted to just test a sort of idea here. You talked a lot about acceptance and a kind of a complete understanding of our place in the biosphere. And I wondered, is that in part, is that kind of suggesting that we should just succumb to this process and accept there's a sort of inevitability to it and actually not to resist it at all? And you talked about this kind of metamorphosis process, and of course, what the caterpillar does in the pupae is it gobbles up everything it can consume before it completes its transformation. Is that, there's a sort of argument in there just to kind of, in a sense, relax and let ourselves get absorbed into this? But that's not what you're saying, I think, but maybe...
No, I think it is actually what I'm saying in a lot of ways. You've said it eloquently there. There's some indigenous prophecies that in this decade that we're living, we're going to lose the genetics of fear, guilt, and shame. That's such a beautiful statement. I can't even wrap my head around what I would look like if I had no fear, guilt, and shame. I would certainly be a different parent and grandparent than I am today. And so I'm very intrigued that we're going to lose fear, guilt, and shame, including about our own journey. And it must be that way, because we're kind of this toddler species within the cosmos, even on our own planet. But in the scope of the cosmos, with a 15 billion year history here, and intelligent species, and the US Senate spending all this time talking about the 4 species of extraterrestrials we've been working with for some time and all this, like there's clearly intelligence within the universe. We're this toddler species meting out our behavior. Which parent has screamed at their child for throwing the tantrum or tripping and falling the first time it tries to go and walk across the ground? So I won't be surprised in our next rebirth of the human experience, which may not look like our current physical bodies, but when we rebirth this genome with a higher energetic expression, we will probably look back at this chapter and be like, well, that 70,000 year epoch was so important, where we kind of developed technology and we took it to this pendulum swing and we gave this extinction level stress to the planet so that it could rebirth. That was a beautiful journey. It was worth every second of it. And I've heard my hospice patients say that again and again and again. Oh my God, I just saw my life completely differently and it was perfect. The journey made sense. Like, I'm so grateful for the hardest things that happened. I'm so grateful for the challenges I had with my children and the estranged mother that I had, or whatever they're thinking of. And so this is the beauty, I think, of losing the anthropocentric current human definitions of crises and start to realize there's a rebirthing that's demanded by nature every season. If I was a tree with human behavior, I would make sure I never lost my leaves, because I would be so pleased with my bank account of chlorophyll that I created this spring and summer. I would cling to that thing. And if a single leaf dropped, I'd rush down and like pick that up and like stick it in like one of my armpits of one of my boughs, because I wouldn't want to lose a leaf because I'm so pleased with the energy that I had collected. Nature just lets that go, embracing the death of everything that it just created so that it can grow deeper beneath the surface and create more life next year. We are behaving like we are because we are that toddler thinking that it's been kicked out of nature. If you read the Oxford English Dictionary definition of nature. It says that nature is everything on earth, including animals and plants, everything except humans or anything humans have made. The English language wrote humans and everything we would make out of nature, which mirrors the oldest stories that we have in our peoples that we got kicked out of the garden. And so we have this deep wound that's subconscious in all of us that we got rejected by nature and it's out to get us and we need to fight it back. As doctors, that looks like antibiotics. As farmers, it looks like herbicides and pesticides to create a sterile field so we can get some corn out of it. And so we have to lose the fear that we are against nature, start to rewrite humanity back into nature, and we're going to re-express a biology that's hopefully still some version of human in my anthropocentric state. But I also get curious. One of my favorite things about being in South Africa is swimming with Craig Foster. He got famous for his film with my octopus teacher. When you swim with Craig and watch him become an aquatic animal, he's totally just becomes non-human, drops down to the bottom of that ocean with no tank or anything else, and will come and intimately experience an octopus. And this octopus comes out and plays with him. When you're in that moment, the curiosity starts to kick in. It's like, I wonder if the next intelligence of the planet is going to be completely non-human. The dinosaurs didn't come back. We leapt to mammals and birds. What goes humans to what? And when I'm watching that octopus, I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if the octopus was the precursor biology to the next intelligence on the planet that supersedes humanity? That would be kind of a cool looking creature. I feel like Star Wars maybe imagined that a couple times. And so I'm very intrigued that we lose the fear, guilt, and shame and start to allow nature to express itself through us, which is what she's been doing the whole time. Even our journey is the expression of nature through us. That's mysterious.
Thank you.
I know it's quite a common question these days. Thank you for your talk, Zach, by the way.
Sure.
What's your take on AI? Is it the next expression of humanness, or is it our support system, or is it going to be the end of humanity as we know it?
Oh, it's totally up to us. I think there's some really obvious ways that it can be helpful. I think we could lose the word artificial there. I did a 3-hour podcast with the minimalists in Los Angeles recently on this concept of looking at the microbiome and how it actually creates intelligence within our neurologic system. We now know there's no such thing as human intelligence. The experience of having an intelligent thought as a human is directly related to the number of microbes within your colon. We now find out that humans were not designed by our brain size or anything like that. We were designed by our colon that suddenly had a leap in its biologic capacity to hold more biodiversity than any other colon in any other mammal or any other species on the planet. In fact, in recent genomic studies, we're starting to realize that the human colon has more biodiversity per cubic centimeter than any other system in nature. Coral reefs, rainforests, soil systems, nothing competes with the colon. That colon has billions of neurons that pierce that lining. We didn't used to think that was true. We thought that the nerves hid behind the blood-brain barrier and were highly protected. We now have living imaging of human guts to show afferent nerves going out into that soil system within your gut. And the afferent, the word afferent means receiving rather than giving information. Efferent nerves put out information, the afferents receive information. In the same way that your brain has never come up with a term paper, it had to be written in there by the keyboard. But the keyboard never wrote the term paper. It was the fingers typing on the keyboard. Your brain is the central processing unit. Your gut is the keyboard, your gut lining. And the microbes are the fingers typing on your computer. And so the ability to have human creative capacity is to say that you have ecosystem creativity or co-creativity happening within you, giving you the impression that there's human intelligence. And so if we have to lose the word human on the word intelligence, then must we also lose the word artificial on artificial intelligence? Intelligence is a phenomenon of how many biodiverse inputs can you have. And in our current iterations of AI, I'm struck that it has very little inputs because they're all coming from humans. I am not afraid of AI that's looking at human inputs for intelligence. It's not going to get very far. Where we could see some really exciting breakthroughs if AI starts to learn how to listen to the microbes within soil systems. Then we might see that AI system start to show us not just what life is, but what is consciousness, what is the cosmos, what is God, what is the unity of all things. And so I think this concept of intelligence we need to start having a looser hand on and realize the soil systems within us and around us, like the computer systems maybe around us, are versions of information processing that nature is doing in many, many iterative fashions. And I think if we lose that concept and simply start asking what are the data inputs that we want AI to be listening to, if we give AI the value system of biodiversity for its inputs, it's going to immediately start working on building the best soil systems in the world. And so I think AI could become the best farmer on the planet and empower humans to do agriculture and systems around closed loop energy and the like much differently if we give it the opportunity to listen to nature instead of just us. All right. One there.
Thanks, Zach. With regards to female intelligence, do you know, or can you speak a little bit about the difference, maybe there is, one that one can see, whether through a microscope or however, microbes are activated in women versus men, because we do think differently and we are very different.
Yeah.
And about how perhaps we can find our voice in more authentic ways to help with the future.
Beautiful. Great question. Endocrinology was my second subspecialty, and so I worked a lot with hormone therapies and was right at the beginning of the gender dissolution that we're now facing in as a whole global issue. And so I saw a lot of people losing that differentiation between the feminine and the masculine mind. And now with my grandkid, my grandson's 16 years old, he's in high school, and his whole class, I'm talking about 2,000 kids in that high school, there's maybe a handful that identify as heterosexual, actually choose a gender. There is such a complete dissolution of gender identity happening, and it's very predictable through the phenomenon of metabolism. When you decrease the energy within a species, the first thing that happens is it develops obesity. When you take away the mitochondrial metabolism within a human and we keep putting food in our mouth, all of those calories just back up and have to be stored in fat because it can't be turned into light energy. Obesity is the beginning of the dimming of the lights of an organism. Type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance is the next thing that occurs. So this is the 1980s of obesity, Nancy Reagan's war on obesity. By the 1990s, we have prediabetes and type 2 diabetes epidemic going on. By the late 1990s, we realize we have an autoimmune crisis going on. 1 in 4 girls in the United States with thyroid antibodies by the time they're 12 years old. And then as you go forward a little further, you get collapse of the neurologic systems and an explosion of autism, attention deficit in the early 2000s. Dim those lights a little bit further and you get an explosion of childhood cancer. And so then you go just one more generation in, dimming the lights through the generations, and you get a complete dissolution of gender within the womb. And so what you experienced in the womb was a differentiation of energy inputs that informed your brain differently than a male brain forming in utero. But as we've killed the microbial and the mitochondrial reserve within biology on the planet, we lose the gender identity very quickly. So I think we have this precious moment left for the feminine mind and the feminine voice to speak up in its original form. I think that it's going to be the grandmothers, ultimately, that need to come and speak this because their great-grandchildren and grandchildren don't have that same mind. And so we are going to have to, if we are going to hear the feminine voice, plug back into our elders, which is a forgotten resource within our current society. And so we need to re-engage our elders. We need to pull them out of retirement communities and all of our other techniques for hiding the decrease in productivity of our elders and bring their voices back to the table to hear what is a feminine mind, because it is in fact different. The feminine mind goes through a death rebirth cycle of dendritic connections every single month due to that estrogenic cycle. She prepares for life within her womb, and in so doing, she pairs the neurologic connections in the brain. And then at the release of that pregnancy that never came to be, there's a huge explosion of neurologic connection. And so the feminine brain is going through death, rebirth, death, rebirth, death, rebirth. And what we know about nature is every cycle of death, rebirth you do, you get more intelligent, because you have more access points to the biodiversity within your gut and to the nature around you. And so predating colonial governments and colonial invasion of North America, there were 625 tribes or nations that were practicing natural law, meaning nature sovereign within themselves, and kept balance with those 600 nations over 40,000 years. That's an extraordinary achievement that was largely arbitrated by the Circle of Women. It was a group of elder women that were elected among the 600 nations to arbitrate conflicts that would occur. That's a different model than your 2024 election cycle for the United States of America right now. And so that's the patriarchal system played out to its endpoint. It's time for a matriarchal elder voice to come back into our communities, to become the source of understanding the natural sovereignty within every child, so that we can rebirth a species. And it was predicted that our genders would dissolve, and I loved the example used earlier of the cocoon. Within that cocoon, you've got to dissolve and metabolize down to the very last moment where it looks like life cannot occur again. Everything in that caterpillar is completely dissolved, and then a butterfly happens. And it has long been said that humanity would reach this point where it would suddenly open the second wing, which is the wing of the condor. The other wing, the wing of the eagle, the masculine, has been beating as the only way to keep humanity afloat. And so we might give up the judgment even towards the masculine ultimately, realizing that we simply hadn't unfolded our full understanding of what the feminine mind within each of us is capable of doing. And it was predicted that in this decade, or in this time period between the epochs, ending this last 70,000 years, 2012 to 2017, somewhere in that time wrapping up that period, now we're in the complete dissolution mode for this decade, and sometime around 2027, 2028, thank God there's only one American election between now and then, we're going to see a complete change in human behavior. And it's going to largely be because these generations that are coming through my clinic now, there's so much autism in our children in the United States. We're at 1 in 20 diagnosed, but it's probably more like 1 in 5 or 1 in 10. We're expecting to have 1 in 3 children on the autism spectrum in the US by 2035. 1 in 3. The beauty of that, the silver lining of a generation that has that much expression of autism, is that they cannot be programmed with any of the old metrics of value or productivity that have been adopted in these abstract forms of belief that we were educated into. Because you cannot educate an autistic child because they are so good at learning. Learning is the opposite of education. education is a programming. Education is one of the most potent forms of colonialism on this planet. It separates children from their ecosystems, from their natural indigenous wisdom, from their natural medicine, from their natural ancestral line of memory. And we go in and program them. If you read the definition of education back in that Oxford English Dictionary, you will be terrified that you decided to do that to your children. Put them through a system of education. Indigenous cultures and humanity as a whole, but especially the autistic among us, learn. Learning is an experiential journey, iterating and iterating as the brain blooms and dies and blooms and dies with its connections to nature. May we all be autistic for a moment in this time of our dissolution. I'm honored to be with each of you. I think we have to wrap up for their next program, but I'm really honored that you guys let me talk this long. Thank you for the long run on the Q&A. So cute.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here today at the Extreme Hangout. We are about to start our next panel session. This session will delve into innovative technological solutions for climate change mitigation and environmental regeneration that will empower local producers and communities. Let's please give a huge round of applause and a grand welcome to our great friends, Planetary X. Thank you so much for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome.
Come.
Going after you guys.
Oh, fuck. They didn't allow me to introduce them, but they're fast enough to come and speak.
You can still do.
Yes, of course.
Sentou, saiu do sol.
Yes. I'm enormously grateful for this opportunity. I would like to thank Extreme Hangout for this opportunity. And it's a privilege to speak about such innovative solutions that are coming up. And the opportunity to really make a difference and bring practical solutions to current problems that the world is coming together to try to resolve. So this panel is a very special panel for me. I've been working with this with such a great team. And along the way, we've been meeting such a special people, with the bold people and courageous that do not fear to challenge the current state and act on impact for sustainable solutions. The nature-based community-led solutions for environmental regeneration is something that we need to discuss in detail because it determines the future generations' status. I would like to introduce this wonderful team. I'm very challenged to moderate such a personalities, so bear with me. I would like to invite Ollie Bolton, CEO and co-founder at Earthly, an entrepreneur with 15 years experience in the FMCG, health and environmental sectors, on a mission to protect and regenerate more than 1% of planet by 2030. It's quite bold. Yeah. Member of the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits and business advisor to Stop Ecocide International.
Let's give it up.
I would ask to invite my colleague. We've been working together so long, and I learned to appreciate your zealous job and work with us. Julieta Imperioso.
Thank you, amigo.
Wait! She's executive manager at Storm and Planetary X, leading creative and strategic operation. Very well, by the way. Degree in psychology at University de Buenos Aires. Julieta has been working in the intersection of digital and blockchain technology in communities for impact.
Thank you, amigo.
Now, I have two very special friends that I've met very short time ago, but the connection was really strong, and who has been doing an amazing job. Carlos Roberto Ferreira Lopes is his Portuguese name. Yep. Can you tell us your real name?
Tamuri Tapuia.
Tabuli Tapuia.
Yep.
He's the president of the National Confederation of Family Farmers and Rural Family Entrepreneurs, CONAFER, represents and encourages and values family farmers, fishermen, small rural entrepreneurs, quilombolas, indigenous people, riverside dwellers, settlers, and campers, guaranteeing dignity and better working conditions. Welcome. I want to introduce another friend that we've been enjoying some time together, and definitely we have a burden, a vision to work deep into the communities. This is something we have in common. Katukina Giovanni Oitana Pantoja. You're welcome. He works at the National Strategy of Policies for Monitoring and Security in the field at CONAFER. Master's degree in Sustainability from the Center for Sustainable Development at the University of Brasilia. He worked for 13 years with the protection and promotion of isolated indigenous groups by the National Foundation of Indigenous People, FUNAI, working throughout the Brazilian Amazon, locating and monitoring isolated groups. He worked in several operations to combat illegal activities on indigenous lands. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. I will ask you to bear a little bit longer with me because I will need also to translate them into English. So apart from moderating, I need to translate. And for me, it's been a very unique experience. Brazil is very bad understood by those who don't know Brazil or have not been there or been with our communities. And most of the assessment I've been doing here is that Brazil is really misunderstood by the world and what we have there. And because of that, we really don't understand how our communities operate on the basis. And because Brazil is a self-sufficient country, we have everything we need to survive. And because of that, it's very hard for people to understand what is really happening inside. So that's why this is very hard to express what is happening inside, and we need our local indigenous people to speak out what they are experiencing on the field, how much they are using technology to improve people's lives in Brazil. And CONAFER, with President Carlos heading, is a visionary man who has been improving of people's lives. I would like him to introduce himself, his experience, and how he's been facing and understanding problems, and how these problems has been solved and are being solved, and they will be solved because we have a very brave people in Brazil. Carlos, I would like you to start. You know what to say. You have a lot to say. I've been with you some good time. I don't even need to ask you questions. I think you can start, please.
Okay. I'm going to do it in Portuguese, okay?
Yes.
My English is not very good. Oh, good. Boa tarde a todas e todos.
Good afternoon, all.
Bom, acho que para se apresentar é bom falar da gênese do processo, né? De todo isso que você expôs, né?
I want to present this process that you also exposed.
Nós, brasileiros, povos originários, seja eles categorizados no seu modal econômico, como agricultor, como pecuarista, como extrativista.
We Brazilian, the original people categorized as land extractivists, cattle takers, agriculture producers.
Chega momento na nossa história que precisamos virar a chave.
There's a moment in our history that we need to turn the key.
Porque a gente precisava entender porque não comíamos bem, não
we need to understand why we didn't eat well.
Não existíamos com qualidade, porque que o mundo tinha nos categorizado como raça secundária.
Existing with equality because we were considered the second class.
Mas nós tínhamos tudo debaixo dos nossos pés.
But we had everything under our foot.
Nós tínhamos a melhor floresta, nós tínhamos a melhor
condição de vida, the best condition of life.
Nós tínhamos as melhores águas,
better water.
A certeza de que nós já existívamos por milhões de anos.
And the assurance that we've been existing for millions of years.
E tinha uma cultura de 10 mil anos nos categorizando
a culture
como pessoas insuficientes.
Is standing for 10,000 years, categorizing us.
Tudo para o nosso povo tinha que ser recebido.
Everything from our people had to be received.
E quem levaria seria realmente o Estado, né? O Estado sempre foi o provedor de soluções, o Estado sempre foi o provedor da medicina, do alimento e da religião.
The state has always been the provider for medicine, for care, for religion. The state is the giver.
A religião que chegou para nós nos categorizou de demônios.
The religion that arrived to us categorized us as demons.
A comida nos categorizou, nos colocou doente.
The food that were brought made us sick.
E a sociedade que nos trouxeram não nos aceitavam como pessoas que poderíamos oferecer algo a pessoas.
And the society that came to us didn't consider us a society that would give and offer things.
A pergunta que fizemos como povos originários desse território foi: qual a educação que eles estavam nos provendo se essas pessoas tinham chegado sem educação?
The question that we made is how they could give us education if they arrived without education.
A saúde que essas pessoas tinham nos provido para um povo que não tinha doença.
The health that they came to offer us to a people that had no disease.
A comida que nos trouxeram para um povo que nunca conheceu fome.
The food that were brought to a people that didn't know hunger.
Resumindo, nós sabíamos então que nós poderíamos ser autossuficientes em várias variáveis para promover uma existência proeminente e ainda poder sentar aqui na COP28 e dizer para todos, olhando nos olhos, nós podemos contribuir com o que vocês precisam.
In summary, we understood that we could be self-sufficient and even being here with our own strength to face you and even offer you what we have.
Porém, nós precisamos aceitar também que nós não carregaríamos sentimentos de vingança, de diferença, ou de repatriação, ou de reprogramação. Não.
Not bearing any feeling of revenge or repatriation of our experience.
Sendo assim, o que precisávamos nós nesse mundo contemporâneo? Precisávamos nós se reorganizar.
So, what do we need for this contemporary timing?
Reorganizar nesse mundo seria o quê? Seríamos nós ajunir uma personalidade jurídica civil.
So, we needed to reorganize ourselves. We need to adapt to this contemporary world. So, we started by a civil association.
E também precisávamos entender que essa territorialidade já não estava mais somente em territórios indígenas.
And we needed to understand that also the territory were not only based on indigenous communities' territory only.
Porque tínhamos se transformado em pequenos agricultores, tínhamos se transformado em quilombos.
We passed through some transformation as small agro farmers,
pescadores,
fishermen,
assentados de reformas agrárias. Nós indígenas tínhamos se transmutado para várias categorias de pessoas dentro desse mesmo território chamado Brasil.
We were also experiencing different categories in this country of Brazil.
Sendo assim, nós construímos e fundamos uma entidade chamada CONAFÉ, Confederação
By this
Nacional.
reason, we funded CONAFÉ, an association.
E essa entidade englobava uma terminologia que existe dentro da nossa lei, chamada...
And we brought a terminology that is based on our legal system.
Chamado-se agricultores familiares. Por que agricultores
familiares?
Family Porque vivíamos em regime comum de família.
Because we were living as a family regime.
Não importasse se estivéssemos em territórios indígenas,
Doesn't
em
matter
pequenas
if we were
fazendas,
in indigenous
ou com pescadores.
communities, or in private farms, or in the fisher.
Uma das
rivers.
políticas central dessa entidade foi não existir a partir de nenhum tipo de recurso público.
And one of the premises of these associations that we didn't need to depend on government funding.
Começamos a institucionalizar essa entidade e não tem problema em dizer, uma taxa que é menos de 5, 6 dólares de mensalidade que esse indivíduo paga.
We institutionalized this association and we are charging 6 to 7%.
Mas somos 8 milhões de associados.
$6 to $7, but we are 8 million associated.
Produzimos 10,1% do PIB do Brasil.
We produce 10.1% of GDP of Brazil.
Empregamos 77% da mão de obra rural do Brasil.
And we employ 77% of the labor of Brazil.
88% da Amazônia Legal está debaixo dos nossos pés.
88% is 88% of the legal Amazon is under our foot.
Alimentamos 77% do consumo interno do Brasil.
We feed 77% of the local consumption of Brazil.
Somos país de 230 milhões de brasileiros que abastecem 6 bilhões de pessoas.
We are 250 million people that supply 7 billion people.
Isso tudo acabou ficando muito importante.
It became very important.
E, sendo assim, uma das políticas da Conafé foi devolver 70% do que arrecadamos para quem representamos.
And one of the premises that is based in Conafé is that we give it back to the community 7% of our revenue.
Essa devolução foi em construções de programas, políticas,
through programs, policies.
Tudo que existe numa cadeia de desenvolvimento, de empreendedorismo e de inovação para povo.
In a supply chain of entrepreneurship and improvement of our people.
Hoje nós atendemos 3.900 municípios fazendo melhoramento genético do rebanho dos pequenos produtores.
We attend 3,900 municipalities in Brazil that attends the local cattle.
Representamos 241 nações indígenas.
We represent 240 indigenous communities.
A partir disso, começamos a chegar em resultados bastante impressionantes. Como nós mesmos passamos a observar nosso território, nós mesmos passamos a monitorar nosso território, nós mesmos passamos a dar suporte de alimentação, educação e alimentação aos nossos próprios povos.
We reached impressive results. We are now monitoring all this territory. We are reaching people with what they are producing.
Eu não acredito que o meu povo está em emergência. Quem está em emergência é o mundo.
I don't believe my people is under any emergency. Who is in emergency is the world.
Porque faz 523 anos que meu povo foi colocado para sumir.
It's been 520 years that my people were set to disappear.
It's not true because I'm here.
It's not true because I'm here.
Ainda somos quarto do Brasil em território autônomo.
We are 1/4 of Brazil as an autonomous territory.
E também representamos 8 milhões de vidas nesse território.
And we represent 8 million lives in this territory.
O que esse povo representa? O que esse povo tem?
People represent, what do they have?
Nós somos povos de floresta.
We are the forest people.
Uma coisa que ficou bem nítida para nós é que em toda a realidade de mundo, todo mundo categorizou somente duas sociedades: o público urbano e o público rural.
The world defined only two categories: the urban people and the rural people.
Mas em Brasil é diferente.
But Brazil is different.
No Brasil, nós precisamos reconhecer que temos mais uma: povos de floresta.
We need to recognize one more category, is the forest people.
E são tão importantes para o ecossistema do mundo.
And they're so important for the world ecosystem.
Porque só lá temos das proteínas necessárias para confecções de medicinas.
It's only there that we have the proper proteins for pharmaceutical.
Só nós sabemos
for medicine.
O que alimentar para curar, o que alimentar para crescer.
We know what to feed to heal, what to feed to grow.
E uma lógica da confederação e da nossos braços de movimentos, temos a União Nacional Indígena, e temos uma categoria de povos que são chamadas de Han-Han-Han. O que significa Han-Han-Han?
One of the categories that we have in the logic of Conafé is that we have a people we call Han-Han-Han.
O que significa Han-Han? União de povos.
What does it mean? It means the union of the people.
Porque a FUNAI, muitas das vezes, quando acontecia a dizimação de povos, elas iam pegando esses pequenos grupos e colocando para viver juntos.
FUNAI, when they were decimating people, indigenous people, FUNAI started putting them together to live.
Então nasceu-se um novo povo, povo junto, um povo misturado.
A new people were born.
E a gente
The together
entendeu,
people or the united people.
e a gente entendeu que a saída seria a ancestralidade com a contemporaneidade.
And we understood that we needed to bring ancestrality with the contemporarity.
Exato. Porque a gente precisava ter condições e elementos verdadeiros para fazer uma boa alquimia, para fazer uma boa coisa. Sem produtos verdadeiros para se fazer um misturado, não sairia nada. Então,
we needed to have conditions to, and even alchemy to transform and use the tools we have to produce.
Assim, pegando por essa variável, a gente começou a chegar em indivíduos e produtos que realmente promoveram bastante soluções dentro do nosso país.
And the result is that we start producing solutions in our country.
Podemos dizer que ter a certeza, a partir da afirmação do Estado brasileiro, que o que nós representamos alimenta 70% do que esse país come, esse povo não está em emergência.
And the assurance that we are feeding 70% of Brazilian people, it shows that we are not in emergency.
A partir disso, começamos a se organizar em associações, sindicatos, cooperativas.
We start organizing ourselves in associations, civil associations.
Para que pudéssemos ter maior condição de contribuição para o mundo, podendo fornecer alimentos, podendo oferecer artesanatos, cultura,
so that we can offer.
Né?
Say it again, sorry.
Tipo assim, que depois disso a gente começou, depois dessa reorganização desses instrumentos para melhor relação, a gente conseguiu levar esses produtos para o mundo, né, que são os alimentos, os remédios, nossa
in order
cultura.
that what we are producing is reaching the world, medicine, food.
Poucas pessoas no mundo sabem que os índios do Brasil ainda existem.
Very few people in the world understands that the indigenous communities in Brazil still exist.
Mas muitas pessoas vivem porque nós estamos vivos.
But many people live because we are alive.
Porque eles respiram o ar que a floresta que nós preservamos.
Because they breathe the air that our forest is filled.
Eles alimentam dos alimentos que nós produzimos.
They're fed with the food we are producing.
Eles conhecem as cores que nós mostramos.
They know the colors that we show the world.
Eles ainda veem animais porque nós não os matamos.
They see animals because we didn't kill them.
Eu acredito que isso tem muita utilidade.
There is much utility, I believe.
Porque nunca conheci ninguém que falou que me conhecer não era nada.
I never met someone that told me that to meet me was nothing.
Yeah. Então, a partir da criação dessa confederação, os povos indígenas passaram a ter uma condição de jurídico próprio.
So we start having our own legal basis,
de mercado,
our own market.
E agora eu posso dizer que de mundo.
And now I can say of the world.
Eu sei que depois de hoje ninguém mais vai dizer que os índios do Brasil não existem.
So from today on, people will not say that the indigenous people in Brazil do not exist.
Porque eu não acredito que o que nós somos e que nós temos não seja significante ou de interesse de todos. Porque ainda existir para nós foi uma grande vitória.
So to exist for us is still a big victory.
Porque a gente, para voltar a existir, bastou a gente voltar para o nosso sagrado, que era verdadeiro e era nosso.
In order that we can go back to our sacred and to what is ours. Sorry, just a minute, because I'm translating. I need to moderate so that we can run. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Thank you, Carlos.
Okay.
Let's move, and then we can come back if we have some time.
No worry. I'm here. Thank you all.
Katukina, we are looking for solutions to mitigate climate change. And these solutions is coming from nature-based solutions. And I know that you've been developing a very wonderful application, and you have a lot of experience with community-based solutions. I would like you to speak about this experience and how these communities are being integrated in these solutions. Eu te pergunto sobre as soluções de comunidade que vocês têm desenvolvido junto com tecnologia e como você é uma pessoa que tem estado em campo e tem integrado essas comunidades Acho importante que as pessoas pudessem conhecer esse aspecto.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good evening, good afternoon to all.
Me chamo Veri Kaharu Katukina.
I'm named Veri Kaharu Katukina.
O meu povo passou por um processo de colonização muito forte na Amazônia.
People passed through a colonization process in Amazon too strong.
E foi através desse processo que eu resolvi criar algo que ajudasse eles.
And through this process I decided to create something that could help them.
E nasce a plataforma Hamugai.
So the platform Hamugai was born.
A ideia inicial era encontrar meu povo.
The initial idea was to look for my people.
E tá ajudando outros povos, né?
And helping other people.
A plataforma ela funciona através de aplicativo de celular.
The platform works as an application for cell phones.
Onde os próprios indígenas
where the indigenous communities themselves
abastecem a plataforma.
Feed the platform in their own languages.
E é uma plataforma tradicional, né?
It's a traditional platform.
E através dessa plataforma a gente está criando os programas de formação para essas comunidades.
Through this platform we are creating programs of training for these communities.
Vigilância indígena de monitoramento.
Indigenous monitoring.
Brigadas de combate a incêndio florestal.
Unities for fire fighting.
E a ideia da plataforma é que ela centralize todas essas informações e que seja encaminhada para o poder público.
And the idea is that this platform could bear this data and send it to the public ministry and the police power in Brazil.
E a gente já começou esse processo de formação, né, no território, Caramuru.
We already started this formation process, this training process in Caramuru.
Próximo será Yanomami.
The next one is going to be Yanomami.
Xingu. E a ideia é que essa plataforma gere uma autonomia desses territórios.
And the idea is that this platform creates an autonomy for these territories.
E até eu morrer, eles vão ser autônomos.
And until I die, they will be autonomous. One more question, quickly. How can you connect without internet? Como que você consegue conectar esse povo sem internet?
Ancestralidade.
Ancestrality.
Então, hoje o aplicativo ele funciona offline.
The application works offline.
A minha ideia foi utilizar o que os povos indígenas utilizavam há muito tempo atrás.
The idea was to use what our indigenous people used to use before.
Bater na raiz das árvores.
Beating the root of the trees.
E radiofonia.
And radiophony.
E o aplicativo ele transita nessas ondas de rádio.
The application works with these radio waves.
E eles conseguem subir essas informações.
They can upload this data.
E onde é sistematizado dentro da plataforma.
Where it is systematized in this platform. Thank you. Julie, we've been working together so hard in Planetary X, and you saw this technology to blossom. And how this connection now can be done with the technology and financial instruments that are based in biodiversity credits. I would like you to share a little bit of your experience in the technology of Planetary X.
For sure.
And how they are integrating these biodiversity credits with the community-based solutions.
Thank you. So, working in this process, I learned something that I didn't know. That is that 80% of the land, correct me if I'm wrong, that is owned, that is Amazonian rainforest, has to be preserved. And I think that is an amazing move from Brazil. And we wondered how can we support that to keep happening.
Yeah.
And we decided that we needed to create a solution that could improve the process, but not only one part of the process. We designed an end-to-end solution that goes from data gathering until the issuance of these biodiversity credits. And for that, we used something that we have been working with for a long time at Storm, that is this incubator that is pushing Planetary X forward with help of course, other partnerships. And we wanted to use blockchain or decentralized ledger technologies to support these efforts that are being pushed by communities, to keep them independent and to be able to provide them with an infrastructure that can allow for them to make sure that every effort that they are doing is protected, it's tamper-proof, and it can be stored in a way that anyone can see but nobody can touch. So that is kind of what we are trying to develop. If I can be more concrete on what is Planetary X, it's a two-part product. It has its data gathering tool, and then it has kind of a issuer certification portal that can take this data and translate it into these biodiversity credits for them to be put in the market.
Brazil is a continental area, so to gather all this quantity of data and process it and to create these biodiversity credits, it requires a large amount of technology and people. How do you scale up? How do you see the possibility of really spreading this technology and monitoring so large areas with so many diverse communities?
So I think that technology can help improve the speed and efficiency of these efforts, and also translating that data and making it available and understandable for everyone. And with these new AI tools that we're exploring, and satellites and radars that can capture information without going in the land, to not disturb not only natures but community that have lived there for so long. I think that technology has the potential to escalate this, and also to make the most out of it, to take that information and create reporting and create awareness of why is this so important to preserve and to support the efforts that are being done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oli, biodiversity is a holistic comprehension of a problem that up to now I think we've been a little focused on carbon, which gave us this awareness. And it was amazing when we were talking to understand that biodiversity can even create a bridge to health. And this holistic approach must be done with some certain criteria, certain kinds of assessment that must create an agreement of how, why, and which kind of data we are creating. So could you please share your experience regarding the assessment and these criteria for a possible standard where we could agree on how to measure this biodiversity?
Sure, be happy to talk about that. I think the first thing to say is you're completely right. Biodiversity is deeply interconnected with health. biodiversity feeds into medicine, into healthy nutrition that Carlos was talking about. Biodiversity helps prevent the spread of disease, feeds into ecosystem services like water purification, air purification, mental health, and ultimately, biodiversity helps us tackle the biodiversity crisis, which we need to solve to stay here on Earth. But for us, the assessment is really important, and 3 years ago we decided the need for the assessment that looks at carbon, biodiversity, and social impact. So we screen 106 quality indicators, a third in each of those areas, to really allow us to see, what are the highest quality, highest integrity projects in the market, and it's often those community-led solutions that are there. So looking at the social side of our assessment, we screen things like free and prior informed consent, community engagement, community involvement, and I'm really proud of the work that we've done. We released the assessment a year ago. We've screened 300 projects to date, and I think an interesting byproduct from that is only 8% of the projects that we've screened have met the minimum standards across those 106 indicators. So we see our role as bringing trust to the market and helping really accelerate investment to those leading projects that maximize their score and ultimately maximize their impact.
Thank you. So, by what we've been seeing here, we already have some pieces of the puzzle that makes a lot of sense, because we have land production, we have brave people producing these amazing products that we need to survive. We have technology reaching these regions, and we have even financial instruments that can support protection, biodiversity research, to discover new technologies like low-carbon technology. How do you see regarding how to bring the investors to understand this new ecosystem, on these new financial instruments that is backed by protection, production, and new discovery of technologies?
So I think the first thing is really to build trust in the market, and there's been lots of scandals and issues that have really affected the confidence of investors, whether that's business or whether that's financial institutions. So I think that's number one, is to bring that confidence back towards nature-based projects and to have a data-led approach, sort of screening all of those elements that we've been talking about. And we see that as the number one way to attract money to this market. But going to the biodiversity credit space, it's really early, and we're still designing and working out the best architecture for biodiversity credits, learning from the carbon markets. And that's something that I'm actively involved in, and I'm really excited to be a part of the development of that ecosystem.
Thank you. I think we still have time for maybe one question, short, for each one. Okay. Ele quer perguntar para o Carlos e para o
Okay.
Carlos.
I would like to ask a question. My question is, we heard what you're saying about all what you're doing and your sufficiency in being in Amazonia. It seems like you don't need us. You don't need the world needs you. How do you see the interaction and the need or the collaboration with technology, since you can live without it? So how do you see it interacting with you and making you more efficient and more clear in your message?
Pelo que vocês disseram, vocês realmente não têm necessidade de integração com o mundo, porque vocês são autossuficientes. E a pergunta é, como vocês veem, então, o uso dessas tecnologias e essa necessidade, sendo que vocês poderiam viver de maneira isolada? Como vocês enxergam essa integração?
A última vez que nós achamos que viviam no jardim do Éden.
The last time we thought we used to live, that we lived in the Garden of Eden.
Chegou monte de barco lá com a espada e uma cruz.
Or arrived there in boats with the sword and the cross.
Então nós estamos aqui para dizer que nós amamos o mundo como o mundo ama nós. Estamos aqui para poder ajudar o mundo.
We are here to say that we love.
De verdade, a autossuficiência de um povo só é fato quando ele se integra com o mundo, não se abstém do mundo.
The autosufficiency of a people is not when they are isolated, but when they are integrated with the world. And we are here to say that we love the world as the world loves us.
Eu gostaria de quebrar o protocolo,
I would
eu
like to
gostaria de
break
dizer
the
sobre
protocol.
integração de mundo. Eu gostaria de uma salva de palmas para uns amigos novos. Matt, meu amigo do Guns.
I would like to break the protocol and give some applause for Matt. It's here with us. Pablo Lobo.
Tel, Marina.
Marina.
Isso é o que chamamos de integrar o mundo.
This is what it means to integrate the world.
Porém, se não tivéssemos nós, povos, feito a nossa parte,
therefore, if we, the indigenous people, had not done our part,
não estaríamos aqui integrados com vocês.
We will not be here integrated with you.
Não com essa originalidade, com essa condição de contribuição.
Not with this originality and this kind of a contribution.
Seria muita prepotência de um povo, depois de um barco ter cruzado um pedaço para o outro, não precisar do outro.
It would be much arrogance from our part to understand that when a boat crossed one continent to the other, to say that we don't need each other anymore.
Essa autossuficiência que descrevemos, essa alta condição que descrevemos aqui,
this high condition we're
é uma parte de evolução que nós mesmos povos fizemos.
It's a part of evolution that we are ourselves as indigenous people that are making also.
Não para vivermos e morrermos sozinhos.
Not to live and die alone.
Mas para que possamos ter um pouco de credibilidade e dizer que possamos contribuir.
But to say that we have the credibility also to contribute.
Contribuir não quer dizer que a solução é eu.
To contribute doesn't mean the solution's me.
Podemos ser parte.
We are part and we can be a part.
Posso? Bom, hoje no Brasil a gente tem um sistema de monitoramento.
In Brazil we have a monitoring system.
Que foi criado porque eu tive que sair da aldeia e buscar esse conhecimento fora.
And it was only created because I left the territory, my community, to look for new solutions.
Hoje eu sou formado, tenho a graduação em pedagogia intercultural indígena.
I'm graduated in
pedagogia intercultural indígena.
Intercontinental Indigenous Pedagogy.
Uma pós em geoprocessamento.
A post-graduation in geoprocessing.
E mestrado em sustentabilidade.
And master in sustainability.
E mesmo assim eu não deixei as minhas raízes que estão lá no interior da floresta.
My roots that are in the interior.
E essa integração que a gente fala como instituição,
this integration that we say as an association,
é justamente para ter as pessoas, de pessoas para pessoas.
To have the people, from the people to the people.
E a gente está aberto.
We are open.
Faz parcerias.
With partnerships.
Foi assim que a gente conheceu várias pessoas.
That's the reason we met so many people.
E hoje nós estamos aqui, né,
and
falando
today we are here with these people. I think we are still open for one more question. Please.
Thank you for this amazing
Obrigado.
share of the experience of supporting farmers in Brazil.
Apoiar produtores no
Actually,
Brasil.
the question I have is along the whole supply chain. We know that the farmers are the most to struggle financially because they have a very tight margins. And coming that we're talking about lead solutions, we would love to see if you have tapped on this very challenging issue for farmers, because we know that many of farmers, they are leaving the field because of the very tight margins. So I would love to see if you have solutions to relax somehow these margins to keep the farmers in the field. And the other questions I have for Giovanni is like for when you have integrated technology with farmers, which is really very needed to gather information and to enhance and to facilitate the support of science approaches to these farmers. So how you adapt these farmers to use these technological platforms, because we know that they are a little bit away from this field, I would say. So what are the educational platforms and tactics and solutions you have used to enhance the interface between the farmers and for the digital platform that you have done? Thank you.
Thank you. Bom, primeiro ela agradece assim, pelo apoio que vocês têm para pequenos produtores e produção agrícola. E ela sabe muito bem as restrições financeiras que esses pequenos produtores têm, por ter uma margem reduzida, por ter que proteger uma parte da área como imposição legal. Então, a primeira pergunta, ela quer saber como que esses mecanismos financeiros estão sendo conduzidos para melhorar esse tipo de produção, como que vocês enxergam essa melhora. A segunda pergunta está relacionada à maneira como vocês treinam e cuidam e fazem com que as pessoas usem esses aplicativos. Qual é o método que vocês têm usado para conseguir fazer essa transição para esses produtores?
Acho que primeiro eu vou responder. Bom,
I will answer first.
é interessante a gente pensar aqui
It's very interesting for us to
todos os
think.
indivíduos que estão aqui, independente do que acreditamos ou envolvemos a nossa vida,
All individuals
a
here,
gente vai precisar de um salário por mês.
we will need at least one salary a month.
Todo mundo aqui tem um salário por mês que faz os seus compromissos pessoais, de
We have a
interesses,
month,
de sonhos, correto?
a monthly salary that pays our bills monthly.
A maioria das nossas pequenas propriedades, e aí a gente vai englobar todo esse
The majority of our small properties and
essa
small
representatividade que a
farmers,
Conafé faz. Nós, dentro dessas pequenas propriedades, inserimos um modelo que chamamos-se de ERA.
we introduced a model that we call ERA.
Nós conseguimos colocar dentro dessas propriedades 12 ciclos de produções.
We introduced in these properties 12 cycles
Porque
of
esses
production.
indivíduos precisavam de 12 rendas.
So they needed 12
Uma por
salaries monthly.
E é sabido por todos que toda cultura de produção ela tem um ciclo.
All knows that the production of any culture has a cycle.
A única coisa que dá dinheiro com 30 dias é a vaca.
The only thing that gives you a profit with 30 days is the cow.
Porque você tira o leite, vende
Because
e
you
recebe com
remove-
30 dias.
Yeah, you remove the
Segunda,
milk and you receive
folhagens.
in 30 days.
60 dias. 90 dias, peixe.
Wait. With 60 days,
Folhagens. Folhas. igual
yeah,
temos-
leaves,
Leaves.
and 90 days,
Fishings.
fish.
Quarto mês, colocamos
Fourth month,
frango ou porco.
chicken or pork.
Nós fomos ciclando as culturas em 12 meses,
We
para que tivesse uma
made
renda mensal.
A cycle in order that they could have a monthly income.
E a Conafé ajudou esse grupo a criar um banco digital.
And
chamado
Conafair
Terra
helped to create a financial instrument, a bank.
Esses associados que nós detemos, eles
These
passam por
associates.
esse processo de inclusão nesse novo modelo de tecnologia
They
de
pass
produção
through the inclusion into this new model of technology
a partir de ciclos.
from cycles.
E vimos a reserva legal não mais como um impedimento de uso de área, mas sim como a nossa grande green bag.
And we saw the legal reserve area, which is a legal institute that is mandatory for the small farmers to
tempo
keep
atrás-
as not as a debt or a restriction, but as a financial instrument to be created.
E há um tempo atrás a gente é sabido por todos aqui nessa roda que há um tempo atrás no Brasil nós não tínhamos legislação que permitíamos a gente monetizar a floresta.
We had no legal framework in Brazil that would allow us to compensate the farmers for protecting the forest.
Agora podemos.
Now we can.
O que seria monetizar para aquele que já tinha essa obrigação?
What does it mean to compensate those who has already the obligation?
Que a floresta que está inserida dentro das pequenas propriedades.
Because the forest that is inside these small properties,
Quem colocou o compulsório constitucional de transformar pedaços da minha área em floresta?
who set this obligation to keep forests inside a private property in Brazil?
Ele não assumiu as responsabilidades da floresta.
He didn't take over the responsibility of the forest.
Ele apenas disse: você tem uma floresta.
The government just said, okay, you have a forest,
Mas proteger,
but to protect,
reflorestar,
to reforest,
monitorar,
to
ficou
monitor,
de responsabilidade do proprietário da
It's
área.
the responsibility of the landlord.
A única coisa nova aqui
The only
é
thing
poder transformar isso em um commodity.
Is to transform it in a commodity.
Mas para se tornar um produto, para se tornar um commodity, a gente tem que colocar o quê?
For this to be,
monitoramento. Temos que inserir várias variáveis de ações para que isso se transforme em floresta.
for these services of protection, ecosystem services, to be commoditized or be recognized as a service that were delivered and is needed for compensation, we needed a process of data gathering that evaluates the ecosystem services, that analyzes the chemistry of that biome, and that measures the value of that biome.
O que a Conafé fez foi desenvolver ações e programas para que isso se tornasse mais fácil.
Conafair is doing is just using action and programs that this process can be made in an easy way.
Criando relação com o governo brasileiro através das suas autarquias responsáveis, Serviço Florestal Brasileiro, Ministério do Meio Ambiente, para que nós possamos fazer isso através de nós mesmos. Aí criamos uma ação que chama-se Mais Floresta Brasil.
We have an action called Mais Floresta Brasil in conjunction with autarchies of Brazil and some institutions that are also helping us to regulate this new subject.
Assim, Catuquina pôde desenvolver o Ramungai.
That's why Catuquina developed Ramugai's application.
Para que pudesse ser doado a esses associados, sejam indígenas ou produtores rurais, para que pudesse fazer isso de uma forma mais eficiente.
So that this could be given to our associates, that they could be it in a more efficient way.
Criamos brigadas, criamos guardiães florestais.
Unity Forest Guardians.
E condicionamos insumos para que essas comunidades fizessem isso de forma autônoma e própria.
Conditioning the input so that the communities could do it in an autonomous manner.
A partir dessa gestão, dessa nova gestão de áreas e de florestas, aí a gente pode dizer que nós tínhamos florestas ou crédito de carbono ou floresta para negociar.
From this holistic approach and technological approach, we can say that we do have forest credits or biodiversity credits or carbon credits.
Desse produto estava sob a nossa responsabilidade.
And the quality of these products is under our responsibility.
E não mais de outros.
E não
podendo nós chegarmos aqui e dizer para quem possa interessar que a floresta está na mão do povo de floresta, nós temos o melhor produto, então, para o interesse de quem que seja.
Knowing that this project now is being managed by local indigenous communities, we understand that we have the best data collection value as a product to offer to the market.
Com a fusão ou a parceria com a Planetary X,
and with this fusion and partnership with the Planetary X,
eu dispenso aí comentários sobre a qualidade do que nós estamos fazendo.
I dispense the comments regarding the quality of the technology we are using and the work we are doing.
Quando eu estava vindo para cá, um amigo meu chamado Pablo mandou
One friend of mine called Pablo, when I was coming here, he sent a message to me.
E eu quero dizer que também temos duas graduações. Sou formado em bacharel de Direito e Ciências Políticas.
I'm graduated in Law School and Social Politics.
E ele me disse assim para mim,
then Pablo told
me envie uma aspa. Eu falei, meu Deus.
Send a comma.
Eu falei, what?
Huh? A quote.
Eu falei, o que eu vou falar?
I said, what I'm going
muito
to say.
simples. Os melhores estão com os melhores.
The best are with the best.
A outra.
Bom, para essas comunidades tradicionais utilizarem o aplicativo,
for these communities to use and utilize this application,
tinha que ter alguém à frente desse projeto com credibilidade, né?
There would need someone to be ahead of the project that had credibility.
E eu acredito que a forma que ele foi produzido,
and I believe that the way it was constructed, built,
dialoga com essas comunidades.
Talks directly with these communities.
Um sistema simples.
It's a simple system.
Mas que eles sentem ali algo que vai ajudar eles.
But they feel that this is some tools that will help them.
Okay. No Brasil hoje,
in Brazil,
as denúncias que são feitas,
the reports that are brought to the police power and the government
chega no ministério e fica aquele documento.
Arrives at the public ministry and these documents stay laid there without action.
E hoje numa comunidade para produzir um documento,
in a community today to write a single report, a simple document,
demora 15 dias no mínimo.
15 days minimum.
O representante leva esse documento.
The representative takes this document and
em 10 segundos acaba.
In 10 seconds it finishes.
A ideia do aplicativo é que ele dê essa resposta para a comunidade.
The idea of the application is that this gives a response to the community.
Então todas as ocorrências vai ter análise e eles vão receber pelo aplicativo.
All reports that are delivered to the local policies will be given a response through the application to the issuers.
E hoje o app Ramungai,
the Ramungai application,
a pressão que está acontecendo dentro das instituições brasileiras é pelo constrangimento.
The pressure that is being imposed through this, to Brazil, it's being by embarrassing. Yes, intimidation.
Mas é um aplicativo que eu demorei 2 anos.
I took 2 years to build this application.
Durante as madrugadas programando.
Late at night programming.
Mas conectado com a minha ancestralidade.
But connected with my ancestrality.
E eu acredito que é isso que incentiva os outros parentes indígenas.
This is what incentivizes other relatives, indigenous relatives of mine,
a usarem e acreditar.
And to believe it.
Sem contar também que nós colocamos na língua própria, né?
And we use them in their local languages.
E o aplicativo hoje, a partir dessas formações, a gente traduz ele para a língua do povo.
For formation and training, we translate it into their own languages.
É isso.
This is it. Thank you. I think we came to the end. I would like to thank everybody for participating. It's a lovely evening. It's a wonderful and exciting subject. And I would like to invite you for a festival that we are going to have here. We have our friend Matt Soron and our dear Agnes Nunes that is going to perform and sing beautiful songs with their heart and soul about what we are experiencing. Tomorrow at 5 or 5:30? 5:30. If I was you, I would not miss it. So you are all welcome. Thank you.
Nice.
watches over.
if you don't mind. Extreme Anyway. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. We're very excited to be able to host our next storyteller. Her name is Kayla Kingdom, and she is an experienced environmental policy leader, manager, and advocate. She has experience in the machinery of government and has led collaborative work programs on a wide range of environmental policy issues. She is also the CEO of WWF New Zealand. Let's please give her a huge round of applause, and thank you so much for being here today.
Tēnā koutou katoa, he mihi nui, he mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. Greetings from Aotearoa in Te Reo Māori, the first language of New Zealand. My name is Kayla Kingdon-Bebb, and I'm the CEO of WWF New Zealand. You can probably tell from the dulcet tones of my accent that I'm not a Kiwi by birth. I was born and raised in Canada. And growing up on the west coast of British Columbia, the Pacific Ocean was ever present in my life. Many years on, my partner and I now live on the other side of the Pacific, Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, on the wild south coast of Wellington, Te Whanganui Tara in Aotearoa. Across the street from us is one of New Zealand's few precious marine reserves. I loved nature for as long as I can remember, but I suppose you could say that it was my move to Aotearoa that really turned me into the environmentalist I am today. That's not just because New Zealand has such an amazing array of native wildlife, but because so many of our species are on the brink of extinction. Our wild islands are so remote that the native species and ecosystems in New Zealand have evolved for millennia in relative isolation. They are incredibly unique. Most are found nowhere else on Earth. In fact, before colonization, New Zealand was effectively a land without teeth. Our birds had no mammalian predators, and by consequence, many evolved to be flightless or to nest on the ground. Aotearoa has the highest proportion of threatened species in the world, and despite the clean green image of New Zealand that might spring to mind for some of you, 4,000 of our native species, fully a third of them, are threatened or at risk of extinction. And because so many of these creatures are found nowhere else on Earth, if we lose them here, we'll lose them forever. Our wildlife is a huge part of the fabric of our society in Aotearoa, and sadly, extinction stories are woven into our cultural landscape. When we talk about climate change at COP, we often talk about its impacts on people, about the weather extremes we'll face and the landscapes that will be ravaged, the climate disasters we're already seeing in the Pacific and around the world, about the rise in sea levels forcing us from our homes, the terrifying wildfires, the severe droughts and flooding undermining food security. But what we don't always talk about is the impacts that climate change will have and is already having on the species that we share this planet with. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, 82% of our bird species and 22% of marine mammals are threatened or at risk of extinction. Climate change is dramatically exacerbating this situation. And it's our seabirds that are living particularly close to the edge. We have more seabirds in New Zealand than anywhere else on the planet, but shockingly, 90% of them are threatened with extinction. For us, seabirds are sentinels. That means they're indicators of the health of our ocean and of our changing climate. Changes to their population, their breeding habits, and their foraging behavior all offer important insight into what's happening in our wider environment. And today I'm going to tell you about 2 sentinel seabirds in New Zealand that tell us a very clear story about our changing climate and about the impacts of human activity. One of these birds is right on our doorstep in Aotearoa, and another is a little harder to spot. First, the toroa. The Antipodean albatross is Aotearoa's most endangered albatross species. They are enormous. They have a wingspan of over 3 meters. There are few sights as majestic as watching an albatross soar over the ocean, and it's no wonder that so many maritime cultures have myths about them. English sailors used to see albatross as a talisman of good luck. For Polynesians and Maori, the toroa is the great navigator, a pathfinder. The Antipodean albatross is perilously close to being wiped out forever. And if something doesn't change, they will be extinct in less than 2 decades. And to help explain why this species is on the brink, I'm going to share a video with you from my mates at Live Ocean. They're an amazing charity that was founded by 2 Kiwi sailors, Peter Burling and Blake Tuke, who champion action for the ocean through sport. They're part of New Zealand's Sail GP team, and I know representatives from Sail GP have been speaking here at Extreme Hangouts as well.
There is a sentinel, a pathfinder, who watches over the oceans. He can sense when a storm is coming, smell food, hours before he sees it. And even if he does not return to land for years, he always knows where home is. The albatross, the Antipodean albatross, one of 22 species of this amazing bird. They live here, on these tiny islands, the most southeastern part of Aotearoa, New Zealand. For years, where they travelled was a mystery to us. But now, with GPS tracking, we know they travel incredible distances, ranging wide across the oceans, 170,000 kilometres in one-track journey. That's almost halfway to the moon, on wings 3 meters wide, gliding, surfing the wind. No other bird travels the seas with such grace. Nothing.
The Southern Ocean is brutal. It's not hard to feel insignificant when you're down there, but when you see an albatross, you're just in awe of how easy they make it look. They'll get you home.
Like us, the wind and sea are their elements. It's rare to see an albatross on the mainland. They're out here in their space. And here, they are the masters and we are the amateurs.
For Polynesians and Māori, the albatross, the toroa, is the great navigator, the one we aspired to be. They've been by our side for centuries as we voyaged right across the Pacific.
For these birds, the Antipodes Islands are home. This is where, when they're around 16 years old, a pair will raise their first chick. A young one so big, it needs to stay on the nest for a year, building its strength, being fed by its devoted parents, who will travel for days, sometimes weeks, to find food and return. This father can smell squid, but what he doesn't know, what he'll never know, is that inside the squid is a big, sharp hook. He'll drown, dragged under by the long line that this vessel sets for tuna and swordfish, killed doing what any parent would do, feeding their family. The population of Antipodean albatross is in terrible danger. We've lost 60% of them since 2005. In 2 decades, they could be extinct. After 1 million years of evolution, they are now competing with our hunger and they're losing.
But it doesn't have to be this way.
This is a problem we created, and one we can solve.
Wake up! We're responsible, not just for ourselves, but for every part of the natural world. Kaitiakitanga. Even for the creatures we cannot see, the ones who live out there on the ocean in their element.
If we insist that the world's fishing fleets, including our own, use albatross-safe techniques, then together we will stop the greatest threat to the Antipodean albatross. And this taonga, the sentinel, will continue to watch over our seas, guiding us home. Share this, tell everyone. Go to liveocean.com to find out how you can help.
As you've just seen, while they spend most of their lives at sea, the Antipodean albatross nest on the remote and uninhabited Antipodes Islands, about 800 kilometers southeast of New Zealand. These rugged islands in the roaring 40s are one of the few remaining untouched places on this planet. Few people have visited them other than a handful of intrepid scientists and shipwrecked sailors, and fortuitously also me. In one of the most remote places on Earth, I saw parakeets and penguins that don't exist anywhere else. I saw the tiny storm petrel and the New Zealand snipe, a bird that's been extinct for 1,000 years on the mainland. And I saw the Antipodean albatross. Getting to see these magnificent birds in the flesh is an incredible privilege, but it's one that future generations may not have. And as you heard from Live Ocean, in a little more than a decade, we have lost 2/3 of their population. About 2,300 die each year as a result of being killed in commercial fisheries. Every death puts this wide-ranging and slow-breeding species at risk of extinction, worsening the significant and dramatic population decline that has been happening since 2004. Compounding the issue is that the majority of birds being killed are female. In the Antipodes, there are now 3 males for every female albatross. And the birds typically mate for life. But year after year, our scientists are seeing lone male albatrosses arrive at their colony to wait for a nest for their partner who won't return. It's truly tragic. So what happened? Why are these sentinel birds dying at such a rate? What has happened is a terrible and unlucky combination of climate change and unsustainable fishing practices. Overfishing and warming seas arising as a result of climate change have reduced the availability of the prey that toroa eat. They need to fly further and longer to forage. And for female toroa, who are smaller than the males and much lighter, this change has driven them north, directly into areas where they're most likely to encounter longline fishing vessels fishing for tuna on the high seas. The accidental bycatch of albatross and other seabirds can be stopped. There are a number of measures that fishing boats can take to significantly reduce bycatch, but they're not being widely used. And while bycatch is the proximate cause that we can address, the ultimate cause of this issue is climate change, for so significantly altering the foraging patterns of these birds in the first place. We know that climate change and nature loss are 2 sides of the same coin, and to save our most precious species from extinction, we need to address both. We know that we need to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, but even at this level, we're seeing the ocean warm and acidified with devastating effects on marine species. We also need to be doing everything we can in this context to halt human-induced extinctions. And in the case of the toroa, the albatross, this means mandating seabird-friendly fishing techniques. And that brings me to the other sentinel species I want to talk to you about tonight, and which is telling us about the impacts of climate change. The world's smallest penguin, the korora, the little blue penguin. Just over 20 years ago, when I was very young, there was an oil spill near Phillip Island, just off of Australia's south coast and home to little blue penguins. A patch of oil the size of a thumbnail can kill a little blue penguin. Oiled penguins often die from exposure and starvation. The oil separates and mats under their feathers, allowing water to get in, which makes a penguin very cold, heavy, and unable to forage for food. Or they try and preen themselves to get clean and ingest toxic oil in the process. In response to the Phillip Island oil spill, a local wildlife charity 20 years ago began a mass drive to knit woolen jumpers for the penguins that were impacted. These tiny woolen jumpers served as a barrier to stop the penguins from cleaning the toxic oil off their feathers and were worn temporarily until they could be taken to a rescue center to be cleaned. Volunteers around our planet made thousands of tiny little jumpers for these penguins. And this all took place when I was very young, as I said, but it's one of the first memories I have of the vital role that people can play in protecting wildlife, including from the actions that we've taken that have harmed them in the first place. While many of us will never have the privilege of seeing an Antipodean albatross, korora can be found throughout New Zealand and in other countries. Many of them live close to urban centers. And the colony that breed in the Te Putaranga Marine Reserve near my house can be seen all over Wellington, New Zealand's capital city. And there are also sentinel species whose foraging patterns tell us about the impacts of our changing climate. That's because rising sea temperatures make their food supply more sparse and drive the fish they feed on into deeper waters. Little blue penguins, the world's tiniest penguin, just don't have sufficient body mass they need to be able to catch prey at such a distance or depth. So they and their chicks starve. Marine heat waves are linked to mass mortality events where thousands of korora die. Far from hidden, far from the remote Antipodean islands, their little emaciated bodies wash up in our beaches in terrifying numbers. It's a brutal visual reminder that climate change is here, it's here now, and it's deadly. Korora mass mortality events used to happen about once a decade. Year on year, they're happening much more frequently now. And like the Antipodean albatross, humans are also directly harming these creatures. The key threats to them include habitat loss through development, overfishing, pollution of the marine environment, and introduced predators like dogs and cats. These are all pressures we can do something about. But while human activity is causing their decline, up and down the country, our rescue centers and dedicated teams of volunteers spend days and nights trying to rehabilitate the little chicks that wash up on our beaches, struggling to live. They painstakingly prepare anchovy smoothies, which I can tell you are extremely gross, and they hand feed these rescue chicks until they're strong enough to survive on their own. It takes weeks. Just as people around the world were prepared to knit thousands of tiny woolen jumpers for penguins affected by oil spills, people in New Zealand are also prepared to dedicate hours of their time to protecting these creatures. And just as the legions of knitters 20 years ago inspired me then, the volunteers I meet and support today inspire me now. Humans are responsible for the threats to our wildlife, including through our changing climate, but we also have the power to remedy these problems simply by changing our behaviors. And whether they're close to home or they're far away on remote, uninhabited islands, our sentinel species are speaking to us. They are telling us that our activities are putting them at risk. They're telling us that we need to double down on climate action and that we must take urgent and transformative action to halt and reverse the loss of nature. If we don't address both crises together now, we will lose countless of these species to extinction. These sentinel species are telling us what to do. Every country around the world has them, whether they're a seabird, a plant, an insect, or a mammal. We need to listen to them. Norera, tena koto, tena tato katoa.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for making it to this stage in the game. Everyone here deserves a huge round of applause because I know it's late at night and you guys are so awesome for joining us here tonight. And up next, we have our next storyteller. Her name is Iris Albulet, and she is responsible for project and communication management at Spirit Football, and she also co-led the ball journey. She is a footballer herself, and and since she has previously been active in the Arab world, she is now especially excited to convey the ball sustainability message at COP28 in Dubai. Can we please give her a huge round of applause, guys? Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear me? How you're feeling? I know it's late in the evening, so thank you to all of those that were able to join. I want to start off with a little bit of relaxation. Maybe you can close your eyes, or I ask you, please close your eyes. And I want to start off by asking you to imagine a scene when you were a kid, when you were playing with your friends, maybe outside, you're having fun, laughing. Did people question who and what you play with? Did you have a space where you could play? For me, when I'm imagining this scene, I'm playing football with the boys in my street or on a patch of grass. We're using 2 tree trunks as a goal, kicking around, celebrating goals. Okay, please open your eyes. My friends and family never questioned my presence in the football games. But of course, at some point, I realized that I was the only girl there. I soon had to fight for my right to play football and did so until today. Lucky enough, I never lacked the resources or the space to play football. Football has always been a tool for me to engage with others, to meet people like locals when I'm in different countries, like playing with actually national team players when I was studying in Jordan or in Singapore. What does this all have to do with sustainability, you ask yourself? Well, because through football, I met this wonderful organization, Spirit of Football. I met them when I joined an integrational kickabout, where people with different migrational background come together and play football. Spirit of Football offers different social projects like this, but also educational projects, fostering integration, inclusion, and sustainability. You might recognize certain SDGs on this ball. And this ball is, by the way, ethically and sustainably hand-stitched in Kenya. And we use this ball when we do educational projects, when talking about the SDGs. The first project I joined with Spirit of Football was in the Azraq refugee camp in Jordan, where we offered a fair play, teamwork, and art workshop, while also exploring the inhabitants' sustainable innovations. You wouldn't believe what they can make from the little things they have available at the camp. For example, you have to imagine there's little like steel huts, little compounds, and they use the steel that's left over to build, for example, a swing or an oven, and they have like a fridge for medication, and they use hydroponic gardening to grow their own vegetables. Actually pretty similar to what you can see around here in the Extreme Hangout. And you have to remember that the Azraq refugee camp in Jordan is in the Jordanian desert. Reusing and upcycling the things we can learn from the people of Azraq, I can tell you. The next big project I was privileged to join was the Ball Project. Under the motto, One Ball, One World, we travel every 4 years to the World Cup, from the birthplace of London to the World Cup. Everyone we meet along the way can sign the ball, making it a symbol of unity, diversity, and equality. There's a different thematic focus of each journey, something we want to advocate for. And 2023 was the year of gender equality and sustainability for the ball. 2023 was the first time we went with the ball to the FIFA Women's World Cup, supporting girls and women to play football. As climate change affects us all, note, for example, the gray-yellow patch of grass in the Battersea Park in London, where we kick off our journey. The ball is also all about advocating for climate change. Every signature comes with a pledge. What are you gonna do to make your community stronger, to achieve gender equality, to tackle climate challenges? In the workshops along the way, we don't want to preach, much less since we're also no experts in environmental studies or such. But we want to sensitize for the issues at hand and inspire those who don't know much about climate change to take action. Here, for example, I remember a situation where we were in Malaysia and doing a workshop, And one member of the university's football team talked about, when we asked about climate change experience, after a while he told us that him and his family lost their house due to flooding, but he wasn't aware that man-made climate change actually has contributed to this, and that climate change contributes to severe weather incidents like flooding and storms. We then also invite local sustainability experts to our workshops. For example, here in Malaysia, we invited Zero Waste Malaysia and the Malaysian Youth Delegation to give an input. And they are actually also here in COP. Lastly, and most importantly, the ball is also about collecting stories. Stories like that from Kiribati, a group of atolls in the Pacific, whose highest mountain is only 3 meters high. We want to listen to indigenous voices from all over the world. For example, in Australia and New Zealand, teaching us how to live more in line with nature. Stressing that we need to learn, for example, from indigenous people and local expertise. I also want to mention that, of course, we can also learn a lot from children too. We want to listen to the stories of climate change effects and hear from people who are affected themselves what we can do to help. And we all can do something. May it be your own sustainability pledge, using no single-use plastic, switching to green energy, or demanding from our leaders to have a just and sustainable energy transition. Everyone can do their part. And with signing the ball, you can manifest that. Now I want to show you this ball that I've been talking about, which is signed by over 13,000 people in more than 21 countries. Thousands of people showing us that we all belong together, we all are equal. Thousands of pledges for gender equality and climate action. So what we do in our workshops, especially in elementary schools, but also in other, we say the ball has a lot of energy, but it also needs a lot of energy. And I know you are all tired, but maybe you can shake a little bit your shoulders and put your hands up. And if I can hear you, we do this little thing we do in the stadium. It's like, oh, wait. Okay, are we ready? Oh, and then we get excited like this is the best thing we ever seen today. So this is the ball with 13,000 signatures on it. You're welcome to meet me later and sign the ball, make a pledge, be part of our journey before it retires to COP. And I want to leave you with, let's all continue to fight so that all our daughters and sons can play the sport they want to, the games they want to, on a field and space and country that exists. And I want to leave you with our motto. We from Spirit of Football, we say that we only have one ball and we only have one world, and we need to take care of both of them. So I saw that we are, in fact, allowed to show some videos, so I'm going to ask the techniques if the video is possible. Is that a yes? It's a question mark. Okay. Our motto is one ball, one world. And okay, I can see we have no video, but I can later share the link with you. You can follow, you can get my info. You can see a lot of images from our story and our journey there. And yeah, I hope I see you guys soon. And if you want to make a pledge, you're welcome. One ball, one world. Thank you. Ah, okay, we have... Oh, okay. Yes.
Welcome everybody! One ball! One ball! This is the ball that's going all the way to New Zealand and to Australia. We look like dancers. Buttons around the sun. We dream like heroes. We throw the ball to people, they do a header, and then they sign their names on the ball. But it also comes with a pledge, and this pledge is to say, I, as an individual, am going to do this action.
My pledge is to sign up for renewable energy for my home. One ball, one world.
Beautiful game. One more.
I'm vegan.
I think that's the biggest thing anybody can do for the planet right now.
One ball, one rule.
One ball.
Our pledge means longevity. Sustainability is not just about solar panels, water collection, bio-waste food digesters, but it's about education, holistic thinking, bringing together a community for the betterment of its neighborhood.
I pledge to play for gender equality.
One ball, one world.
Sur l'application, j'ai décidé de laver tout mon linge à 30 degrés.
Un ballon, un monde.
I pledge to lead my U.S. mission of 1,000 workers and family members to turn it off. We're going to reduce our electricity use to help save the planet.
I pledge to reimagine plastic to save the planet Earth.
For us here in Fiji, we're promoting mangrove preservation and everywhere else around the world, particularly in the Pacific, to remind everybody that we all belong to one ecological system, and so we all need to make our little contribution, preserving the one Earth we have.
We pledge for gender equality. One ball, one world.
I pledge to empower women to play soccer and to end violence against women.
And we're just about to get the 10,000 signature.
The one at the border.
Pira moja, dunia moja.
We pledge to grow food in our garden.
We pledge to push for better conditions for girls and women in sport, not just in New Zealand, but around the world.
I pledge to do my part to help our organization become more sustainable.
My club has pledged not to have paper programs in matches. Our stadium is completely paper-free.
My pledge is to make sure we all learn how to take care of the nest and look after each other just a little bit better.
I pledge to continue to use my platform to use football as a tool to reach gender equality across the globe.
One ball, one world. One ball, one world.
One ball, one world.
Join our team and make a difference.
The ball is at your feet, and what are you going to do with it?
Welcome in.
Oh. Can we do one ball, one world? Who remembers our slogan? I say one ball, one world. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One ball! Yay! Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
back here. All right.
Hello, testing. Amazing. Thank you all for being here. We're just going to give a couple minutes to round the troops. Anyone who's in the vicinity, hovering, wanting to know more about the exciting global startup ecosystem. So yes, we'll just give it about another minute for folks to come in, grab your seat, get a drink while you're at it. All right, well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. My name is Jamila Gandhi. I'm the senior editor at Forbes Middle East, and it's my absolute delight and privilege to welcome you all here to the IRENA New Gen Rising Stars Award, the inaugural one at COP28 in the UAE. Round of applause, please. It's an achievement in itself. So today we have an exciting evening of programming happening, which you all have been so lucky to be here for. We're going to start off with our pitching event, which is the most prominent and exciting part of this evening. To begin with, a bit of background on the accelerator. This year was the first time in May 2023 where IRENA opened up this initiative to boost the startup ecosystem, not only in the Middle East, but globally. And 200 applications came through, out of which 22 were selected to be a part of the 2023 inaugural cohort of this year's accelerator. Of those, 8 are present with us today, and we will be hearing from them, pitches in sequential order. Following that, we'll have our esteemed judges deliberate and condense their ideas, come to a unanimous conclusion for the awards at the end of today's ceremony, followed by keynote speeches from some of our valued guests tonight, and of course, culminated by the announcement of the winners. So pitching today, we have our 8 startups. It's incredible to see at a global stage to have the representation of all these unique talent coming from all over the world, almost all continents. I believe we have representation from Sri Lanka, India, the US, Hong Kong, the UK, Nigeria, and I think that's all. I hope I've not missed out on any. But to have this space, it's a wonderful opportunity, and I hope you all take away great inspiration from the talent that we'll be seeing on stage later today. To kickstart, before we kickstart, I would like to thank our esteemed jury that are part of our audience today, who've made time with their expertise that are going to be lending in. Thank you to our esteemed jury for being a part of today's event. And yes, without further ado, we're going to get started. I'd like to welcome on stage, Augusto Diaz, the co-founder of HD Voltics. HD Voltics for a while has been developing an affordable and sustainable BIPV solution for businesses and families in rural areas. So let's please join me in inviting Augusto to stage to tell us all about his business and the solution that they've been pioneering. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. And yeah, without further ado, we all know this number by now. Hundreds of millions of people, even today, lack access to electricity. The vast majority of these people are in rural areas, and this impacts negatively in the quality of life, limiting their access to health, education, and economic opportunities. Implementation of photovoltaics in rural areas is tricky because it quite expensive for the electrification there. And the implementation of solar in rural areas also can be quite difficult because of additional infrastructure and the cost of cleaning and maintaining it. Also, the solar potential of car parks around all the globe is not taken full advantage of. So if we want to make it a 3x renewable by 2030 and get to a reality on the energy transition, we have to take all solutions on deck. And it's in this context that we develop the solar sheets. We take one of the most utilized roofing materials in the world, that is the polycarbonate sheet. We adapted and took the solar cells, so business and families in rural areas can use it as a roofing material and can access electricity without the needs of additional infrastructure. The advantages of this are obviously the lightweight of it. For example, a unit of 3 meter weighs around 3.5 kilograms. We are right now with a small scale, and even that we are reaching, starting in the price of $300 per unit, and so far we have implemented more than 250 units. And started around 40 kilowatts of capacity in the region. And by doing that, we are also avoiding almost 100,000 kilograms of CO2. So yeah, we are accelerating the energy transition in the ag-food industry and rural areas. We have identified many key players in the industry, but our competitive advantages relies on the lightness and flexibility of our solution. It can be an enabler of electricity as well in rural areas and remote areas, and the cost and savings. So I think this slide is out of date thanks to all the conversations during the COP this week and the next early one. But we all know about the amount of money that needs to be injected to reach the energy transition. That is why we aim to position ourselves as a key players. So we started our operations in 2017. By 2018, we already had an MVP and implemented with early adopters that were eager for this kind of solution. By 2019, we already even doubled our sales revenue and managed to sell more than 250 units. So in just 2 years, we had an MVP, we had doubled our revenues, and we had a market acceptation. So in regards climate and impact, social impact, by replacing glass and aluminum, we are actually reducing the CO2 by using polycarbonate. So just by using polycarbonate, we have avoided more than 100,000 kilograms of CO2 and help families and business in rural areas to access to energy. So we are not only asking for $1.5 million to regain momentum, but we are also eager to partner with all key players and make it expand of our operations in the region and the world. And it is with this amazing team of interdisciplinary people that we aim to do this. My name is Augusto Diaz. I'm the co-founder and CEO of HD Photovoltaics, and I've been a greenpreneur for more than 5 years. And we are more than compromising in accelerating the energy transition. So, yes, thank you for your time. I don't know if anyone.
Yeah, thanks, Augusto, for the presentation. Yeah, just a quick question from my side regarding the competitors that you have and the competitive landscape.
Yes.
So, what other competitors are using polycarbonate shields, and where do you stand up compared to them?
Yeah, that's a key question because, as many of you will know, there is a lot of BIPV players in the market, but we haven't identified anyone who is using solely polycarbonate. That is where we are I mean, we have a patent this design and this model, so we have that edge in comparison with others competitors.
And is the patent granted? Or
Yeah, it's granted in the region, yes, for sure.
Can you elaborate on the patent? What's the difference between you and the others?
Yeah, so we adapted the polycarbonate sheet, and we developed this kind of connection, so we can use it. You can take many polycarbonate sheets, just plug and play. So you can be used in for example, off-grid installation in rural areas. So yeah, it's like a plug and play, and you can create the circuit of the installations.
Okay, another question when it comes to your growth over the past 2 years, can you
Yeah, so like I said earlier, we started the ideation, the idea of the solution started in 2017. After many iterations, we came with the MVP in 2018, and during 2018 and 2019, we developed the MVP and started to deployment with early adopters in Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile. And we were in talks with many heavy players of the metallurgical industry back in the region, but then COVID struck and merged all our operations. So that's why we are looking to regain the momentum we had back in 2019.
Yeah, just to build on that.
Yeah.
So what's your go-to-market strategy? Are you going through partnerships or distribution channels? How are you reaching these customers?
Yeah, so for now, we have all of the suppliers identified. We have all of ready-to-go partners. What we're aiming to do is obviously start our production line back in Argentina, or where it will be like the best decision. And yeah, obviously make alliances with distribution partners out of the region, like for example, North of Africa, the rest of Latin America and Asia. Okay, thank you.
It's not easy going first. Another round of applause for Augusto, please. I don't know about you, but being in this environment, energized by the talent, innovation, it's clear the startup ecosystem regionally, but also in the global world, needs to be empowered. And I really urge you, we will have time for public Q&A later to think of questions, burning questions that you would also like to quiz our young talent on stage later. So following up, thank you, Augusto. We'll now be going to our second pitch of the evening. ClimeMinds is a data as a service platform that's integrating climate data infrastructure with AI tech. So I'd like to invite on stage Karen Wang, the founder, to take us through what ClimeMind is all about. Karen, over to you. Round of applause, please. There you go. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. First of all, before I start, I want to give a great thank you for coming here. It's the second week of the COP. I was here since the very beginning. I actually started my COP journey with a closed-door meeting with Secretary General. So besides ClimeMind, I'm part of this Youth Envoy Office SDG Young Leader from China. So I had a really great chance to travel all over the world during the past year to navigate into what kind of climate actions is happening everywhere. So let's jump to ClimeMind. We're building a solution slightly different from a lot of things you're seeing here. We believe to accelerate the change, you have to accelerate how we approach and then access knowledge. And this is really, I think, in such a digital world, we're completely changing how we learn and how we build. And then the biggest issue for myself for climate change is everything is too expensive with the limited time we have. We identified the 4 challenges specifically when we started like half a year ago. And then we approached climate issues as a data issue, especially 4 of them. The first is we have so many reports, like really good reports like IPCC happening, but a few people hasn't fully read about it. Those are like the knowledge distilled by hundreds of thousands of scientists across the world. And then the second, we have a lot of new solutions like the satellite to navigate what is going on. Like we can monitor the deforestation or like the land use. However, it's kind of like challenging for someone doing projects on the ground, like producing the carbon credits to utilize the satellite imagery. And then the third one is the ever-changing policy. I've been asked many people, it's like, how can I understand and approach the CBAM, the carbon tax in Europe as a Chinese company, if I'm selling battery to Europe? And then the last one, there's some players in this field. Unfortunately, many of them are so expensive, like the Bloomberg, MSCI, or like different names you can follow. And then if we look at this field, since I think around 10 years ago, like every year, there are big player platform like carbon exchange or like rating companies starting to pay attention to data. And what kind of data? It's like data to understand how we can access the climate risk at the asset level, and then how we can describe or how we can price the carbon credit as well. Those buzzwords I've been hearing all over in the blue zone and the green zone. So we see the trend going forward is really how we can make good use of data instead of how to accumulate more data. Okay, so before I jump into our solution here, I want to give you 2 stories. Well, I entered the climate field initially with carbon trading. I heard this is such an amazing story. Like you can trade the carbon credits and then to exchange the efforts that reduce the carbon emission and to someone like who actually can pay for it. But I was so confused. I was working at another startup at that time. Like the entire voluntary carbon market is such a complex and then like chaos world. You have different pricing mechanism. The carbon price in China now is 40 RMB. In Europe, it's like 100 European dollar. And then there's no way you can tell like where's the science behind it. And then my second story is I was doing climate finance research at the Imperial College London. My thesis back at that time is physical risk. So basically how you can access the, like for example, like extreme heat wave, the risk regarding an insurance company, how they can price the insurance product well. And then the truth is we don't really have the formula yet. So with that 2 story, we bring everything together. What if we can use AI to help everyone to exhaust like the human history's knowledge on climate change, which I mean on internet or like from like the research institutions, which is what we're working on right now. So we put the slogan here is to access to knowledge accelerates the solutions. And I had a demo here, but you can also scan the QR code for a demo. It's actually already on live, and then we're also having clients and figuring out more solutions. So basically what's happening, I want to do a quick poll here. Anyone has used ChatGPT before? You can raise your hand. And then if you're excited about what ChatGPT is bringing, put your hands on. If you feel a little bit dangerous, like it's more risky, like outcome, please put your hands. If you worry about it. Okay, I see no hands raising. So the point is, we're at a really tipping point how we approach this new digital world. The same for climate. There's an entire field of AI for science. Like you use artificial intelligence to build protein. And then we are, like, of course, like according to our research, we are one of the few teams actually in the world working on the solutions. So what's behind is you can ask any kind of question. We recently, since last time we had a pitch, we launched a new feature. It's to translate it into more than 20 languages, including Arabic, Spanish, like most people speak in the world. So you can ask a question, and then we access the entire world, and then we also have our own data set, including emission, climate policy, and then like a reporting standard. You might heard about like ESG, different ISSB buzzword. So everything is in our library right now. So this is a quick example like how you can use this tool to help you do the reporting, which is called the ISSB. This is really well, it's a big thing in the financial world. All the listed companies will be moving on from TCFD to ISSB and more reporting coming up. So this is a comparison, like you might say, like, what's the difference with ChatGPT? So we are focusing on climate, which means we align our input outputs, and then we, especially we did a lot of work on the behind just to clean the data and make sure everything produced is correct. And then one function different is all the sentence we produce comes with a citation. So we call it knowledge retrieval. You must heard about like ChatGPT can make facts, which is a hallucination problem. So we solve it by like giving the citation of that. And then this is a map of our activity over the last year. So this graph is really to show you like how we approach the climate issues. It's really, the solution has to be local, but we think the knowledge access should be global. We should share like where is the best. And beside that, we also have a podcast. It's called the Talks Like Climate. So I had a really good speaker, like Breakthrough Anage, IEEE's chair, and then we're looking forward to share more with you. And then I'm really honored to be here to represent my team, part of the team on the slides, and some of the team are sitting here. So I'm coming from the statistics and computer science background. My team member is actually a research head of one of the most influential healthcare management app in China. And I also have the researcher from Singapore. And then thank you so much. And then looking forward to the question. And then please book a demo.
Thanks, Karen, and congrats to what you've built. Yeah, just a quick question from my side. If you could run me through your business model. Are you revenue generating? Will it be a subscription? Will you price it on the amount of questions that are asked? If you could just go into that.
Yeah, that's a number one question we think about since the first day. So we're really targeting benchmark ourselves as a Bloomberg in the climate field. Bloomberg has a beautiful business model. Like now it's still not listed, but it's like a revenue cow, like generating a lot of from subscription model, which is what we do as well. So subscription is one for enterprise, but we also open this to individuals. You can subscribe like $20 per month, and then there are a bunch of working group like with 1 to 5 years who is writing reports and doing research in all sorts of institutions like finance, insurance, think tank. Are big fan of us. And then third is, which is our current revenue. We do some consulting case, but this is just to example for us to generate where the demand is coming from. And we already have BCG as our first client.
So is your current revenue coming from the consulting side of the business or from the subscription side?
So majority comes from the software, the subscription. And then minor piece, we leave like less than 20% efforts testing through consulting.
Hi, Karen. Great presentation. Just to follow up on the previous question. So in the AI world, in the AI investment space, there's a lot of concern that information became cheap a couple of decades ago, but now analysis is becoming cheaper, right? Cheaper, more. So what do you think will be the moat, or how do you expect the market to evolve, that there is still a willingness to pay for this? So to my mind, this will become an increasingly important challenge for all information and analysis based companies. What is your strategy for the longer term as AIs become more pervasive?
Yeah, that's an amazing question. Like, we also realize starting from day one, like, we're building something, if we do well, people will be likely to use less. It's kind of like this triangle. So that's true. But I think I'll approach a couple of perspectives. Like, first is the thing large language model AI bring is really to line up all the intelligence to the same levels. Everyone starts as a genius. That's a good thing. So you have like more fair competition. So that's I think the one point I would say. And then how we take ourselves in longer term. I think there's several ways you can evaluate the company. One is the margin of your cost and how much you can sell. But then the second is how much traffic attraction you have. So we really imagine generates a positive circle, like we have more experts or people in the circle to use our product. And then intelligence that's attached to individual is the most valuable thing. So imagine a day like we come to Climate because I know the expert is on Climate as a user, which is also what Bloomberg is doing right now. It's not because it has a unique data, it's because it has unique users. And like people talk with different traders on platform, and that's the second thing. But I think in longer term, I think as a startup, you have to keep looking for what's the next growth. Our vision is really we can use this AI tool to accelerate the discovery of decarbonization technology. I was on the booth of a DAC, direct air capture company. It turns out that what they're doing is actually just to buy a device from another DS company and sell it in another market. So I think like the field we want into is to help an engineer to just ask questions and then exhaust all the library's knowledge on his field and then to accelerate how he build the solution. That's a long answer, but that's definitely a good question, so I will think about it. Yeah.
So I just have a question. So this is more of a market research tool for consultant companies and researchers, and maybe the people in the climate market? Yeah?
Not really. So we start from market research, because that's a low-hanging fruit. This graph shows the different logo you can see here is actually all the listed company have to do those now. So for example, in Hong Kong, if you list a company, you have to report. So this is the entire new industry happening right now. But we put a lot of emphasis on climate finance as our market because climate is really changing how this industry is operating. We need to take environment into the balance sheet, which is not true in the past. So concrete answer, people can use climate to do market research, can do reporting. And one recent case, we have SGS, this third-party rating company, coming to us to say they want to do policy comparison from Europe to China on the battery. This is one really typical, but the demand is really huge, like in the market. And then we can also, for example, just today we launched a function like people can search what events is going on at COP. So we use all the materials, including the host speakers, organizers, event description. And then that turns out pretty welcome by many audiences. But we're still looking to more scenarios that we can apply this to.
And how many users do you have right now?
So right now we are at this really internal testing stage. We have like more than 10 enterprise single users. Not really all of them are paid user yet, but we haven't opened this to individual because we want to make sure the first batch of the questions are really high level, high profile, are really high quality ones, because the input will help us to train our model. Getting to the next stage, we'll open it to everyone in public.
So are you still, the product is still on testing, or which phase is it right now?
It's on live, but we have to approve a user request so then she and he can use. And then, but for enterprise, like we're signing contract, and then some functions that were tailored for them. So because we're using their own data to train a model belong to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. I just had a quick question on funding. How much have you raised? What do you need to take this to the next level?
Thank you very much. We have a really small team. So our full-time team is actually around 5. So currently we're funded by Hong Kong Science Park, which is where we're registered. It's a grant money. So we're pretty, I think, positive on our equity side. Yeah. And then my previous startup was invested by YC China. So that's the next we'll look at. But we haven't raised the angel round yet, which is one of the reasons we apply this program. And then we're targeting to do the English-speaking market first. So fundraising is actually one of the reasons we apply for Arena's accelerator. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again for Karen and Climb Lines, please. To address energy inequality, a common denominator I've been hearing all through today, but also during my time at COP this week and last, is accessibility, affordability. And to address this issue and developing a patent-pending wind turbine technology solution, our next startup is Apero Energy. Can we bring on stage Kalpit Prajapati, the co-founder and CEO, that will take us through the wind turbine technology that Apero is pioneering?
Yeah.
Apero, here we go.
Thank you, Jamila, for that wonderful introduction. I think you've covered most of it, but still, I'll go through the presentation. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for coming over here, and I can see quite a good of familiar faces in the public, and that's really, really heartening to see over here. So, introducing myself, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Apero Energy. Apero Energy is an energy tech company from India. We are developing small wind turbine technology anywhere ranging from a 100-watt solution that's more towards distributor, and we plan to scale it to a 10-kilowatt solution that targeting major at a microgrid level. Now, so there was an animation over here that's missing, but yeah, let's go forward with it. So from the right-hand side, you can see the main problem that we are actually targeting. There was an image over here. Just imagine, on the left-hand side, there was an image of a very well-modern classroom where children were sitting, they were working on the computers, and they were using the modern facilities. While on the right-hand side, you can imagine a place, a village in the far city of Tamil Nadu, which still lacks the basic infrastructure of a modern-day classroom. So that's the kind of contrast that's still there in the society. The images that I was going to pull up, that was from the year 2020. So we are essentially targeting that basic problem, the energy inequality that still exists in our society. Now, the energy inequality is basically there because we are very, very highly dependent on the grid. And when you are working and when you are living in a geographical location as vast as India and as vast as the African and the Middle Eastern continent, where the geography can actually vary, the limitation from the grid infrastructure in terms of the high transmission cost to actually reach to the remotest part of the country, and the seasonal weather pattern changes that can actually come, those can actually very, very make it difficult for the energy access at remote communities. And the problem, the solution for this, which are there already in the ecosystem, we are highly dependent on the diesel generators. Solar panel is there, you have pico hydropower plants, but a very basic problem with all the existing DRE solution is the intermittent nature of the DRE solution which is there, even whether it's your single solar panel system, a pico hydropower plant, or anything else. So that's where we developed our iWind Smart Wind Turbine System. So right now we have with us is iWind 300 High Grid, which is again a very compact solution that you can put up on your rooftop. You can put up near your backyard also. We are doing one project with Nesfas, which you can actually put up near the household villages, and one single turbine can power actually one single home. So that's the idea behind the iWind 300. And on the right-hand side, you have the iWind 2-kilowatt hybrid system, which is targeted more towards a microgrid energy use cases and a commercial and industrial settlement installation part. Now, the iWind 300 is again at a very competitive price of around $600, while the iWind 2-kilowatt hybrid that comes at around $2,000, very competitive with the solar market right now. Now, when we ventured into small wind turbine, when we started this back in 2019, we found out that building a wind turbine is not going to be a simple task. We have to work on the ground way up. So we started on building our own wind turbine design. We sort of worked out on more than 2 years on the ANSYS and the blade design structure. Then also we worked on the iWind SMS, and also that's again an IoT remote sensing module, so that sitting over here in India, I can monitor the turbine that's there in Pratapgarh right now. And we also developed our own iWind hybrid controller. So in a way, we developed the whole simple technology, right from the turbine to the energy integration modules which are there. Now we've been blessed enough that the market has actually accepted the solution which is there with open hands. And these are particularly microgrid installers like Hamara Grid, Jafe, Usolar. Then again, there's hotels and the residential community, which has taken a significant interest into it. And we project that by 2030, we're going to have an $8 million market for the small wind turbine alone, and we're going to get anywhere around $160 million of that particular market, driven primarily by the 5 kilowatt turbines and the 2 kilowatt turbine. Now, there's a good amount of work that's been going around the world in the wind turbine space. There's a company like us working in India, kind of leading the space in India. Then there's company like BWind, Alpha 311, Flower Wind Turbine, Semtiv. These are companies based in the Western, primarily in the European and the Western market, working on the same capacities that we are also working with. But what we do better by manufacturing the complete system here in India, we are actually able to keep the turbine cost at low as around $1.52 per watt. So by 2024, 2029, again, the financial projection shows that that much of the market interest going to come from the 2 kilowatt turbines and also going to come from the 5 kilowatt turbine. We built a 100-watt system just as a market entry model so that people are able to experience how a small wind turbine integrates with their background. Now, two projects that are very dear to me, which we are actively working. On the left-hand side that you see, that's a community project that we are working. We are constructing a 6 kilowatt of hybrid microgrid in an area of Galidammam Satyamangalam area in Tamil Nadu. This particular village has around 85 plus households and still doesn't have electricity. So you can imagine how people are actually living over there. So we have partnered with an NGO called Smokeless Cooks Foundation, and right now we are putting up a 6 kilowatt system over there, and we're going to scale it to a 50 kilowatt system. And on the right-hand side, you can see that's the commercial and industrial application that we are actually working with. You can see we are planning a 12 kilowatt project. This is a very simple thing. Right now, you have your commercial installation places. In case of any power grid failure, you have to protect your critical equipment. So you generally have your backup diesel generator. What this particular company is doing, they have a battery energy storage system, BESS. So what we are doing is we are charging the battery energy storage system, and that is again powering their critical infrastructure. So this is basically how Apiro Energy and Apiro Energy's iWind is actually working. And in the process, our main focus is doing a community service by making energy accessible to a remote community, and also working from the ground way up, so that a single person has more control in terms of how they are actually producing their energy. A single iWind 300 can save anywhere around 150 liters of diesel. And when we scale to a 5 kilowatt system, it can save anywhere around 4,000 liters of diesel. And there's a good amount of market. I've been here in Dubai for the last 2 days. It's quite windy. And so where there's wind, there's energy, and that's what we can harness. And right now, what we are focused more upon is doing a pilot projects for the 300-watt model and the 5 kilowatt model that we have. So we are interested in more towards funding of $100,000 as a pilot grant, and also seed investment, so that we can, again, fund our R&D efforts and move towards ahead. So yeah, this is my team who's been working tirelessly for the past 3 years into it. We all are college graduates. We were part of the same college Formula student team, and for the last 3 years, we've been working together. So we have individual responsibilities. Prakhar Yadav takes care of the market and the supply chain front for the last 3 years. And Puru Kumar is our main CTO and tech guy. He's the one who's built the whole tech supply chain for this particular thing. So yeah, thank you so much. Now I'll take the questions.
So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Just so I can understand, you currently have 2 products. One that you've gone through with pilots. Have you converted any of them to paying customers so far?
Yeah, so the first product that you saw, the iWind 300, we already have a paid customer for it. That was Tafe. And the same customer is who has given us one more a proceeding order for a 12 kilowatt system.
And then for the 1 wind 2 kilowatt hybrid product, it says go-to-market strategy December 2023. Is this through piloting, and so far what has happened with that?
So for that, we at the start of December 2023, we got our first PO from a company based in India, HPCL, and we're going to execute the project in January. That's one of the pilot partners that we have onboarded, and another is again TAFE itself. So yeah, that timeline is pretty much met. Yes. Sorry, I'm swearing so much.
Kalpit, within the team, tell me more about people who will work on the system and versus the sales or the go-to-market. So how is the team equipped? Because this is a sector where you go into a very regulated sector where you work with a lot of government entities. So what will be the sales strategy there?
Yeah, so our positioning is very simple. We understand that we are tech people, so we have sort of limited ourselves, or we are working in that particular domain itself. We have partnered with EPCs and microgrid installers like Hamara Grid, and there's eHands Energy. So these are basically project developers. They set up anywhere around 20 kilowatt to 30 kilowatt to 50 kilowatt of these solar projects. Now what we do is we give them wind turbines. So they have an X amount of solar panel, and then they have an Y amount of wind turbine. Now what that does is basically, with solar panel you have anywhere production of just 3 to 5 hours a day. That's the rated peak amount of production. But when you combine wind 2 into it, then you have a great amount of renewable energy generation, daily energy generation. Again, that's still with a constraint that what's the wind resource in that particular area. But so this is basically the flow. We are the turbine technology developer. We partner with microgrid installers. We give them the turbine. They are the ones who implement the projects. Yeah.
I had a quick question on the cost. So you talked about the diesel savings, but how does that translate into cost? Like, how much are you saving? What's the payback period for?
Yeah, so I'll tell you one example of how we are working with one of our pilot partners. That's Hamara Grid. So Hamara Grid, they said around 30 kilowatt of project. Right now they were using a 25 kVA generator that they used to run fairly around 4 to 5 hours a day. That's what the daily operational time for the diesel was going on. Now, with the integration of wind turbines that we are proposing to them, we are reducing the diesel runtime by close to around 2 to 2.5 hours. This is when we are integrating close to for a 30 kilowatt project. What we are giving them is a 6 kilowatt of wind turbine and rest 24 kilowatt of solar. So the operational time is what we are actually reducing. But when we scale this thing up to more than 50% level or up to a 60% level, that's where we're going to have a reduce in runtime. Majorly, if it's going on around like 4 to 5 hours, then we can have a big amount of reduction. Or maybe 100% alternative. But the thing over here is to understand also, we are actually easing into it how the microgrids are actually functioning right now. Microgrids, the primary objective, and also one of the markets that we're working on for the telecommunication, the main objective is the grid uptime. And so what happens with diesel generators is they can actually give you on-demand energy. So our solution kind of eases way in of a combined renewable energy resource into the ecosystem. When we scale this to a 5 kilowatt level, or when we scale this to a 10 kilowatt level, as we're going to do, then we're going to completely alternate the diesel generator from that particular application. So it will be basically wind, solar, any other DRE sources, which can be biogas, which can be pico hydro. That is also something that we are working, not actively, but yeah, that is going on in the back of the mind. And combining it to a battery energy storage system. So this is the complete microgrid which I'm actually talking about, which completely eliminates the diesel generators.
Sorry, one quick clarification. Are you connecting it to a battery system also? So you have a BMS also, or?
No. So battery energy storage system, so there is no BMS, so we are connecting. So how the process actually goes, from the wind turbine, it goes to a controller. From the controller, it goes to the hybrid inverter. Hybrid inverter, which again integrates your BESS energy system and the wind turbines.
So I guess my question is that your controller will then connect to the BMS, right?
Controller will connect to the BMS.
And that you figured out?
Yeah, that we figured out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kalpit. For those of you who are not on this side of the stage, I'd like to highlight it's no easy challenge what these presenters and these startups have been challenged to do with. It's a 7-minute presentation, so makes sense why they're being speedy. To hand over now, I would like to bring in Dacian George, the co-founder and CEO of Ranergia. Ranergia is building an app to help lower the cost of energy bills for individuals. Dacian, over to you. Tell us all about it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm so happy having all of you this night here. So I will reintroduce myself. My name is Dacian George. I'm co-founder and the CEO of Ranergia. We all know that we are in the middle of an economic and energy crisis. There are wars all over the world, and the inflation is not helping us. In Romania, the price of energy spiked 3 times since 2019, which makes it very difficult for some persons to pay it now. Reducing energy consumption will also reduce the carbon footprint. So just imagine that worldwide energy consumption from all the sectors, energy used in building is responsible for 20% of the carbon footprint generated. Out of this, almost 11% comes from the residential users. Educating the residential users will also have an impact in all of the sectors. It will be a ripple effect because they learn how to reduce the energy and the carbon footprint in their homes, and this will help in overall carbon footprint reduction. And here is the opportunity. Nowadays, embracing the sustainability is not just an ethical trend anymore, but it's also a lifestyle that can bring all of us, and for the next of generations, wealth and prosperity. And in order to fasten this process, we created Ranergia, the first sustainability mobile app launched in Romania to help their users reduce their cost with energy and also save the planet. Ranergia started as a PhD project, and now we have more than 2,000 users. It is dedicated for residential users, which are our B2C clients, and for our B2B2C clients. How it works? We'll just ask you some bunch of questions, and based on those questions, we will provide you with a free energy scan of your household. Based on the free energy scan of your household, we will provide you with smart recommendation based on statistic, probabilistic, and AI models. The recommendations are behavior changes and investment. For the part of investment, our recommendations are transforming into B2B commercial leads. And here we have recommendation for Class A home appliances, for LED lighting, for home installation, and for services that will help you reduce the energy bills and also the cost with the energy. More than this, we have a PV system configurator, which will allow you to directly configure what PV system do you need for your house. Once that's ready, we will send you directly a team to install it. So now we are addressing a total addressable market of 9.5 million households, this in Romania. But we are looking forward expanding in the CE countries and further on in the EU, where we have more than 200 households. And just imagine worldwide, where we will have over 1 billion households. Imagine the impact that we can bring to the planet. How we are different in our competition? We are answering 3 main questions. 1, why my energy bills are so expensive? We are educating you, we are telling you why. 2nd, how can I change this? We are giving you the right recommendation, and we will explain you how. And the 3rd, from where I should purchase the right home appliances or services or funding in this case, because we also want to bring green loans into our application in order to help the people who can't afford to buy right now a PV system to acquire a green loan. That's why we are a one-stop shop for sustainability. Everything in the app. How we make money? Well, we basically have a referral commission from the PV system, from the home appliances and services, from the green loans, and more than this, we are energy specialists and we are offering ESG consulting, and we provide data regarding the carbon footprint generated by the households households from companies. Nowadays, the carbon footprint generated by the users of the company has now become the carbon footprint of the company. This is what we have until now. We will develop next a physical device, hard drive device, a real-time quality and energy monitoring tool that will be the first one from Romania. Coming back to the climate impact, this is directly correlated to our business model. So for the first year, we will reduce 180 tons of CO2, and for the 5 years, almost 30K of carbon footprint. We have a great team of seniors with expertise in marketing. Elena has many international projects. We have our CTO, Tudor, here, who's also living in Dubai and having lots of great projects. We have Andrei, a business strategy, Dr. Professor Engineer Dan Micu, double Fulbright professor, and of course, our CEO, Mureșan Alexandru, Doctor Engineer. We are now raising 500K for 15% of our company. So if you feel the need to make a change, now is the time. Join us. Let's save the planet and some money with Renergia. Thank you. And for the final questions, I would like to invite my colleague, Mureșan Alexandru, Doctor Engineer, please.
I just have a question with regards to the system itself. So I heard you said you connecting it to, no, you ask questions and you give recommendation. But how would you know that this device or this device is actually, you know, consuming more electricity and so on? So just want to clarify on this one.
Yeah, I will answer to this. Yeah, the questions that we'll ask will contain basic information regarding your home appliances. For example, we are interested about the type, how often you will use it, and the old of the home appliance. We generated with an AI a database with energy consumption, and we developed coefficients. It's the hypothesis of our algorithm, and the outcomes of the algorithm will calculate a reference, and then we'll compare with what do you have. So basically, we will calculate the difference between the highest reference and what do you have today.
Okay. And second question regarding your customers. How many customers do you have right now, and how long you've been since you launched the app?
Yeah, today we have almost 2,000 users. We have generated 22 PV leads for our partners. We are in closing 6 projects, and next month we will estimate that we will close another 5. So basically 2,000 users, 22 PV leads generated, 11 closed right now, and we are preparing to integrate an e-commerce for the home appliance and a bank, because we will have referral commission from the green loan, from the project itself, and also for the home appliance.
Just in terms of the business model a little bit more, I know that you mentioned that you guys have the ESG consulting also revenue stream. So are you guys just currently making revenue based on that, or are you guys just pre-revenue?
We are pre-revenue right now, but we are just preparing to sign a contract. We would sign yesterday, but we will sign on Monday our first ESG report.
And just in terms of your smart recommendation engine that you guys use, are you guys just using generative AI, or what LLMs, I guess, are you using?
Not yet generative AI. We are using a mathematical model composed by probabilistic, statistics, algorithms, and in parallel, we are using an AI to correlate and all the time correct these algorithms. Basically, it's our developed algorithm. We are now filling the patent for the algorithm. We're estimating that in 7-8 months, we will have it.
So in terms of the recommendation, I guess your work ends when you give a recommendation and a lead to a PV developer. Is that correct?
Yes.
What portion of that value chain are you able to capture? I don't think I got a sense of that. Because a PV panel or an installation has a certain price. What is the valuation or what is the value capture that you are able to do? Maybe that goes into your business model. If you can just maybe talk about that for a second. And if you can go back one slide on your team, would be good to see that.
I made a spoiler alert for the next presenter.
Here.
Yeah. This is our estimations for the next 5 years, solely for the PV supplier.
So only for the PV supplier, we will estimate a total estimated income of 7.6 million euro in 5 years. This is just for the Romanian market, as for now.
So, I mean, would this be fair to say that you've had some conversation with the PV suppliers who are comfortable with sharing this revenue for the leads?
Yeah, because basically we created a new distribution channel for them.
Okay.
Because we are raising we are basically educating, and we are providing for them clients that without us they won't have it. So basically for them it's a win-win situation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm just trying to get a sense of the numbers. So this 7.6 million, is that based on how many users?
Yeah, it's direct proportional with our users and with our conversion rate, because not all of our users will install photovoltaic systems, and not all that will leads created by us will convert into an actual project. But this is correlated with our today conversion rate.
Which is around 1%.
Yeah, 1.2% basically.
Okay, thank you.
Just another question. How much have you closed from your 500K round?
Yeah, I will make a journey of our funding. We have a 200K grant right now implementing a project, equity free. We are in a final evaluation for 1.4 million, another equity free grant. And now we just opened the round.
And in terms of expansion strategy, you said you had 2,000 users in your respective country. What amount will you reach till you expect to expand into other regions and other countries?
Yeah, it's an exponential function. Basically, in Romania, we are planning in 6 months to achieve 10,000. And then in the new market, we are estimating 100,000.
Okay, so if there are any more questions, if not, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Renergia. I'm going to need a bit more energy. I understand it's a Saturday, but come on, everyone. We have a couple more to get through, and these are ideas, a celebration of ideas and talent. So switching gears slightly from energy, we're now going to look at water purification systems. I would like to invite on stage for Schrödinger Technology, Henry Lamba. Come on up, Henry. Tell us all about your reverse osmosis systems.
Good luck. Thank you. They said water is life, but water killed my sister. Good evening, everyone.
My name is Henry Lamba, and I'm the CEO and founder of Schrödinger Technology. And we are solving the global crisis of lack of access to safe drinking water in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in northern Nigeria. One day, my sister came back from school. She looked so weak and tired. My mom discovered that she was sick, so she picked her up and rushed her to the nearest healthcare center. But before they got there, my sister died. Later on, it was found out that she died of cholera because she had been taking contaminated water from the school tap and also from our home, which is quite unsafe for drinking. In my community in Danzakara village, majority of people see water clean to the eyes and assume it is safe for drinking, without knowing that this water contains pathogenic microorganisms like viruses and bacteria that expose them to numerous health risks like cholera, typhoid, and other health diseases. There are local and conventional solutions that are being used to make water safe for drinking. Can you please help me next slide? Okay. There are local and conventional solutions that are being used to make water safe for drinking, but imagine boiling water using charcoal or firewood. It is expensive, time-consuming, leads to deforestation, and commits to high carbon emission. What about using purification tablets? It has infinitesimal effect to the user's health on the long run. One of the most common solutions is taking water through plastic package containers, which is quite expensive, cause plastic pollution, and emits high amount of CO2 in terms of production, and also affect our agricultural and aquatic animals. To solve this problem, we developed a system called Rain Light Water Box. Next slide, please. We developed a system called Rain Light Water Box, which is a solar-powered portable water purification device that helps purify 8 liters of contaminated water into a safe drinking water just within 90 seconds of operation. The system works in region with or without electricity and purifies water within 90 seconds, removing 99.9% harmful microorganisms from the water, and which is quite reliable, producing water for 24 hours and also affordable at just $45. Next slide. Okay. Our technology is very simple and works in 3 simple stages: the power, the filtration, and also disinfection. In the power stage, energy is being absorbed from the sun and is being used to store in a battery that is being used to power a DC pump that sucks the water and then make it pass through the UV light, which has the nanofiltration system, which traps in the solid particles in the water and allows only the solvent to pass through it. At this stage, the water is clean but not safe for drinking. To make it safe for drinking, we let it pass through the UV light, which has the power to break the bonds and DNA of any virus and bacterial inside the water just within 90 seconds. Our beachhead market is in Nigeria, whereby we are having a available market of 140 million, and we are targeting only 2 million by the year 2032 at a valuation of $44 million. In sub-Saharan Africa, we are targeting only 40 million users by 2032 at a valuation of $880 million, and globally, out of 2 billion users, we are targeting only 600 million users, which includes individual and household that lack access to safe drinking water at a valuation of $13.2 billion. Our competitors are Portable Aqua, Boril Light, Nestle, and also our company here, Schrödinger. And our system is better than theirs in the sense that it has a high filtration rate, it is a multifunctional device, chemical-free purification, portable and refillable, and also provide basic electricity features for people in rural communities, such as a light and also a small charging station. We have interviewed over 123 customers, which includes individual and household in northern Nigerians, and we got the key assumption that our system can provide them safe drinking water from their homes and also mitigate the cost of buying sachet or plastic packaged water and also reduce the risk of inhaling smoke or in trying to boil water in our community. And also we got the key insight that 64.5% of the customers are individuals, household and SMEs in our community, and also 88% believe that the solar PV powering the system will save them a lot of costs in trying to boil water to make it safe for drinking. And also we understand that 67.2% said that the product is quite affordable for them to afford and buy. We are selling our product at a net price of $45 and then generating a profit of $22 in each product. We are targeting a market share of 3.3%, and also we'll be selling 2 million products up to our customers. At each year, we'll be selling 400,000 purifiers and then generating a profit of $8.8 million. By capturing 50% of our beachhead market, we'll be able to save 151,400 metric tons of CO2 emission per year, which is equivalent to 300 barrels of burnt oil and also transport water. And also our system will save an electricity saving of 84% reduction in CO2 emission. The implementation of diversity and inclusion is essential in what we do. We have a pool of experience both in our technical, management, research, and consultation. So far, we have 4 advisory board members that are doing extremely well in their various fields of expertise. And our dream is to create a world where all individuals have access to safe drinking water, regardless of their economic or location. Join us in this journey of providing access to safe drinking water to everyone in sub-Saharan Africa and over the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Where are you in terms of, I guess, have you built the prototype? Is it, have you commercialized in any aspect so far? That's question number 1. And question 2, in terms of your IP, is it anything granted? Or if you could just touch on the protection behind it.
Okay. So at the moment, we have developed our prototype and we have an MVP at the moment. And we have tested 16 of our MVP, sold out, and we got feedbacks from our customers, in which make us to have 2 models at this time, because our system comes with the hand crank mechanisms. In terms of solar irradiation, you can be able to use the hand crank mechanism for emergency. And also, we got another feedback for some people who stayed in the urban region. They said they don't need the hand crank mechanisms because they have electricity, and also the solar is quite sufficient for them. That gives us 2 models. And in terms of IP, we are working with Defense Industry Corporation of Nigeria, whereby they are helping us with the intellectual and security of this IP to be able to move faster and also to avoid anyone from stealing our idea or our technology. Yes, sir.
In terms of the quality of water, is that validated? Do you have any certifications?
Yes. As I said earlier on, we are working with the Defense Industry Corporation, and we have already made different tests and got feedback from Bayero University, Kano in Nigeria, and also the R&D Center of DIC, and we are able to get this result from different purification systems. And the worst case of it is that we try to compare our solution with waters they sell outside, like the plastic packaged water or the sachet water. And we got the assumption and we got the insight that our water is better than theirs because we were able to get some rejection of some contaminant from the water they sold. So what this company does in Nigeria is that they just package the water that is not well purified and sell it to people just for their own commercial benefits. But our system will be able to give you clean water from your home, and you can be able to test the water, purify it, and then compare the result of what you buy and what you get from our system through TDS and also the pH level.
I just have a question when it comes to the product itself. So is this a product going to each household, or how do you see it? Or is it for village or each person? And then even the buyer, who is it going to be? Is it going to be a charity organization that is going to give it to all the villages, or how does that work?
So the system, we design it for individual and household that lack access to safe drinking water. So the strategy we use is that, first of all, in our business model, we work on B2B2C, whereby we first of all look for areas that lack access to safe drinking water, communicate or talk with the government or local organizations, NGOs, and then we make awareness about the water crisis, whereby they will be able to subsidize these prices for people who are willing to buy it and cannot afford it. And also, if the people who are capable of buying it want to buy it directly from us, they come to B2C, whereby we sell it directly to them. That is what we do basically. So it's designed for individual and household. But moreover, in this case, there are people who also want it in their offices and also for schools that cannot be able to get the full big water treatment plant, and they put it in their classes for children to take safe drinking water.
What about villages, the people who travel far away to get the water?
Yes, that is our major target. Rural communities that lack access to safe drinking water. So in this case, most of them cannot afford to buy the product at $45. That is why we have to partner with NGOs, whereby they can be able to subsidize this price for them and then sell it for them.
And you talked about the product. The product is not out ready for the market, right?
We are
Right
still
now.
we are still on product development. So far, we have our MVP. We have tested and we got the good feedback. At the moment, we have already made our designs ready for configurations. And then what we are in need of now is to raise funds to see how can we be able to produce this product in high quality. Because at the moment, we have about 716 demand of our product, whereby we need the real manpower to be able to give out this product. Because according to the advice of our advisory board, that we should not sell any MVP out, because people outside there seeing our product not neat will degrade the integrity of the company. So they want the best quality out. So our plan is that by the year 2024, February, we'll be launching our clean product to the market for high consumptions.
So you have raised funds?
So far, we have raised $8,000, and that is what leads us to developing this system.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Henry, for shedding light on the water insecurity problems of the world. Next up, shifting gears, we have Maren Velasco talking to us about net a carbon and the importance of helping businesses access the carbon market. So, can we get a round of applause for Mar? She's just getting mic'd up. This is a reminder for a high energy audience. This is our third to last pitch of the evening. And that does not in any way mean less talent. There we are, all over to you.
See that there's a lot of energy in this room. So a good Saturday night to start off. Well, I feel super grateful to be here. And because I have met so many incredible climate entrepreneurs and I've learned so much about their climate ventures, that's really inspired me. And it made me feel more confident and hopeful for what we're building at Netta Carbon. The mission of Netta Carbon is to support all these climate companies to be able to grow, and democratizing access to the carbon finance can help them do so. Netta Carbon is a platform that digitizes and streamlines the process of how carbon projects are created and managed. More specifically, we create the documents needed in order to get your carbon credits verified. We guide our user through a set of questions, we process the data, and we calculate the carbon emission, the carbon credits and revenues the carbon project developer could own. So to give you a little bit more context on the carbon market and the problem that we're seeing today, is that developing and emerging markets need $2.8 trillion per year to tackle the climate crisis. This is 3 times more than what is currently being spent. And we could fund a sustainable future through carbon credits. The same carbon credits corporate companies need in order to reach their net zero goals. But the problem is that for a climate company to tap into the carbon market, the process is extremely long, unclear standards, and really expensive. Therefore, there's a huge gap between the demand and the supply of the carbon credits, representing 45 billion shortage of high-quality carbon credits. Making an accessible market, carbon credit market, is a win-win. Corporate companies offset their emissions, and these revenues support climate companies' projects to get off the ground, supporting climate action globally. So in the long term, what we envision for Netta Carbon is it to be a one-stop shop, supporting our carbon project developers through project screening, as well as data collection, pre-financing, until ongoing monitoring and verification reports. This end-to-end approach will ensure full integrity and transparency through the entire process. And we are tapping into a huge market. Carbon project revenues estimated for 2030 are $53 billion. And I have been really excited about this market growth as I've been hearing in this COP the amount of initiatives that want to increase and invest in a quality carbon market. However, how does the current landscape look like? Our competitors are three. So how it works is that a company that wants to develop a carbon project has three different alternatives. The first one is that it can build an in-house carbon team. The second one is that it can hire a large project developer, which normally and typically have a very high upfront cost, as well as take a revenue split up to 80% at the time of transaction when those carbon credits are sold. They also don't guarantee quality, leading to delays and a lack of transparency through the entire process. And the third one is that a company could also hire boutique consultancies. But imagine digitizing this entire process. We reduce the time and the cost, and we ensure full transparency in the entire process, gaining traceability of each carbon project. This is how our business model looks like. So we have two approaches. The first approach is through our revenue split model. We charge a minimal upfront fee, and then we have a 20% revenue split at the time of transaction, which is when the carbon credits are successfully verified and sold in the market. To give you an example, a carbon project could issue around 100,000 carbon credits. Now imagine pricing each carbon credit at $15 per ton. We're yielding a margin of around $200,000 per carbon project. And as we scale, these margins expand and compound significantly. Now, the second approach we have is a SaaS subscription model. We charge a monthly fee to the carbon project developers depending on the quantity of the carbon credits they have in each project. We help them through the entire process, giving them on-demand support as they go through their ongoing carbon projects. We also provide real-time data and ensure transparency and full visibility to all the stakeholders that have an interest in these carbon projects. So my co-founder Grace and I both live in Boston, but something extremely unique is that we met each other in Kenya. I was working in the largest forestry company in a carbon project, and she was working in a climate VC. We realized firsthand the complexity of a company to actually go through a carbon project, even for the really big ones. So we decided to bring together our MBA degrees from MIT and Harvard and our climate experience from Latin America, Asia, and Africa, where 70% of the future carbon credits are coming from, to build this amazing solution. We are now piloting projects in Mexico and Kenya, and we have a really long wait list of many companies that are eager to use Netacarbon. But we need your support in order to be able to support them. And that's why we have an ask for you guys. 3 different things. The first one is partnership referrals. We know that we are navigating in a very complex space, and we want to make sure that we can ensure high quality in what we are delivering in Netacarbon. So we want referrals to players that could enhance our product offering, MRV providers, carbon investors, corporate buyers. The second one is funding opportunities. Any connections to climate, tech, impact, angel investors that could provide seed rounds, grants, accelerator programs would really help us scale faster and also be able to expand our team, which is going to our third point. Team expansion is something extremely important for us. We want to have the best talent in our team, and we are actively seeking for a CTO or a founding engineers that have very strong technical expertise, as well as any carbon experts that have already previous experience in developing carbon projects. Thank you so much, and it means so much to us that in our Saturday night, you're listening to all of our projects. This is my co-founder, Grace. And yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great presentation. I just have a question. So what you have is a platform that can bring in investors, can bring in project developers. So anyone in the value chain, you are able to cater. Is that correct?
I would say our core customer would be the climate businesses who are issuing these carbon projects. So all the needs that they have. The primary function is a digital filing software that helps you go through all the different regulations, procedures, standards, and calculate how many credits that you have. Create these project description documents that you need to submit to the verifiers, and also go through the entire process. But to support them, we also need to bring in pre-financing, bring in MRV players, and bring in all the different sources and suppliers that would help them succeed. That's why we see ourselves as an end-to-end support for companies who are issuing the carbon projects.
So as a project developer, I'm a project developer. How would you support me? Because there's a lot of things that you're saying. Also, you're saying that you're going to sell it to the corporates as well. So I don't have to worry about that. Is that correct?
Yeah, so our main function is the digital filing services. And then, if depending on whether you are using the revenue split model or the SaaS subscription model with different tiers of support, and the selling would be one that we provide to those who are using us with the full revenue split model.
Okay. And where are you in the project right now? Are you working with the different projects globally, or?
Yes, so we are a very early stage company, and saying that is just saying that we are right now piloting our platform. So we're using the data of our LOI customers to see how the results come out and make sure that the accuracy of the data and the outcome is complete. So right now what we're doing is more that they're handing over all our data, and we're piloting that and testing that into our platform.
But are there any active projects?
Yeah, so 2 active projects in Kenya and Mexico, but they're not paying non-paying customers as we're pilot testing with them.
Have you sold any carbon credits yet?
No, because that's still too early for us. We're still in the developing
How long you
stage.
been open in the market?
Sorry?
How long since you launched?
So we started a year ago.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question from my side. So I guess you guys are an end-to-end solution, right? And carbon credit verification, data collection, and reporting. Are you guys using any AI, I guess, to streamline the process, or is that something you're not embedded yet?
As of for now, we have a low-code platform with the calculators, but we are exploring right now products that we're going to integrate of AI.
And do you guys have any financial projections? I guess you have 2 models. You have the revenue split, and then you have the SaaS. So do you have any financial projections of what that looks like in the next coming years?
Yeah, so that directly links to how many carbon projects that we're developing. So as we've shown before, one carbon project will lead to around 200K of revenue coming in. So we expect to onboard 10 carbon projects in the next 2 years, and so that will be $2 million.
Yeah, you talked about the importance of transparency in the industry. So how are you validating these projects? How are you ensuring that what you are selling is actually, they're being delivered, these projects? Are you doing anything around that?
Yeah, so that's where the partnership comes in, right? That we need to ensure 2 things. One is that there is MRV technology catered to the specific methodology that they're using. So these MRV provider would help us guarantee that transparency and also the traceability of the data as well. And the second point is that we see sort of the requirement from verification standards like FARA or Gold Standard as the baseline. And then for us, we'll increase that sort of baseline with additional requirements. And so ensuring project developers sees that if they're able to increase their quality, they're able to sell it at a higher price. And with that, really providing that quality assurance and also incentive to create high quality carbon projects.
Yeah, so it's basically integrating more variables into the platform. So when they have to import their data, there's going to be a lot more variables required than the bare minimum that verifiers require now.
And so you already have a partnership with an MRV?
So we're starting with Clean Cook Stove project first, and we're talking to a couple of MRV technologies, specifically in the IoT space, to explore a partnership. And that's also why this is one of our asks. If you have any connection to these MRV providers, we'd love to talk to them.
Okay, thank you.
Richard Marr, excellent presentation and very important concept. Are you looking to scale this business, or as in, are you building to scale or are you building to sell? Because there are two different markets here, and both your models serve different approaches of these. So what's your instinctive answer to this?
So we're building to scale. As it's a platform, right now, actually, our go-to-market strategy is in LATAM and in Africa. But the way we're scaling is focusing on methodologies, so different methodologies. Right now, we have integrated the methodology of clean cooking stoves, but as we make sure that all the carbon projects that we have been developing through the platform and clean cooking stoves successfully are able to verify high-quality carbon credits, then we will be integrating methodologies such as solar, EV mobility, and then moving on to nature-based solutions, which would be forestry, agricultural, blue carbon, et cetera. So definitely, because we're a software, we're looking to scale, but we're looking to scale in very intentional steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nana Carbon. Right, with our penultimate, yes, with our penultimate pitch of the day, we've got Elysian Agro. And I'd like to bring on the Managing Director, Lilin Daviesaranda, to join us and tell us all about how he's innovating the agri-tech industry. Also our first and only agri-tech pitch of the day. Over to you, Lilin.
Aibowan, Vanakkam, greetings all. My name is Silan Dayananda, and I'm the Managing Director of Elysian Agro, a climate-smart, data-driven precision agriculture company based in Sri Lanka. In 2021, Sri Lankan government imposed a ban on synthetic fertilizers all of a sudden, and 2 million farmers had to transition to 100% organic within a very short time, and it caused a huge crop yield loss. It was actually the first step towards the Sri Lanka's worst economic and social crisis. During that time, we reached more than 60,000 marginalized farmers who has less than 5 acres, and they are the driving force of Sri Lankan agriculture sector because they contribute more than 90% to the agricultural output in Sri Lanka. So once we reached that particular community, we identified that they are having difficulties in utilizing their limited resources such as fertilizer, water, land, and labor at an optimum level. And they were unable to optimize their crop yield because they are having difficulties to identify the quality of the soil and fertilizers. Not only that, they could not put a value to the invisible products that their plants produce, which is the primary ecosystem services. We can mention it as oxygen production and clean water cycle into the atmosphere by planting trees. So we developed a portable solar-powered IoT device that can monitor soil, fertilizer, and atmospheric elements accurately. And this patent-pending IoT device can geotag and store data. Our solution is an integrated solution. So the farmer can monitor the farmland with our IoT device, portable devices, or weather stations. And they can easily actually cover this purchasing cost within one crop cycle as well. So, and if they want to get into advanced data analysis, they can use our web and mobile application as well. And if they want to utilize their limited resources such as water or fertilizers, they can use our automation system. And since we are in the new gen accelerator, let me bring you something new to the agenda. So when it comes to carbon, you might have heard a lot of carbon words during the all session. So we are bringing oxygen. Because oxygen has been free rider, for the carbon emission, there should be a combustion. Without oxygen, there is no combustion at all. So every second that I've been talking to you, oxygen levels are dropping down. And oxygen is a right for every living beings, including humans. So industries are using oxygen as a free rider. So that is why we focus on that. while focusing on dynamic carbon offset, the other side of the photosynthesis process. So when it comes to our business model, we are B2B and B2C, and our revenue models comes with the hardware sales, with the direct sales of our hardware devices and subscriptions of our mobile and web applications, and CPAS, which is a contractual primary ecosystem service verification, comes along with our partners. When it comes to growth and impact, we have reached more than 60,000 farmers, as I mentioned earlier, and we have reached more than 100,000 marginalized farmers with our awareness campaign. And yesterday, actually, I signed a PO for the Dubai Expo Live Innovation Program grant to develop 5 demonstration sites in Sri Lanka. And when it comes to pilot runs, we have successfully completed pilot runs in multiple locations, and including 12 crop types. And when it comes to CPAS verification, which is, again, contractual primary ecosystem service verification, we have pilot run over 30 farmlands, including 40 tropical tree species. And we have a validated MVP. We are giving 10 to 20% crop yield increasement with the 12 crop types that we have pilot run. And we are cost-cutting the limited resource usability too, so impacting on the profitability for the customers. And we also supporting farmers to land restoration, because they can measure the soil elements and they can utilize the fertilizers accordingly. And when it comes to the next year plan, our target is to reach 10,000 marginalized farmers with our portable device and support them to increase their crop yield and the profitability at the same time. When it comes to competitive advantage, Sri Lanka doesn't have too much of competitors, but there are booming market in India. But however, we also have patented devices, and this IoT device is a patent pending one. And we are the leading and official technology partner for the International Analog Forestry Network, covering 22 countries like Costa Rica, Ecuador, Peru, Cameroon, and all. And we are providing tailored solution when the customer needs like soil moisture levels only. We can provide that particular requirement with a low cost. So, and on the other end, we are the only precision agriculture company in the world focusing on the primary ecosystem services, and we are leading that particular product. When it comes to our team, we have a very young and diverse team coming from various educational and professional backgrounds. And we have a local and international advisory board. You can check out our website to get to know about them more. And another plus point that we have is that we have more than 50 contractual full-time employees with the support from our academics and research affiliates. Thank you very much. Join hands with us to empower Sri Lankan farmers and restore the lands. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think you showed it on the slide, but I just wanted to make sure. In terms of your IP, so you guys have patented your technology, right?
Yeah. This one is patent pending. We have a valve related to irrigation system which has been patented.
Okay, and one of your projections to reach 10,000 farmers for 2024.
Yeah.
How will you do that?
Yeah.
And if you just touch on that a little bit more.
It's a great question, because with our market research, as I mentioned earlier, we have reached thousands of farmers. So we have identified a really positive point related to our IoT device. It's a multiplier. Because it's a portable device, farmers can share that particular product with each other. So we got to know that 10 to 12 farmers will reach the benefits. So our goal is to sell 1,000 devices that will reach more than 10,000 farmers. That's all.
I just want to understand the product. So this is individual. It's an individual product for each farmer.
Yeah, in a way, because we are providing customized solutions. So when the farmer only needs to measure soil, they can literally purchase our IoT device, that they can decide, they can use the details by themselves, or they can access to our web and mobile application for additional data analysis. And when it comes to even monitoring also, they can have the freedom of going through with the soil moisture, soil NPK level, soil compression, and one of the main thing that we have had with our IoT device is that we can measure soil compression. There is no any other elements, IoT devices that can measure soil compression and NPK levels, moisture levels, and other elements like our ones. That's why we have applied for patents as well.
Last question. If you do reach the 10,000 farmers in 2024, what would be your financial projections?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. Actually, during our pilot runs, customers loved our product, and we have already more than 1,000 pre-orders, covering 300K US dollars already. So currently, we are looking for 500K investment to develop, get into mass production. So we already have pre-ordered for the 1,000 units.
Lilal, quick question on this CPES. What is the market there? Who's paying for this?
So mainly this is for the marginalized farmers because Sri Lanka is a small country, very small, like farmers are smallholder farmers. So we wanted to support them with the ban that I mentioned earlier. So they were having a lot of issues with adapting to the situation. So we want to support the marginalized farmers who had less than 5 acres.
Right. So, but who's paying for this? Will it be your company, as in this CPES? Where is that revenue coming from?
So revenue comes from selling the hardware devices like IoT device and all, and irrigation system and all. It's all together. It's integrated system. So according to the customer's requirement, we are providing IoT devices. If they want to integrate with the
no, the CPES part. The contractual...
PES, I got confused, okay, not CPES. Contractual primary systems, what we are doing is, we are interconnecting farmers with the corporates, with the blockchain secured smart contract. So then afterward, we are monitoring it to 4 years, and actually we started in 2019, the first live force 3 units. It's gonna mature in this December. We are going to mint impact NFTs to the investors who supported to that particular live force 3 units.
And have any transactions happened for this part?
Yeah, it has been already pilot ran for the more than 100 tree units, and it has tropical 43 units already. We have created the blockchain architecture, blockchain traceability as well for that.
And you found buyers who will pay for this?
Yeah, we have invested 30 investors so far for the life force system, mainly based in European countries.
And the farmers, do they have like smart apps and stuff?
So actually, that is why we are coming from the global south. A lot of farmers were not aware about the precision agriculture. That is why we had to do a lot of awareness campaigns, and that is why we actually had to reach more than 100,000 farmers in order to showcase like these kind of technologies are available for them to utilize.
And how many have you tested?
We have already 20 prototypes. It has been already sold. Now currently they are waiting till the mass production, and we are actively seeking for the investment to get to the mass production.
So you did a test for 20 prototypes only?
Yeah, the thing is that last year it was a big economic crisis in Sri Lanka. We could not get into the mass production. So, and then again, we are an information technology company fully focused on the agriculture and forestry. We had 16 hours of power cuts a day. So we all team together went to the ground level, did the market research, and did the pilot run. That's how we reached so many farmers and potential customers, and we've been even recognized among the top 10 youth-driven social enterprises.
No, my question is, how many farmers have you tested the device with?
Yeah, got it. Thank you. It was more than 164, if I'm not mistaken, and we have pilot run over 92 farmlands. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lillian, for introducing us to the agri-tech world and the solutions that are needed for these pressing problems. For our final pitch for the day, I urge you all, we do have a break coming up, so hold on for this final slice of innovation coming your way. I'd like to introduce Akshay Makar, the Managing Director for Climate Tend. Akshay, come on over.
Thank you. The world is sinking within the carbon liabilities, and we need a change. What if these carbon liabilities can be transformed to the assets specifically for the industries? Good evening, everyone. My name is Akshay Makar, and I'm founder and CEO of Climate Enza Solar. We are working with industries to transform their heat needs to the clean heat using solar thermal technology. Let's see what's happening in the market. Today, when we are talking about the renewable energy, we are talking about solar, we are talking about wind. But have you ever heard about amoeba-based technology? Have you heard about parabolic trough technology? No. Why? Mainly because of these three problems. One, the upfront cost of new renewable energy technologies is very high. Particularly for a megawatt, $1 million is invested. And these technologies require significant high space. Yet, they have the poor efficiency. For instance, if you have to generate heat for an industry using the solar photovoltaics, the efficiency would be just 10 to 12%. Note, I'm said just heat. However, we are changing this, and we are working with these notable customers, including Coca-Cola, Unilever, Tata, and Nestle, within India and now in 6 other countries to bring the industrial decarbonization using solar heat. In the next 1 year, we project to complete 2.5 megawatt that will replace 48,000 tons of carbon emission. We already have 1.3 megawatt on ground today working with these industries. But how we do this is, next slide. We do this with our patented solar thermal technology. We hold 3 patents, mainly for the glass, for the material that we have, and what it is, it comprises of 4 major innovations. Number 1, the parabolic trough has a reflector which has high efficiency. When the sunlight falls, it works like a magnifying glass. We have used the magnifying glass. So when the sunlight falls, 95% of it is reflected to the black pipe that you are seeing. Over that black pipe, we have the we have the reflected coating which reflects the sunlight and heats up the water that is going through it into the hot water or the steam up to 400 degrees Celsius, which is up to 60% of the total industrial heat market. This solar collector is engulfed by the glass. This is a 4 millimeter glass that can withstand any condition in the climate, in the coastal area or into the deserts of UAE. We can place it anywhere and the dust particles would not stick. That would mean that the operational and maintenance cost is very low and very easy for industries to operate it. We have tested it with this national and international agencies, including UNIDO and NISC, which is National Institute of Solar Energy under Government of India. Heat is a major elephant in the market, and with a total market of $1.51 trillion globally, we are tapping into low heat and medium heat temperature applications, specifically for food, textiles, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals. We are targeting to scale from India to 6 other countries, notably into the North Africa, Latin America, and Australia. We are already present in Morocco, Egypt, Chile, in Bangladesh, and India, and we are planning to scale globally in these industries. We are different, comprising of the boilers, the solar photovoltaics, other thermal players, and when we compare the cost, the space, the emissions, we can see that the cost is the most important aspect that needs to be low for the industries to adapt, specifically for the countries in the global south. We can compare to the fossil fuels, we can provide the payback in 3 to 5 years, which is what the industry requires. We have almost $2.6 million in revenues as of now, and in the next 1 year, we aim to increase this by 3.2x. And also, we are in discussion with Tata Chemicals, one of the largest chemical companies in India, to build the 30 megawatt solar thermal plant for the industrial heat. As of now, 80% of our revenue comes from the customer investing into these projects. And as we go ahead, we are coming up with heat purchase agreement where our investors / the bankers, they can invest in the companies and also take advantage of these projects with the good returns. In the next 10 years, we aim to reduce the carbon emission by over 26 million tons of carbon, and we aim to manufacture around 810 megawatt globally. For this, we are raising around $5.7 million as our Series A round in the next year, mainly to manufacture our first production line in India, to scale up the production and to reduce the unit economics. This will help us to scale exponentially and help industries to reduce their dependence on the fossil fuels, while also fight against the rising energy prices and hedge against these energy prices. Thanks to the years of experience we have brought in our young, dynamic, and passionate individuals. We have experience in mechanical engineering, in the thermal engineering, and in the business, and also with the support of our advisors from the BB to the Swiss universities. We are looking forward to scaling this solution globally. As we go ahead, we invite you guys to join this journey and help us to scale the solution globally. We believe solar thermal is the solution for industries. Thank you very much. Happy for the questions.
So your revenue generating right now,
we are.
Where are you producing your products? Because you said first line, so.
We are manufacturing in India itself right now, but we are having a semi-automatic line which can manufacture around 2 to 3 collectors per day. As we go ahead, we want to manufacture around 55 to 60 collectors per day. That will be a mass manufacturing process, and we plan to have an automatic production line in India. We are already planning in the state of Gujarat.
And how many you produced and sold so far?
So the total solar collector is around 1.3 megawatt, and this comprises almost around 340 solar collectors.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, congrats to what you built. How many clients you currently have? I know that you put up some notable names, if you could just touch on that.
8 clients right now, and now we are expanding within the Morocco, Egypt, and France. We have got the clients from the food processing, namely the Coca-Cola, Unilever. We have the chemicals, Tata Chemicals. We have pharmaceuticals, and in Morocco we are going to work with Jivadoun to help their Moroccan side, Egyptian side, and French side. And in Chile we are working with the mining company.
So your multinational clients, will they be able to translate to different markets, or what is the strategy, I guess?
With the Coca-Cola, for example, we developed this pilot project that was around 264 kilowatt, and what the expectations were that we will deliver around 5 to 6 tons per day of the hot water. We delivered around 8 to 9 tons, and with this great project, they are now expanding this to the 4 other factories, including scale up in this current factory. So this is how we are planning to go. With the Jivadoon also, we do have the plans to go around 60 nationalities they are currently present in.
Actually, in the early part of your presentation, you talked about several innovations. So there's something about the collector, there's something on the coating, and also on the solar stuff.
Yeah.
Just maybe walk me through that again.
Sure.
There's a lot, because CST or CSP has been tried several times, and there have been various challenges, right?
Yeah,
right
yeah.
from Morocco, I mean, there were large plants. So what is your secret sauce? Not to reveal the secret, but what are you innovating on?
When we developed this technology, our focus was on the 3 major things, the nexus of 3 things. 1, the space efficiency. Our closest competition is 100 square meter, while we are just 5 square meter, 20 times smaller, and therefore it is low weight, therefore it can be placed on the rooftop, on the special shed that can be manufactured. This is one of the major advantages that we have. Number 2, number efficiency. Our closest competition has the efficiency between 50 to 55% or lower, and we have the optical efficiency of 76.6%. That translates to the higher thermal efficiency for the industrial heat. Number 3, economics. We are 35% more cheaper, mainly because the major competition we had in solar thermal is in the Western world. And when you import, first, the man cost is very high. 2, import exports are very high. And number 3, due to our patents, specifically onto the glass cover. Number 2, on the material innovation on the glass this glass coating as well as on the receiver tube. The efficiency has been high, and also the cost of the solar collector is comparatively low. This is the three important reasons why we are winning with these multinationals.
You've given me a very good answer on the impact.
Yeah.
I'm going on the technology. So you have a coating on the collector, and you have geometry on the solar.
Not the geometry. The three patents are there. Number one is the glass cover, which is 4 mm thick glass. It can stand any climate. Number two is the nano-coated particles that we have implemented on the glass cover that do not attract the any dust particles over it. So it is very easy to operate and maintain, which helps us to reduce the operation maintenance cost by 3 to 4 times by our competition. And number three is the selective coating onto the receiver tube, which helps us to absorb the sunlight by approximately 95%.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If you can just tell us a bit about the funding round, the uses of funds, and what you can achieve with the 5.7 million.
Yeah, so basically most of this will be invested in the production line, and we are scaling up. So as I mentioned that we are going globally within Morocco, within Chile, within Egypt, and therefore a part of this round will be invested to set up the facilities, to set up the team. Yeah. But majority of this is in the Indian production line, where we try to have the 60 to 65% of the total investment going into the manufacturing of the production line. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just before we convene to a short break, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Nawal Al-Hassani to give us a few short words of inspiration. Dr. Nawal, please.
Thank you so much. I have to say, the least inspiration you're going to get from me, because we have had some amazing, amazing projects to be inspired by those truly extremely inspiring pitches. But the question is, what are we going to do about it? We trust that the jury is going to give you a great feedback, but I would like everybody to know that this is definitely not the end of it. We look forward and we look up to you guys to keep inspiring, keep working, and work on those solutions, because we definitely need to have more solutions. And we hear the big challenges, and we hear what's happening around the world, and we know that it's not going to be done. It's going to be fixed by policies, but we need the policies, but we definitely need technology, and we need innovation. And we know that's not going to come except from the youth and from their fresh minds. We are very proud partner with IRENA on this initiative. We are very proud of the product so far, and we're very proud of the selection that we received. And I know that the committee found it extremely difficult to shortlist those amazing innovations, because I'm sure we had much more. But the group we have now, and I'm guilty of not attending everybody's, but I have reviewed the proposals, and I know that we ended up with a very diverse group, diverse by gender, by background, but also by solutions and product. And again, I guess the job of the jury is going to be really tough. But we trust them, and we know that they're going to make the right assessment. Without further ado, and I'm going to leave you for your break. I know it has been a long day, but it has been a very inspirational day. I started from literally 9 o'clock in the morning, and for some reason, most of my sessions today were youth-centered, either led by youth, or driven by youth, or inspired by youth, or targeted at youth. So I consider myself extremely lucky today to be inspired by youth and by their solutions. Keep up the great work, and make sure that we stay on track. Thank you so much.
Thank Thank you, Dr. Noel. It's allyship from you, from the jury, and other members of the audience who have been here on a Saturday night listening to stories of inspiration and products and real solutions. Right. We've had a long pitch programming. We're now going to reconvene for 5 minutes. Please, this is your chance to take a break. We have a visitor center right around the corner if you need to take a break. Right at the back, we have a drink station, so help yourself. We'll be back shortly to hear from our judges, which will be the most exciting, highly anticipated moment for the evening. So thank you all. We'll see you shortly. Before we get to the most highly anticipated moment of this evening, I'd like to invite on stage Manoj Kumar, the founder of Social Alpha, just to give us a few words of inspiration. There we go. Manoj. Get to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that we have been talking about climate change for many, many years. When I was in high school several years back, we were taught global warming and climate change. There are different players talking about it and talking for many years, but we have to do something about it. And when it comes to doing, I have little faith on governments and corporations and investors and intermediaries and everybody, because they have been doing and saying exactly what they are saying today for many, many years. So none of the discussions and panel discussions are new or surprising. The only hope I have is from innovators and entrepreneurs, because they have skin in the game. They know they don't want to leave this world to the next generation in this stage of affairs. And they are willing to take risk in an area where capital is not available. It's not e-commerce or food delivery or a gig economy where billions of dollars are flowing into loss-making negative net worth companies in anticipation of making 80x return and actually losing all of that. This is real stuff. This is real stuff. And as I've been talking to my friend, and we discussed this, that, we have to avoid and reduce emissions. And it's not going to happen if we don't innovate and deploy at scale. And that can only be done by innovators and entrepreneurs. And the beauty of this program, and I really thank IRENA leadership for thinking about youth, because when you are working on the intersection of demographically youth and innovation and entrepreneurship, you have a much higher probability of creating the magic. So this program is path-breaking and really inspirational, that it is giving innovators and entrepreneurs an opportunity to showcase their solutions, a potential opportunity to raise capital, and really avoid greenhouse gas emissions and stop talking about it. So as we move from theory to action, from planning to implementation, from talking to doing, all the people who presented today, they are the hope for a better world. So thank you, IRENA team, for conceptualizing and building this program. And I hope that all of you will reduce and avoid at the gigaton scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Speaking on behalf of IRENA, I'd love to welcome Mrs. Gauri Singh to the stage, the Deputy Director General at IRENA. Welcome, Gauri.
Good evening. And what a magical evening it was. I mean, when I looked at the time slot, I thought it was a bit too much, and I wasn't, very sure how it would go. But I think all of us lost track of time just listening to these young people make their fantastic pitches. And I'm sure the judges we have are very experienced investors and mentors. So I'm sure you've had a very tough time just deciding which one of these, because, for every pitch that I heard, I said, oh my God, this is a winner here. And then that just seemed to go on. So it was, really, for me, the time really stood still, and it was a fantastic evening. As you can imagine, ever since the COP started, I would have attended at least maybe 25 events, but none of them can match the energy that we saw here today. And it's a pity. It's a pity that we didn't have a fuller audience, because I think they really missed out on something. This was, for me, really the kind of event where people like you are walking the talk. And most of you are bootstrapped. So it's not easy to be entrepreneurs, and it's not easy to come and make these pitches and go on with trudging the lonely path till you get investors in. But I just want to say, all of you are winners. And for us, I think it just has completely changed the way we are going to be designing our youth interventions. So thank you so much for giving us this kind of a really fantastic evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gauri. I'd just like to reiterate, I work with startups, entrepreneurs, listening to their stories, hearing about their journeys within the Middle East and North Africa, and to see the level of work that has been performed is not only inspiring, but a true purposeful, value-driven execution of what people must learn. So again, once again, speaking to Gauri's point, congratulations to all of you for making it to the cohort. To reiterate, 200 applications, 22 members of the cohort, and 8 of you here. So once again, give yourself a round of applause. I know everyone's been waiting for the highly anticipated moment for the evening, the results of the pitch ceremony this evening. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to our esteemed judges. Perhaps you can take us through a bit about what you've learned, but also as investors, what people should take away from this conversation. So yes, and also if I can bring back to the stage Manoj and Gauri to help with the awards. Sorry, to clarify, judges, you're great where you were. We'll just get Manoj and Gauri on stage to have help with the awards. But yes, over to you, judges.
As has been said, we had a very tough time choosing amongst the winners. And there's a proverb in Hindi that if there's a very small difference, it's a difference of 19 and 20. And I assure you that's exactly how the scores looked, at least in my sheets, and I know for sure, same my colleague judges. Within the top 3 scores, we had 7 companies, so very little to distinguish in terms of just the utter sheer quality that we had in all of these companies. But somebody has to stand here. Before we go with the awards, I do want to mention that the judges had a lot of regard for one company, Schrodinger Technologies, which did a fabulous work, which is doing some very important work. We're all rooting for you, and we want to see this succeed. And for you, we are hoping that we get to see you on much higher levels very soon. So congratulations for what you're doing.
So, hello everyone, hope you're doing well, and it's been amazing participating as a judge, and I know that's a shared feeling with everybody. And it's been great presentations, it's been a great time, and amazing founders that are solving real problems, and it's super commendable what you guys have built. So for the for the winner that is going to be taking first place, I think you guys are all winners at the end of the day because you built something great. 3 to 1. Okay, so we'll start with third place. Okay, so we'll start with the third, actually. My mistake. So for third place, it's Apero. So you give him a round of applause.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks for joining us today. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all the participants. I think we've had great 8 startups, and congrats to you all. I think it's not easy, as they said, 200 applications, so just getting to the final 8 is already an achievement. So congrats to all of you around here. Yeah, and I just want to say I'm really impressed with the quality of startups. My work focuses more on Europe, so I don't have much exposure to startups coming from different regions, but I must say I'm extremely impressed by the quality of startups coming from all across the world. So great job from Irina to really do good work on a global level. So on to the second, and as the judges, we chose HD Photovoltaic as the second best startup to present today.
Hi everyone. I think it was really tough for the judges, and it was also joyful to hear amazing ideas. And I think most of you, I think you're going to do very well. Keep it up, and well done. And I run a business incubator in Dubai under a TCOM group, which supports. We currently have we have incubated 430 companies across the past 10 years. We've supported more than 900 companies. And also I have my own, I'm a partner in a company called Amali Asset Management, which we scout startups for our project. So we're a project developer, and we scout startups like yours to support them get into this space in Africa and supporting indigenous communities. So it's been, for me, it's scouting and also doing it on the side as well. So for the first place, not to take too long, the winner is Climatenza Solar. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners. It's not over just yet. We need proof that this happened and you were all here. So if we can get the 3 winners back on stage, Gauri, Manoj, and our esteemed jury, Saeed, Mido, Farid, and Miral, please join us on stage. I think it would also be great after this picture to have teams on stage. So we'll get a group picture with everyone who's here as well. So please prepare yourself. Thank you. If everyone can just stay there, and we'll get a rest of all the presenters and teams of the startups that participated, and get yourself on. Come on. Once again, congratulations to everyone. This brings us to a close of the event today. I can't stress the amount of inspiration and knowledge that I've gained from being a journalist in this space. Thank you all once again. I hope you learned something, and I hope these connections that you forward continue from today, but also back into the networking area. I urge more questions and solutions and knowledge-based transfer. So I hope this continues. Thank you again for all being here tonight, and let's continue at the back. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you very much.